Hey everybody, it's Corey Poirier, and we are back again with day 5 of the Amplify Your Message. I'm super stoked today. Today for me is Casual Friday. I got my Prince t-shirt on, so I'm on Casual Friday. All the other 4 days I had this background that I worked on having set up, and today I'm just on the wall behind me, just with my son, I guess. I didn't even notice that, my girlfriend. So we're Casual Friday today. So the only things I want to mention, because we have a really special, unique approach today to our very first, I'm going to call it situation, rather than saying our first guest, which I'll explain in a minute. But a couple quick things. I'm going to make this quick today to kick things off. If you're discovering us for the very first time, if you're discovering Blue Talks for the very first time, the best place for you to go to learn all things Blue Talks is bluetalks.com. Just to make it easy, if you go there, we have the link to our YouTube channel, the book and the series, which this is the first one in the series. And the person that's going to be talking to me in a minute here is going to have a future chapter in this, I think. So we'll chat about that off air. But we also have the virtual event we're doing right now. And so future ones of those you can find on the website. And then finally, our podcast. So anything Blue Talks, that's where you head. The other thing I want to mention is I announced it today. We're going to do a contest. And actually, today is how you can take part in this contest. So if you're listening right now or in the replay, I'll mention it a few times today. You can get a chance to win one of 15 books. 5 by Kevin Harrington. So that's the same Kevin Harrington that is the original shark from Shark Tank. And a lot of people don't know this part, but the creator of the infomercial and the As Seen On brand. So Kevin Harrington, we're offering 5 copies of his book, Mentor to Millions, and it comes with a whole bunch of bonuses that normally you wouldn't be able to get unless you bought it yourself. But Kevin offered to initiate it so that every person that wins the book will also get these bonuses from Kevin. 5 copies from Dr. Alan Leica, one of our Blue Talk speakers, who offered that up during the interview. And then I said, well, okay, I need to throw some in the mix too. So 5 copies of the Book of Why and How. So long story short is you have an opportunity to win one of 15 books. Here's how easy it is to do that. Simply comment below this video, which means, by the way, even somebody that doesn't hear me say this, if they decide to comment on their own, they'll be entered into the draw. So you can be entered in by accident, but basically comment below this video or share the video. Each one of those gets you an entrance into the contest. So if you do both, you get 2, we'll say, tickets into the draw. So again, share this video today or comment on the below in the comments, and that gives you 2 chances to win one of 15 books. That's my whole spiel for the day today. I tried to keep that to 2 minutes. So we have something really special today. I'm actually going to be handing over the reins to Tibor, who you can see on the screen right now, who has 2 podcasts now. And Tibor is going to be interviewing me. So I don't do this very often, so I'm super stoked about this. And I also want to make sure we maximize our time. So I'm literally going to hand the complete show, everything over to Tibor for the next roughly 38 to 45 minutes. So Tibor, take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much, Corey. Welcome, everyone. I'm super excited to interview Corey today. So I'm the host of the podcast Interview Mastery Show, and we're going to talk about the journey of Corey's interviewing skills and interviewing journey. So Corey, welcome to the podcast Interview Mastery Show.
Thank you ever so much, Tibor. I'm super excited to be here. I'm super excited to be on the other side of the mic today.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on. I'm super excited as well, and I'm really curious about your journey in terms of your interviewing skills and your evolution, because you have interviewed over 5,000 of the world top leaders. And this is just huge. I mean, really big names, and I'm really curious about your evolution and what you learned along the way. So talk to us a little bit more about that journey.
So, you know what? I'd love to say to everybody, because everybody wants a shortcut answer these days, Tibor. So I'd love to say it was one of these, inclines where it was like within a week I had mastered interviewing, and then I just, lived off that for the next X amount of years. It's definitely been a while in the making. So that number of interviews doesn't happen in a year either. So it's been more than a decade of interviewing people. I know I'm obsessed by it. So like what Napoleon Hill did in 1937, I'm obsessed with doing that in 2020. And I still love it just as much as I always did. Like the last interview was just as exciting to me as the first one I ever did, maybe more exciting. So, but to talk about the journey, I have to say that when I started out, I wasn't comfortable on either side of whether we call it the mic or even the pen, because I did a lot of print interviews. But to tell you how uncomfortable I was, my first radio interview, I was literally covered in sweat. And I was being interviewed. It was like a 5-minute interview. The question was why I wrote a $100 check to a Chamber of Commerce as a business owner. And it was, I knew it was 5 minutes. I knew nobody could see me, and I was still covered in sweat. That's how nervous I was. And it was like the local radio station. And so that was my first, that's where I started. That was my level when I started, Tibor. So it's been a long journey. That's what I'm saying.
Wow, it's really interesting. And, I wanted to focus on really you have experiences with podcasting, in-person interviews, and you mentioned radio as well. So can we talk a little bit about those different skills? And, I'm thinking about really either aspiring podcasters or podcasters who are serious about their show, because the reason why I wanted to start this podcast is, it's important to create, compelling content to your listeners, right? So especially nowadays, we have more than 1 million podcasts out there. So more and more people are launching podcasts, it's becoming hot. But it's important to provide quality content. So I was thinking about those people who are serious about their show and they want to provide quality content. And it's not just the interviews. I can admit that because, especially when it comes to podcasting, you can edit the show and this is the whole audio experience. But I think if you have an interview format, it's important to be able to, as you said, be comfortable with the interviews and, becoming better at asking questions and so on and so forth. So I'm kind of like curious about your different skill sets in terms of becoming a great interviewer.
So, I mean, it's such an intriguing question because there's so many different ways that you can be communicating. And let's say at events or with an audience or one-to-many. So, I mean, being a wedding MC, if we go to a wedding MC, that's a totally different role than being an MC at a business event. Being a speaker at a business event is a totally different role than being the MC. Being an interviewer, even on a radio show, for many is a different interview process than being a podcaster, podcast interviewer, because they are two different, in my opinions. They're sister formats, they're definitely different because, a drive time radio show, you want quick sound bites, and it's going to be probably 3 to 5 minutes that your interviewee is going to be there for. With a podcast, you might have an hour with the person. And so that requires different stamina and different approaches. So my first thing I would say is they all require, I think, different approaches and different skill sets. Having said that, I believe if you can get good at one, you can then build upon that and get good at the others. And so you and I chatted off air about how I started performing stand-up comedy. And I believe performing stand-up comedy helped me get better at emceeing, and while also at the same time getting better at interviewing. So in other words, I think the skills are somewhat transferable because what stand-up comedy gets you to do is think on your feet. It's like improv in that way, that you're not creating like you would with improv your material from scratch, but at the same time, even though you're not creating from scratch, you're still on your feet because you could have a heckler that yells something from the stage, and you need to know how to deal with that now. So they definitely require different skill sets. For somebody that's doing interviews for a podcast, I would say the big thing that you have to know in terms of podcasting, the difference, again, I first of all, you have to know that most times you're going to be interviewing for longer. There are, of course, some shows that are always, 5-minute interview type situations. But as we know, most shows are 15, 20 minutes, a half hour, 45 minutes. And so you have to be comfortable with the long form interview. Now, what I would say is for most people, I actually recommend, and it's weird because I don't recommend it for me now, but I actually recommend you have a list of questions when you first start. And the reason I say that is because it's easy to get thrown off. And if you're not used to sort of thinking on your feet or being able to think one step ahead while still being in the moment, which is it's a skill set on its own, then having a format of questions is like a PowerPoint for a speaker. It'll keep you on track. It'll keep you on time. It'll keep you thinking, okay, what was the theme of this whole interview in the first place? It also, if you want a theme for the interview, it keeps you on theme. Because when I do an interview, the plan is to have a theme. But again, I said this to you off air, but if somebody said to me during the interview, well, I was a foster child and I was homeless for 5 years, I didn't expect that to come out. Well, that's going to change everything for me in that interview from what I originally planned. Now, you'd like to do enough research to find that out beforehand, but sometimes you get referred to people who you didn't meet before, and they don't have a lot of stuff online to research. So I would say have questions when you're first starting, and I would also say do research when you're first starting. One of the things that served me really well is I have a really good memory, and I also I'm a big fan of a lot of different people and their work. And so if somebody comes on to talk about yoga, I practiced yoga for years. I can talk yoga. But then if somebody comes on and talks about, let's say, Chicken Soup for the Soul, well, I've read many of those books. I can talk about that. But then I can one step further go, and if somebody wants to talk about being a single mother, I was raised by a single mother. So I can draw from a lot of different backgrounds and experiences, and I think that serves me as well. So I would say be passionate about learning and observing, and then at the same time, don't be scared to have questions rather than trying to wing it if you're just starting.
Yeah, I think that you have mentioned a couple of really, really great things. One of them is, being in the moment and having a list of questions. And what I'm experimenting with nowadays is basically, I usually have a list of questions, either some reoccurring questions, or I prepare, for the guest separately. But basically, what I realized was, I conduct audio only interviews, and I have my list of questions in front of me on the monitor, and I'm getting distracted by the list of questions, by the outline, and basically what I realized, and I think this is the way that you basically went later on, you're just being present in the conversation, and you ask follow-up questions based on what the guest said, right? So I think that's the next level, and you've also mentioned memory, right? So you have to. I'm taking notes right now, and I'm getting back to those things that you've mentioned. But it's like I like to be present, and I feel sometimes the outline distracts me a little bit, and I get out of this flow state, so to speak, and I'm not being present in the conversation. And I realize that many times, and it really distracts me. So I'm curious, because preparing questions and doing the research, something that you've mentioned, can take a lot of time. And I had conversations with people, and they have different approaches. Some people prepare, 10, 20 hours for a guest, because they say that that's kind of like the competitive edge or competitive advantage, compared to others, because others, as you said, they just wing it, right? So they get into the conversation and they just, they improvise. And some people prepare 10, 20 hours, maybe more, I don't know, right? So how much do you prepare? How much did you prepare in the beginning? Especially I'm thinking about the thought leaders and the leaders that you've interviewed, which is, when someone comes on the show, it's a really big name. I'm kind of like super nervous. And I definitely over prepare, like I prepare for, sometimes weeks, because I listen to their podcast, I listen to their content and whatever. And I think I over prepare. So I'm curious, how much did you prepare in the beginning, and how did you evolve, and how much do you prepare nowadays?
So this is going to be, I'm going to say, and I never say do as I say, not as I do, because I don't believe you have to do as I say. But I will say don't probably do as I do in this circumstance, Tibor, because what I did early on is I'm really big on vetting your guests. And I mean this in both ways. I mean, in terms of bringing on the guests that you are passionate about learning from. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, if you're early on especially, there's nothing worse than if you're a new interviewer bringing on somebody who's terrified of being interviewed, because that gets pretty awkward quickly. So what I'm saying is bring on guests, especially early on, that are comfortable being on the stage. And I mean on the stage, it could be the podcast stage. But to answer the question on research, it was a mixture for me. I probably don't do much more research now than I did when I started. And the reason I say that is because the people I bring on the show typically are people whose work I already know and like and trust. Yeah. And so having said that, obviously you get referrals. And so that's the time I would do the research. So this is going to sound bad, but it's the truth. I mean, I believe in being full disclosure to help other people. But I've been following Mark Victor Hansen and Jack Canfield's Chicken Soup work forever. So I've interviewed them, and I've listened to multiple interviews by them. And so whenever I bring somebody like Jack on, I know enough about his story and his backstory and his accomplishments. And I have a good memory, as we said. I know that he won a Guinness Book of World Records for having the most New York Times bestsellers on the list at one time. I had Larry Winget on 2 days ago, and I know Larry Winget has 6 New York Times bestsellers. Most people don't know those weird, random details. I know that he trademarked the Pitbull of Personal Development and the world's first irritational speaker. So that gives me great talking points. And I just remember it from the first time I heard it. So I don't know if that memory will ever fail me like big time, but for now it's served me well. So I have to speak from both perspectives. If you have that kind of memory, I think you can get by a little bit with less research. And again, if you're picking people who stuff you already know. Now, the caveat or the vary from there is, what about a person that gets referred to me who I've never heard of? That's where you would see me do the research. And I would say the maximum I would put in on research for a guest, maximum, would be probably about 45 minutes to an hour, maximum.
Wow.
Now, I know that like somebody like Larry King, I mean, I've heard stories of him, putting in 45 hours of research for a 30-minute interview. I know Lewis Howe, who's a machine in podcasting. I've heard that Lewis Howe puts in 15 to 20 hours. Now, you gotta factor something in. I don't know what his numbers are now, but I think Lewis Howe is getting like 80 million downloads a year. So if he does one episode a week and he's getting 80 million downloads a year, whatever the numbers are, or somebody like Joe Rogan, who just got signed a deal with Spotify for $100 million. Well, Joe Rogan, and I don't even know how he'd have the time. He's too busy. But let's just say Joe Rogan might do 10 hours of research or 20 hours of research. But you got to think of the return he's getting from that. Yeah. So the reason I'm being careful on this, Tibor, is we have a lot of people that are jumping into podcasting as a side hustle on the side of their job. And do I believe you should go all in and show up and serve with excellence, whatever you're doing? 100%. But if you're having a full-time job and you're doing podcasting and you're sharing content and all this other stuff, the question is, do you have those 15 hours? Are you taking 5 hours from your family to use 5 of those hours? And I can't choose whether you should or shouldn't do that. I'm just saying I'm scared to tell people that you started on podcasting, you're told, wow, it's going to take thousands of hours to get any listeners. Wow, I got to learn all this equipment. Wow, I got to learn all these platforms. And then if you're told out of the maybe 20 hours you have in the week, now you got to spend 15 of them researching one guest. Yeah. And what happens if that guest no-shows? And then you can't reschedule again and you just spent 15 hours researching them. Great quality to have. But at the same time, now what if you had to get a replacement guest last minute? That 15 hours you spent doesn't serve you at all. And now you still don't know anything about the new guest. So for me, what I try to do, I don't believe Wikipedia is always right. I mean, there's a lot of people that aren't fans of Wikipedia at all. But the first thing I do is I go to the Wikipedia page if they have one. Yeah. And they can get the glimmers of stuff, like the high level stuff. Again, like if they hit the New York Times bestselling list and I want to go there. Or if they have this unique brand that I can talk about. Then the next thing I'll do is I'll go to their website. And of course, in some cases in their bio, I'll match up what it said on Wikipedia to make sure I'm not saying something to them that's false. Now, I will say, if I say to somebody, if I'm not 100% sure, I'll say, now, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I remember reading this. And then they're fine to correct me if I'm wrong, because even if it said it somewhere on their website, maybe it's maybe this is not accurate. So that was a long way to say that what I usually do is go to their Wikipedia page, website, spend about an hour. And I find that'll give me enough to have a base level interview where I'm not going to prepare questions anyway. Yeah, that's pretty amazing, because basically we can have two groups, right? So one is, let's say, full-time podcasters who are willing to do that they spend 10 hours or 20 hours on preparing for an interview, or really, I mean, full-time podcasters in the sense that they make money, let's say Lewis House or Jordan Harbinger, who really focus on, just producing podcasts and they make money out of that. But we can focus on the other group, basically, is, let's say, as you mentioned, side hustle, and I want to, utilize this podcast as a lead generation tool, or amplify my message, or all these different things. And I'm really glad, because you mentioned that basically you kind of like optimize this process. And you reduce this whole thing to 45 minutes, 1 hour, and basically you gave us a blueprint that we can basically check out Wikipedia, and then the guest's website, going through the website, and then their short bio, and that's basically the preparation. So did you prepare in the beginning, questions for each of the guests, or did you have kind of like an interview flow that GLD, John Lee Dumas on Entrepreneurs on Fire, had like this, reoccurring questions, and basically the same interview flow for each of those interviews? Yeah, I'm glad you asked that, and also referenced John Lee Dumas at the same time, because interestingly enough, whenever I started, I had a bit of an interview flow like John, and I'm glad you mentioned it, because there's somebody who's, for a non-celebrity podcaster when he started, somebody who's crushed at the highest level of podcasting, who did do what I said, start it with questions. And I haven't watched John do an interview, like video interview, in a while to see this, but I don't think he uses questions anymore. Like, I don't think he's fixed to the interview flow. But when he first started, he had whatever the number was. I think it might have been 10 questions, but he had an interview flow. And even I was interviewed on his show, episode, I think it was 297. Again, I have a weird memory for this stuff. And then it was episode like 1153 or something, but 297 for sure. And the difference even from those episodes, which he was doing it daily. So that would be what, like, first year to third year or something, or first year to fourth year. And I could tell that it had already changed. Like the questions weren't as fixed as they were before. But the point is, yes, he started with an interview flow. So did I. The one difference from John and I is I started with an interview flow, but I would also customize it to some degree to the person. So, for instance, I remember my first interview with Jack Canfield, they made me send questions. And because it was so early and he was my first big interview, I wasn't bold enough to say, no, I'm not sending questions. So I sent questions, which meant I had to customize them to him. And so then I started doing that a bit more. And when I say customize to him, here's an example. One of the questions I customized, which got a lot of good out of him in the interview, was I said, if you were to relaunch Chicken Soup for the Soul now in a digital world, without all the stuff we had when you launched it and knowing you have to launch it in a different way, what would you do differently? Well, that was a prepared question. But what I wanted to find out is he launched it whenever it was print books, bricks and mortar stores. I mean, it was a totally different world. 1991, I believe. And when he launched Chicken Soup, the first one, might have been 93, one of those 2 years. And that world was a whole bunch different. I mean, James Redfield, who I had on the other day, Celestine Prophecy, launched that book in 1993. And him and his wife drove around to 2,000 bookstores and handed copies of the books out to people from the back of his car. That's a different world than today. So I wanted to know from Jack, the master of marketing, what he would do differently. And I have to tell you, and I want to go back and take that clip and use it somewhere, but he delivered a masterclass in how to launch a book in a digital world. And yet he didn't even have to do that because he launched his book series and built his brand before that. So that was a prepared question. It wasn't just on the fly, but that question was very customized to Jack, is what I'm saying. So I did have an interview flow, but I also did customize as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, when it comes to interviews, basically when it comes to the first question, this is something I think about a lot because I don't really want to start. Well, I've been hosting the Mindset Horizon podcast for more than a year. And basically my first question has been, tell us a little bit more about yourself and what you do and how you got there. And I wanted to change this, especially when I started this new podcast, to ask a specific question connected to the person, to the guest's experience and unique story, and then start somewhere with a story. So that is something I realized I needed to change, and I needed to customize that a little bit and be more specific, connected to the person. That's really interesting. I don't know if you have, when it comes to interviews and preparing this, or back then preparing this outline and questions, did you have, specific things in mind that you want to extract the story, or were you focused on extracting some nuggets for the listeners, or what was your main thought process or thinking process?
My thinking process, and this is going to sound again maybe a bit. I won't say this is right or wrong, but I think it's actually a strategy that some people might use. What I did was I basically decided that I was my ideal listener. So I was my avatar. And so what I did was I said, what do I want to learn? And go back to Jack, let's say, what do I want to learn from Jack Canfield? Because if I want to learn it, there's other listeners that want to learn it too. So I actually took the approach, because I thought it was easiest, is what if I'm my own avatar? We always talk about who's your avatar and then customize them. And people struggle with that because they don't know how to customize to an avatar they don't know. Well, I said, what if, as a podcast listener who at the time is in his 30s, who listens while he's driving places, who's into personal development, who's a lifestyle entrepreneur, what if that's my own avatar? Well, why don't I just ask the questions as if that's who all my listeners are? Yeah. And so that's how I prepped it. So my questions were prepped for, I wanted to know from Jack. See, the other thing is, one of the benefits of being an interviewer is you get to get in front of people, in some cases, who would charge $60,000 for an hour of their time. And you get to ask them questions for an hour that you choose to ask, learn what you want from them directly, and get an hour's time with them. And so recognizing that, I said, why don't I ask the questions I want to know from Jack if I could hire him as a consultant? And the answers to that are probably the answers I'd want to know if I was the listener as well. And so when I asked that question about what would you do to launch your book today in the digital world, I wanted to know from the master of marketing what I should do to launch my books in a digital world. And in fact, I did one of the things he suggested was to do launches like as if you were on CNN. So interview people, let's look at CNN's format, but interview people across from them, sitting across from them, bring in some big names that interview them, and then have a rolling stream in the bottom saying, buy the book here, and then spend 3 hours, 4 hours, almost like an online book launch. And again, this is going back when he told me that, this was like 2011. I mean, that people weren't doing that then. And so my first book launch after Jack said that, I did a whole bunch of Facebook Lives, and Facebook Live was just starting, where I was interviewing people in the book about what they said in the book. Well, that was directly what I learned from Jack on that one question that I prepared 5 years before. So I was actually asking the questions that I wanted to know the answer to, is the short answer.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that's a good approach. And basically, I am my ideal listener for the podcast Interview Mastery Show as well. Actually, that was my struggle. And I think Tim Ferriss talks about this, that, if you have a struggle basically, and you develop a solution to that could be a product or a service. And that was my approach with the podcast Interview Mastery Show, because I wanted to learn more about how to become a better interviewer. So I'm kind of like on this journey with the listeners right now. I can imagine that after 100 interviews, I become an expert, let's say, in interviewing, but it's not the case yet. And that was my approach. And what you're saying basically reminded me of curiosity. So you were curious about different things. And if I'm just using my curiosity and my own experience as well, and I combine that into the conversation, I think we can, extract some nuggets from the guest that is helpful for the listeners. And then also, when it comes to, the avatar, I think that's a great point, because that's something the podcaster should kind of like develop in the very beginning. And that can really help the interview. That can help the preparation for an interview in terms of you have somebody in mind who you are trying to serve, because we can say audience, but if you have one particular person in mind, let's say it's you, you can be more specific on what you want to ask as a question in the interviews, right? So, or prepare your outline or question or whatever it is, but it's a good way to think about, approaching the interview. And I'm kind of curious, because we talked about, interview preparation, how much time people should prepare and stuff like that. I'm curious about the in-person interview, in your in-person interview experiences. Because to be honest with you, I'd love to do that in the future. So that comes from my curiosity. And I can imagine that many people are playing with this idea, or anytime if you are at a conference, maybe it's not happening right now because of the things that are happening in the world, but it can happen when you're in a conference, you want to interview someone in person. And I can imagine that requires a completely different skill set. And I'm curious about your experiences, and talk to us about how someone can conduct great interviews when it comes to in-person interviews.
Yeah, absolutely. So in-person interviews, there's a couple of big differences. One of them is when we're doing this, we're making eye contact, but it's like a unique way to make eye contact. But when we're sitting across from a person, directly across from them, you have to make eye contact, but also you have to sort of, and this is going to sound, I'm not going to go too woo-woo, but you have to share an energy space too. Like you have to figure out what is our energy to each other. So how you're sitting makes a difference. How I'm sitting right now is really relaxed because you can't see me below a certain area. But if I'm sitting in front of somebody, I have to sit a different way. And even how, and this is a challenge I always ran into is, it's easy to forget when you're interviewing somebody. If you're being filmed, you're also being filmed. So it's easy for you to like be twitching and doing different things like, oh yeah. And so you have to be conscious of the fact that you're being watched too. Whereas if you're on a podcast audio interview, nobody sees what you're doing, right? So, I mean, it's a different thing. The biggest thing, though, I would say is it's even more important what happens pre-interview than a podcast is. So what I mean by that, and of course, let's be honest, you don't always get that opportunity. I heard Lewis Howe one time talk about interviewing the late Kobe Bryant, and he said that basically he was ushered into the office, and it was like, okay, go. And then they were saying, you're done type thing off air. And he gave him more time. But my point is, he didn't have any pre-time to build a relationship. So you're not always going to have that. But what I'm getting at is if you have it, you should take it. So whenever I go to interview somebody live in person, I'm usually chatting with them as I'm setting up or while I'm getting sit down. I want to try to build at least a small rapport because that's going to really show in our energy. And so you obviously, a lot of people try to do that with podcasting too, but I'm just saying in person, it's crucial. If you can do it, it's crucial to do it. I will say this, and this is not another popular thing to hear, but a lot of podcasters say you have to do a pre-interview with me before we interview. And okay, I'm going to be really maybe bold or blunt here and say, unless I'm getting on a show that I've been personally desiring to get on for the longest time, or there's just some connection, chances are you're not going to get me to do a pre-interview. And so a person could say, well, that's a red flag. You won't do a pre-interview. No, it's just our time's too valuable. I don't have to, I mean, it's hard enough to find time in our day already to then get on 15 minutes with you 3 months before we do the interview. It's just not, it doesn't cut it with me. So I'm not saying you can't do that, but I'm saying for me, that doesn't work. So that means in podcasting, our only chance to build that relationship, if we don't know each other already, is before we click start and turn on. And sometimes we don't get that chance. So what I'm getting at is I think like everything, you got to be flexible. But if you get that chance 10 minutes before you go air live, or if you're in person, 10 minutes before you start, build a relationship. Do what you can to build a common bond. And that's what I usually try to do is, again, if I notice somebody has a yoga mat in the corner and I practice yoga for 20 years, I'm probably going to bring up yoga. Because then we only get to talk 5 minutes, but it's, we can build a bond. If I see they have a certain band poster on their wall and I was a fan of that band, then I can talk about that. And that's one of those things that's a passion area usually. So then automatically we're bonded before we ever start. So what I'm getting at is it's important to be observing and then build a relationship before you start, because that'll carry over into the interview. And I think that applies both ways, but I think live it applies even more so.
Wow, I couldn't agree more. And I think that's a great point. And one key word really is the rapport. So you want to build this rapport before you start a conversation. And this is something I do. So I can speak to the audio recording stuff. So I do audio only recordings. So it's not even video recordings. It's just audio only. So we don't see each other. And I do Facebook Lives as well, where we see each other. But for the Mindset Horizon podcast and the podcast interview mastery, it's all audio only. But what I do really is before we start, so I have some things that I share connected to the technical side of the whole process. For example, you can make mistakes. So what I'm trying to do is I try to make the guest feel at ease and comfortable before we start a conversation. And sometimes I even hit the record button during the small talk, so to speak, before the actual conversation, because they kind of like get used to this notion of the recording is on. So we are recording already, and then we have this small talk. I inform them about a couple of things. And what I really emphasize is that they can make mistakes, they can rephrase, restate, whatever they want, because the tracks are going to be edited. Now it's different in different situations, but again, if it's pre-recorded and you have the opportunity to edit, and it's something that really I felt really helps the guests feel at ease, because they know, it's just a recording and it's not live radio. Because if someone doesn't have an experience, and you also mentioned before you hit the record button here, that we can talk about what happens if someone wants to become a better interviewee, so to speak. So some people might not have experience with being interviewed on podcasts, and it can help them feel at ease, really, that they know that it's not a live radio. It's not going to be, we're not broadcasting live here, so they can relax, I felt. And
I'll tell you one thing, not to interject, but I want to add this because it's important, I think, as well, is the words I always say is, don't worry, we're not live, so we have takebacks. And what I tell people is,
yes,
you don't have takebacks. And if you're live, I mean, whatever you say, it's there forever. Unless the host is generous and gets rid of it. But what I'm getting at. But if it's pre-recorded, what I mean by takebacks is if you say something and it's out of context, and I know that, then as a host, I'm going to try to make that better. I'm going to edit if I have to and stuff like that. So I think when people understand that they have a takeback, where if they're live, they don't, I think that eases that nervousness as well. So that's always what I say. Yeah. So, I mean, you don't have to use those words, but just let people know the difference between pre-recorded and live. And I want to circle back to one other thing, but I know I interjected, so I want to let you jump into what you were going to ask before I tell you something else.
No, go ahead. That's great. I'm excited to hear more.
Okay, well, I'll just a couple of things that I thought could be really valuable to people, because these are things that have popped up to me recently. One is I saw somebody post inside a podcast group and said, look, I've been having a lot of no-shows with guests. And I know this isn't around the mastery of interviewing, but I wanted to go circle back. In stand-up comedy, we call it a callback. I want to call back to something I said earlier, where I said about the vetting process is so important. Yes, I try to help bring new people into the world of podcasting. So I try to interview people every now and then where I'm their first podcast and I have to tell them it's pre-recorded, like you were just saying, and have to ease them in. But for the most part, the reason I don't have no-shows as often, it's nothing special about me. It's that I vet the guests. So I'm going to guests who've been on, could be even 50 shows. But odds are if they've been on 50 shows, they understand how valuable it is to be on the show, and they show up. So one thing I would say is if you're early on, because people listening might be very early on, outside of the interviewing mastery, first thing is make sure you vet your guests really well. And especially if you're having no-shows, that's probably why. Because somebody said in the post, what if I charge $25, but it's refundable once you show up? Well, and again, I was blunt. I said, that'll work fine for new guests that are just starting in podcasting and want to get a show spot. But you're not going to get a vet, somebody who's been interviewed 100 times. I'm going to say more than 25 times. You're not going to get them to spend money and use their credit card to be interviewed on your show. So unless you have a show where you're charging for that and they're okay with it. But you get my point. Is they're not going to give a refundable if you show up, because most of those guests are going to show up. So it's almost like an insult. So the best option, I think, is to vet people well. And then the second part is I wanted to add, because this was brought up yesterday when we were talking podcasting, and the podcaster we had on said, oh my gosh, I wish more people would listen to what you just said there. And so I think it's an important note is getting guests. So you said something about, I'm tagging basically on both the things you said, Tibor, because I think diving deeper is important, is about getting big guests on your show. You said something crucial there. You said, now what I do is I turn the mic on so that they know, we're not live, and they see how easy it is to have that conversation. One of the things somebody said yesterday is they wish they wouldn't have done early on is turn the mic off as soon as the second the interview's over. And the reason I think this is important is I've had some of the best feedback or comments about my interview after the interview's over, 5-10 minutes after into the conversation. And that clip, and of course you always get to get permission, but that clip of them saying this was the best interview I've ever had, think about when you're going to try to get a big guest and you can send a clip, and it doesn't matter who the person is, but anybody saying, Tibor, that was the best interview I've ever had and I've done 300 interviews.
Wow.
That's so powerful in getting you another spot, especially if you have it on video. But what I'm getting at is don't shut the mic off right away. It's a tendency to say, I'm going to shut the mic off because it's easier for editing. But I would be less worried about editing than capturing this great moment. And just to put a big oomph on this, I had 2 quotes after interviews that have landed me more interviews than anything else I've ever done. One was from Les Brown, who said after the mic was turned off and he was taking the mic off his shirt, so you knew it was authentic, he said, something along the lines of, are you a speaker? And I said, yes. And he said, yeah, I can tell when I'm in the presence of greatness. So having Les Brown say that when the mic is turned off and they can see that this isn't set up, massive. Lisa Nichols also said, just did 155 interviews. You brought stuff out of me nobody else ever has. I mean, those things are golden. But imagine if I turned the mic off because I said, the interview's done. So a big lesson to people, and if you can get this early on, it's going to serve you. Don't turn the mic off too soon. And get it early.
Keep on recording after finishing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point, and I haven't tried that before. So I tried the first version where I started recording during the small talk, and then we start a conversation. But keep recording afterwards because conversations happen. That's a great point. And basically, as we are talking about this whole interview experience, I was thinking about, if you could formulate to yourself some of the most important skills that an interviewer should kind of like focus on or improve to become better, or if you look at your journey as an interviewer, what are some of the things that made you a really great interviewer? What do you think?
I think falling down. Having bad interviews made me a better interviewer. I had an interview one time with a guy, and I've never revealed his name, and I've never aired the clip. I know that John Lee Dumas had a bad interview with Gene Simmons, and he talks about it all the time. I've never done that, but there was this guy, I loved his book, was a real big fan. We got in the interview. I did his bio. And then I said, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself in case those that don't know you may want to learn a little bit more? And he said, well, that's a waste of time. They can just Google me. And that's how it started, right? And it was just very cold. And for 5 minutes, it just got worse and worse. We weren't live, so that interview never aired. And I said to him, it was hard to say because I was a big fan of his work, but I said,
Wow.
I don't think this is a good fit. Maybe we need to move on. And so my point of that is, Tibor, that made me better because it got me bold enough. It took me 5 minutes. It should have happened in the first minute, but it took me 5 minutes to say, you know what, we don't have a good energy. It's time to be done, basically. So having those both, I guess we'll say, be put over the fire at times and then also make mistakes. One I can share, I did an interview with Marianne Williamson. So Marianne Williamson, in the interview, her staff was going to send me a copy of the book, but it was all short notice and they didn't. And so I asked a couple of questions that if I would have had the book, I wouldn't have asked. So she said, well, did you get a copy of the book? And she knew we were pre-recorded. She didn't say it live. I said, no, actually, I didn't. And she goes, oh, well, I thought you had it. And then she said, because what you asked there, I answer that, what have you. And she said, did you want to just do the interview another time? And you and I both know you get an interview guest that big on, you're not going to wait another time because you might never get it again. So I said, no, look, now that I know that, I'll stay on track and stay in alignment. Well, that made me better because she got me out on that. Now, I hadn't done anything wrong, but it put me over the fire and it made me, I think, a little bit better as an interviewer. So the mistakes I've made and the times I've been tested would be the two times. I know our guest coming up shortly talks about chaos. So the chaos that's happened in interviews, that's made me better, I feel.
Wow. And what did you learn from that? I'm just, thinking, and what are some of the biggest learnings from that for you?
I feel the biggest learnings is a couple things. One, that people are people, and I mean that on both sides. The people listening know things happen. Yeah. And typically the people that are being interviewed, if they've been interviewed a lot, they know things happen. So first of all, I've learned that we all put our pants on the same way. And, as long as your heart's in the right place, you can recover from it. And then I also have learned that the more times you do that, the better you're going to get at it. So the more times you run into a struggle or a challenge as a podcaster or an interviewer, the tougher time you're going to have, but also the better you're going to get at getting out of those situations. If you've only ever had, what do they call it, fly balls or whatever, if you only ever had softballs, then you're never going to get to that point where you need to get to whenever you have a hard ball come at you. So I would say I've learned that it's never the end of the road, and there's always an opportunity to learn from what just happened.
Wow, it's pretty amazing. And I was thinking about your current Corey, and how do you conduct interviews nowadays? Most of the time, do you follow your intuition and gut in the conversations? Because you said you don't really prepare questions and stuff. So what are some of the things that you focus on in a conversation?
So I would say, because I go with intuition, if I ask a question, then what I do is I look so I have two things going on. What is my overall goal from the interview? Mm-hmm. And once I know what the overall goal is, once I hear their answer, how can I stay on that goal and take me in that right direction? So I gave the example. Let's say if I'm talking to a business leader or CEO, and we're talking about how he built this business from nothing. Yeah. But we talked earlier, I didn't know he was a foster child and homeless. Well, then he tells me that part. Then I'm going to say, okay, so now I know that probably something in his childhood and all the stuff he went through there made him a better CEO. So my intuition goes, okay, now I need to dive deeper into that to see what did he learn during that experience that made him a better CEO.
Yeah. Wow. That's a great example. And I love that. I kind of like, I'm experimenting to get there where I use less questions, less prepared questions, so to speak, for an interview. I have basically a North Star. I kind of like know the story of the guest, know what they are up to and so on and so forth. And I basically, in the conversation, I just go with the flow. Corey, it's been amazing. And as we are coming to the end of this episode, I wanted to ask you about maybe book recommendations that the listeners can have a look at to become better interviewers or speakers even, or communicators, or maybe you can recommend somebody as a podcaster, as a host to listen to so that we can all learn from those resources.
Yeah, happy to. So I think the first person that comes to mind as far as a book is John Lee Dumas's podcast book. And I don't have the exact name in front of me, but He has a podcast book. I think it's the most popular podcast book that's been released, probably because of his massive following. I think I have it over my shelf, but my eyes are good, but not that good. But he has a book on podcasting that I highly recommend. There's also a book that I recommend, which is not related to podcasting, but you mentioned speaking, which is The Presentation Secrets of Steve Jobs. You learn so much about storytelling, about working in threes, all these things that carry over into podcasting. So I would say that's a secondary one. And then I would just say study the greats, and whether people like, let's say, Lewis Howe or Joe Rogan or John Lee Dumas or Pat Flynn, these guys are grizzled veterans in the podcasting world. I mean, they know their stuff. So watch what they do. Watch how they, you don't want to become the next Joe Rogan. You want to become the first insert name here. But watch what they do and study what they do and see how you can take what they're doing and bring it into your style. So I would say watch the greats. Check out John Lee Dumas's podcasting book, which I wish I had the name in front of me, but if you search John Lee Dumas on Amazon for podcasting, you'll find it. And The Presentation Secrets of Steve Jobs by Carmine Gallo.
Wow, that's awesome. Thanks for sharing, Corey. And my last question is, what's the best way to connect with you, and what is your vision, podcast vision, let's say, for the future, interviewer vision?
So best way to get in touch with me, we didn't really talk about Blue Talks today, that was, on my side, I didn't bring it up, but Blue Talks is really, for me, how I describe it is it's like if Chicken Soup for the Soul and TEDx had a baby, it would be Blue Talks. And so Blue Talks is our kind of full brand. And so I would say check us out on bluetalks.com. And that's blue without the E. So BLUtalks.com, because you can find stuff about me there, but you can also check out all our platforms there. So that's where I would send people to find out more about me. My vision for the future with podcasting is, I have 2 podcasts now, plus we have the Blue Talks podcast, and I took a break from my 2 podcasts for a bit. I believe that podcasting is about consistency, so you're better to break for a few months than you are to just try to randomly put stuff out. So I took a break. I'm going all in and back in. I feel like podcasting, we're still at the start of it. I just heard the numbers that we went from less than 1 million podcasters to 1.4 million pre versus post pandemic. So the last 7 months. So it's in 3 years. Tim Allison was on yesterday, said 500,000 when he started 3 years ago. Now we're at almost 5 million. So almost 3 times the amount of podcasters in that amount of time. They wouldn't be jumping on at that level if there also wasn't listeners coming on at that level. And so I feel we're just at the start of it. So my vision is to stick with podcasting and to ride this beautiful wave.
Yeah, it's a great medium. I couldn't agree more, and one of the fastest growing ones. And Corey, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate this conversation.
Absolutely, Tibor. It's been an absolute pleasure. I thank you so much. I honor you, and thanks for being here, my friend. Thanks for bringing me on, and we'll call it a to be continued, because I know we're bringing you on my show in the very near future. So let's call it a to be continued.
Yeah, thank you so much, Corey. Have an awesome day.
Awesome, you too. Thanks so much, Tibor. Wow. I'm going to bring our co-host on for the day.
Here I am. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Hi, Elise.
Hey, how are you? I didn't expect to be brought on so quickly. Let me make sure everything's okay.
Well, I want to maximize our time because I know we went over just slightly there, so I wanted to jump right in. And you and I chatted beforehand, and we said you might as well and should come on as my co-host after that, because we did a really flip your script there, where Tibor was interviewing me for his podcast, and I thought, how cool is that? When we're on podcasting day, to be interviewed on a pre-recorded podcast that's going to air later with it. So it's almost like riddle with an enigma. We were in like a show within a show.
Well, and it's also showing our viewers how flexible it is. Like, you can be on a live, we can pull it off. Like, I love StreamYard, and I'm not pitching StreamYard or giving it a plug, officially in any way. But I just love that you can have your lives, your video cast, and use it in that arena, and you can also podcast and pull the audio off. So I think it's brilliant. I mean, everybody here can really pull their audio and use it for a podcast should they decide to launch, if they're not already in podcasting.
100%. And having said that, because we went a few over, I want to bring our first official guest on right away to maximize her time, if that's okay with you, Elise.
Absolutely. I look forward to meeting her.
Awesome. So our first guest is Dr. Karen Hardy. So Karen, I'm so excited to have you here with us today. And Karen, I want to bring you right on. So to make it quicker than if I were doing a long bio, Karen, can you tell us a little bit about yourself for those that are just discovering you for the first time today.
Hey, Karen. Nice
Absolutely. Hey, how you doing? And Corey, I just want to thank you for having me here. I'm just really excited and honored to be one of your guests during this Amplify Your Message event. So very excited. Quick one. I'm a native Washingtonian, born and raised on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. Come from a big family of 8 siblings. Add the mother and father, 10. Grew up in a very small house. So early on, I learned about establishing alliances and, collaboration at a very young age, and how to, get to the front of the line before someone else does. So some of those things still follow me even to this day. I spent most of my career in risk management, about 15 years. A lot of people don't even know what that is, but that's why I started the podcast, to make people, understand what it is. And I spent, most of my time doing, a lot of writing and podcasting, and have had a great career in both, private industry and Citibank and public sector. And now I'm just in a position where I've grown past the technical piece and at a different point in my life where it's all about mission and helping people get to where they want to go.
Wow, I love that. And it's funny, I'm looking on the screen and I see flip your script and flip this risk.
I know, I love it, girl. Right on. It's all about
Definitely.
flipping it.
It's all about flipping it. So Karen, what I'm going to do, which is a bit unique here, if that's okay, and then I want to dive into some questions with you as well. But we had a couple of questions that came up while I was being interviewed. And because I knew Tibor had me on his show, I didn't want to tackle those questions, obviously, because then I'd be taking over his show. So I thought, if you're okay, maybe I'll bring the questions up now and get your take on them. So
okay, sound good.
Because it's actually general questions. It's not specifically for me or Tibor. And so one lady asks, Sherry McQueen asks, any advice for anyone wanting to get started in podcasting? So you've been in it now a little while. I'd love to get your take on that. Any advice?
You know what? My biggest advice is to, make sure you're true to yourself for doing it. One of the things is that there's a lot of work in podcasting. It's not a passive activity. You have to, put your all into it, your energy and your heart into it. It has to be something that's driving you to do it, not because everyone else is doing it. I've never been a crowd follower. And this is not a time for people to follow the crowds. It's about, is podcasting something that will help you help other people? And are you dedicated and committed to, applying that energy and resources to get that point across, no matter how good or bad it is? Whether you have 2 listeners or 20,000, it's the same type of, approach that you should have in terms of attitude and, purpose in being involved. So there's no pre-qualifications here. Anyone can start their podcast. No, so there's no pre-qualifications. The only true test is, as you said before, Corey, is consistency and being committed to the work. And I think that's what the difference is.
I love that. So I'm going to now pose the second question to you that came up. Was this person said, I struggle with that question. And I know the context here, but he said, I struggle with that question. What do they want to learn? And this was because Tibor and I were talking about your ideal listener. And he said, how do you come up with questions? And I said, well, I'm my ideal listener. I know that I'm my ideal listener for my show. So I asked the questions I'd want the answers to, because I feel my ideal listener probably wants those same answers. But he struggles with him being a guest on shows. What does the audience want to learn? And he says, as a disruptor, it is what is the possibility. So I'm not sure what he means by that part, but he's a disruptor, and he's saying, I struggle with what the audience wants to learn. So I guess the question I'll pose to you, Karen, is how do you decide what your audience wants to learn and then get that out of the interviewee?
Well, you know what? I think I'm blessed in this area because I used to be my interviewee, that is. The person that's sitting in the seat is me. I'm actually asking myself questions because we come from the same industry, or we've touched the same type of work. And so we come across, so we have some levels of, some things in common already, whether the guest knows it or not. So I'm very selective about my guests because I see something in them whereby I know that if I ask them that question, it will help me do the work that I'm trying to, educate my listeners on. So I already have a sense of, what the interviewee can bring to the table. But the questions I ask are, it's like asking myself the same question.
I love that. And like I said, I take the same approach. The last question that was posed while I was on that I thought I'll get you to tackle, and then I'll give my thoughts on one of these. But as the person wanting to be on podcasts, so interviewee again, wanting to be interviewed, do you have suggestions on how I can create this initial relationship? So what he's asking here, of course, is how does he get on your show? Not specifically yours, but how does he get on a host show? How does he get on a podcast?
Well, you know what? Again, I would advise they use the same techniques I use to get someone on my show. It's, especially when people don't know you. So that's a cold call via the internet, right? So you have to find a way to warm up to them. So it takes time to look at the background of the person whose show you want to be on, and then make the connection between the two. For instance, if I am looking to ask a certain person to be on my show, I know a little bit about the work that they do, but I'm being very honest. I just want another body on my show. I want someone who can connect with the message. So my email or whatever message that I send to them, I would probably say, listen, I've seen some of your work on LinkedIn or YouTube or Instagram. I'm very impressed with it. You're really making a difference. And I think that your message fits with what I'm trying to do, and you can really reach a lot of people and make a change in their lives. Would you be interested in my podcast? Here's a couple of people I've interviewed previously, and here's a link to the show if you wanted to see it or what it looks like. What do you think? Let me know. Appreciate your time. Something like that is what I would suggest.
No, I love that. And I think it works on both sides of the fence, whether you're wanting to get a guest, whether you're wanting to get a guest spot, because it's a relationship, really. You're saying, I respect you. I love what you're doing. And, you're not trying to make it like, please come on my show. And at the same time, you're not trying to say, get on my show because it can help me. You're just saying, hey, I love what you do. And I make contact. And the only other thing I would add that, because I know he asked the question also from the perspective of how do you build a relationship to get on a show? What I would say, this is something I would have done if I started earlier, is I would who's getting interviewed on a lot of shows, and then I would reach out to that person and add value for their life, because that person knows a whack of hosts on shows.
That's true.
They're going to be able to introduce you to people, but you got to deliver value for them. It can't be manipulative. But I would reach out and say, this person's a mover shaker on podcasts. Maybe I build a connection with them, and maybe there's either connection for both of us to go on shows together, or at the very least, if they like what I'm doing and what I'm sharing, they might say, hey, I should introduce you to so-and-so. Or you might, after you build a relationship, say, hey, I'm trying to get on podcasts. I see you're doing a lot of them. Any suggestions? So
I love that, Corey, because think about it, how we met. I was just going about my business, and I've been doing the podcast I have for 2 years. It didn't start out the way it is now. I started it, and I wasn't even thinking about podcasting the way it is now. I was just thinking, I'm in a field that is highly technical. How do I find a way to educate people to understand risk management better? So I was thinking, let me just break it down and do these quick videos, which were horrible, by the way, but I still keep them up on YouTube. But I was just, videotaping myself talking about a subject, and then I would, nervously post it on LinkedIn or Facebook for the professionals who be interested in that, thinking, wow, when I post this, I'm gonna look so unprofessional, and my reputation would be in the garbage. And so I started to do that. Maybe got 1 review, maybe got 2 reviews, right? And I started with the consistency. And as you noted one time we were talking, you said that the reason why you wanted me to be a guest or to make the connections that you made for me was because I was being consistent and I showed up. And I think that's what people miss, showing up and being consistent.
Absolutely, 100%. And, it's funny because we had Anthony Trucks on 2 days ago. Anthony's a 3-time American Ninja Warrior, former NFL linebacker. And I asked him how he get to know Brendan Burchard, and he showed up, is what he said. I went to the event. Yeah. They spotted me. They kind of plucked me out and said, we like your story. And he said, I didn't care. I wasn't trying to get to know Brendan. He said, I was a football player. I knew celebrities. That wasn't my thing. He said, I wanted to know how they did these amazing events. So he said, can I volunteer? And then he showed up as a volunteer, not getting paid, working probably harder than people were getting paid to be there. So
right.
So I think that's the answer to a lot of our woes. What does Steve Martin say? Be so good they can't ignore you. So show up and be so good that they notice this. In that case, Anthony Trucks probably lifting the heavy boxes when he's not even getting paid to be there. And the interesting part is then he became security for him and another guy, security for Brendan's event. And the last time I seen him at Brendan's events, the last 2 times, he was one of the keynotes on the stage speaking to whatever it is, 8,000 people or 5,000 people because he showed up.
Yeah, it can. That's right. It can actually happen, and then you end up interviewing Mark Victor Hansen, and then he gives a good quote. I wasn't even expecting that.
Well, and that's what we were saying. I was saying earlier to Tibor is, it doesn't mean that's how it's going to come. They might email you after or what have you, but keep the thing rolling. And then obviously you always want to ask permission, but keep the thing rolling because you never know what could come out if you did a great job. And part of that thing probably is you showed up. And I mean, I'm passionate. I said this earlier, but here we are, whatever amount of years I've been interviewing, I'm just as passionate to interview somebody today as I was when I started. Maybe more so passionate. The other thing I would say for the person last, just to finish tackling this question here, the last thing I would say about being on, and I've said this numerous times this week, but if you want to get interviews and be on podcasts, and it doesn't have to be weekly or daily, but if you start your own podcast, you're going to increase your ability to get interviews, whether we like that or not. Steve Olsher was on yesterday with New Media Summit and Podcast Magazine. Like you said, he's not going to always book podcasters over somebody else because, of course, they've shared the story lots. And also, as he said, not all podcasters or hosts are also good interviewees. But
That's true.
Is if somebody reaches out to me and says, hey, I got a show and I know you'd be a good fit, Karen, and I think I'd be a good fit for your show. Would you like to look at maybe appearing on each of the shows? You're probably going to listen to that more because I'm offering you a benefit too than you are, somebody sending you a random email saying you need to put so-and-so on your show. So I would say have your own podcast, but at the same time, you said it earlier, it's a lot of work. So even if you're only doing it once a month, that's easier to show up to 12 times a year. You still have a better chance of getting interviews. And also, you never know. Your show could take off and you could decide you want to be a full-time podcaster. Who knows? You
have to balance the two. I don't think it's one or none, right? Or one or the other. I think it's a little bit of both. I enjoy interviewing people for the main reason. My podcast serves really as a research lab. The questions I'm asking are research questions, okay, to generate empirical research. I'm a social scientist. So I'm collecting this information of thought from these diversity of thinkers and, coming together and putting this together as a story to share with other people. So it's very deliberate the way I actually go about my podcasting. Some questions I don't go by, it's not structured. It's not a structured interview. It is more informal, but there are a couple of questions I make sure that I do ask. And I purposely put in very personal questions in there because of the nature of the topic that I'm talking about, risk management, because I want to make it relatable, right? So I do that, and then it relaxes my speakers. A lot of the guests I have, are high-level folks, so they, you have to, these are big personalities, so you have to somehow make them relax and create this vulnerability that otherwise you wouldn't get, and they feel comfortable to just sharing the information, and that begins to come through, especially with the video piece of the interviews that I do. So my podcast is a platform for research questions, number one, that I do. Two, no one really owes you anything. No one really has to have you as a guest on their podcast. It's a wonderful and grateful thing if they do invite you, and that's my attitude. No one owes me a thing. And so I'm always thankful for getting an invitation. But I do want to know a little bit about, the audience that I'm talking to and, their relationship with their particular audience.
Well, I love what you said there. And we talked about this a couple of times, but I think it's important. And also, you never know who's tuning in today versus yesterday. But we talked about what you just said there is nobody owes you anything. And I think sometimes people get it backwards, especially today's world where we're all looking for the short, quick fix. But we had Larry Wingate a couple of days ago, and he's very passionate and says what he feels. And he said, I'm so tired of people reaching out to me saying, hey, we want you to come on our event, but you need to email your list 5 times. And they don't have a list, the person organizing it. Now, I get it if somebody somebody reaches out to me that I know. Let's say, use the example, but he was on the first day, Kevin Harrington, from Shark Tank.
Yeah.
I don't know the number, but let's say Kevin has 100,000 on his email list. And he reaches out and says, Corey, we're doing a summit, but everybody on the summit has to have 10,000 people and email it, but I'm going to email to my 100,000. well, then he's still doing me a favor. But if somebody comes to me and they don't have any list at all, and they say, well, I want everybody in this event to email to 10,000 people 5 times, who's doing who a favor here? So Larry's saying, I'm tired of people reaching me wanting to get my list whenever they don't actually have anything they're offering me. And so I think that's a problem now, is that, to your point, you have to realize who's doing who a favor. If you're bringing somebody on your podcast and this is their second interview ever, and then they're coming to you with 10 demands or show up later, all that stuff, it's, they need to remember that in a lot of ways, in this case, you're doing them a favor.
Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes, Corey, starting out, you don't have a list. Let's be honest. It's not a big list. It's not 10,000 names on a list, but you have something else I think people overlook. You can leverage the exposure that you have. For instance, I'm in an industry. I'm in a professional industry, so I'm turning it around. I may not have a list, but I am giving you the opportunity so a different industry of professionals can see you, but they know me, so they trust me. So it may not be a list; it's something more intangible. I have trust from an industry, and I can put you on a platform to introduce you, because even industries are very particular about who they work with.
Absolutely, yeah, and to that point, in this circumstance too, I mean. And that's something that some take into account and some don't. But this is one of those scenarios where, somebody's saying, let's all pull together. But then they make it like, in some ways, by saying, okay, you have 9,999. Oh, sorry, you were so close. But you can't. I mean, again, if they have 0 on their list, well, how, in my opinion, how dare you say to somebody else that has 99 whatever that, they can't be on your event? Now, it's their event. It's their choice. But I'm just getting at, we sometimes forget where the favor comes in. It's like if you went to an event like that and then you approach somebody like Seth Godin, or you approach somebody like Les Brown and say, well, we're going to reach 100,000 people on the event, so you'd be foolish not to come on it. No, they're doing your a favor. They're bringing people to your event.
That's true. That's true.
Who's helping who? And again, it doesn't mean that anybody's more important than somebody else. It just means that we have to recognize, like you said, nobody needs to have you on their podcast. So if they do, then it should be a win-win.
But I think people need to also understand the tiers in which they're entering the podcasting. I think they need to know which tier are you. If you don't have a list of 10,000, I mean, I can't trade off. It's about trading off, right? Trade-offs, right? If I have 100,000, then I'm definitely. It goes back to what you're saying. Yeah, then I can reach out and we could do, some type of collaboration, because I have this asset, you have that asset, and it's one-to-one, or maybe one-to-many. That type of thing. But if you don't, you need to know what tier you are at, and maybe you'll get lucky, right? Once in a while. But I guess it doesn't, it goes back to, people just didn't wake up with those lists. They've been working and grinding to get that list to where it is over years. So that's a big asset, and no one just turns that over to anybody.
Well, I like what you just said about tiers, because it makes me think about as well the idea of, if you want to get on shows, you also maybe have to know what tier you're at as far as shows. Like there's now, honestly, I was hard when I first started to get on any media appearance at all when it was traditional media. I get that. But podcasting now, we had Jeff Hazlett on the other day, who has C-Suite. He said that they, in a year, based on the number of hosts they have, they're looking for 6,000 guests a year. So now, I forget what the number of requests he said. I think they get like 100 requests a day. But my point of this is, there's no shortage of podcasts, 1.4 million. So you can get on a podcast literally every day of the week if you're just starting from scratch today. But it goes back to the tiers. You have to also understand that maybe you're not ready for a podcast that's been around 5 years if this is your first interview ever. Now, is that not to say that some hosts go, I love this story. I want to be I want to bring you into our audience. I want to introduce you to the world. If the host does that, great. But what I'm saying is, people go, well, I can't get on the Ziegler show. Well, the Ziegler show has whatever million.
Not yet.
Yeah, you may have a little lower. Now, could you land a spot on the Ziegler show? Maybe you meet the host of the show. I won't say his name because I don't want him to get bogged down with people reaching out. People know Tom Ziegler's name, so it's Tom. Like Tom's not the host, but also you may know Tom. They might say, "Hey, I love your story. I want you on the show. I know you haven't done any other shows. We're pre-recorded. We'll introduce you. We'll ease you in." That can happen, but you and I both are there, and that's not what happens every day. No. So again, I think it's also important to say, well, why don't I get on 10 smaller shows? Then the risk isn't as high. You talk about risk. The risk isn't as high if I screw up. And also then I have 10 shows to show the Ziegler show when I approach them.
Yeah, you have to have something to talk about. I think you have to have something to talk about. When you're starting from zero, it doesn't, I mean, I'm not going to turn down, podcasts just to be doing it, to be a guest. I'm still looking and doing guest appearances. And matter of fact, I'm trying to manage my time in terms of, because, hosting versus and putting that together versus I got to find time now to break out when I'm going to do interviews. So I need to balance those two things. But I think it's important also that we practice the craft. Learn how to, what do you sound like when you're talking to another, on another podcast? Your message sounds different when you're being interviewed, right? Based on the questions the interviewer is actually asking you. And so I found that out myself. I was interviewed by one podcast who was all about remote working. So they were just asking me questions. There was no list or anything like that. My thing is that I either know my stuff or I don't. And I need to be able to do my elevated pitch while I'm talking on a podcast without having notes. Right. So, and they came up with some excellent questions because I hear myself all the time. Right. I'm hearing myself all the time. So I'm a little tone deaf as a podcaster. So being an interview on other people's shows help you with that tone deafness that you have and hear what other people's perspective is, because they may not understand what you do or how it impacts other people. It gives you the chance to rehearse. So there's a lot of value to being on being a guest.
So here's a question then for you that somebody asked. Well, Tibor asked me earlier today, actually live. So I'm saying somebody. It happened.
It just happened.
He asked me about the early days.
Early days.
Well, I've been doing it 9 years, so it's like, yeah, that's a long time ago.
That's a long time. How many is that in dog years, right? That's a long time.
Well, he asked me, did you start with a prepared list of questions? And when did you move away from that? And what have you? And I started with and moved away from it. I don't think there's any right or wrong answer to that. But Karen, I don't know how you work in that way. Like, did you start with questions? Do you still ask? Like, do you still have a list of questions in front of you? And again, we're on a podcast. A lot of times there's no video even. So there's no right or wrong answer to this. It's not bad or good. But I just love to get your take on how you work with questions.
Oh, yeah. I have a list of questions. They're standard questions. I create these standard questions that I would ask and I pull from. And when it's the right moment, I'll ask that question. As I said before, there are key questions I absolutely must ask them, right? For instance, one of my questions is, what's the biggest risk you've ever taken? Of course, I have to ask that question. If I don't ask, if I don't ask anything else, that's fine. But I have to ask that one. And then the rest of it is pretty intuitive, based on instinct and the engagement of the conversation. You can't fake being an interviewer. You have to know and really in tune with what you're doing, informing and getting information from somebody. I don't think there's enough questions you can actually just run off because it doesn't come across as being authentic and you lose that. So, but when I do the podcast, I not only do the audio piece, I also do the video piece. So I do that intentionally and I warm them up and let them know, here are a couple of questions I'm going to ask you before I push this record button, right? But trust me, we're going to talk a little bit about that. And I, ask them a few questions before the record button goes on. But they have an understanding of where this is leading. And I pretty much have a plot for my interviews. I know where I'm going with this.
So do you get asked as an interviewer, do you ever get asked from them, can you send me the questions in advance?
Some have. It's just to make them feel comfortable. So I send them a list saying that here are a list of the possible questions I'm going to pull from, so you get a sense of what it's all about. And also encourage them to listen to one of the episodes I've done. They don't have to listen to the whole thing, but at least listen to hear what the flow is. Some of them get to that, some of them don't. Some of these folks have done interviews many times, so they're not too shocked about that. But, it makes the guests feel comfortable, to know that, I want to know what you're going to ask me. Really, that's about trust. And people need to feel comfortable about that.
Yeah, I find I've been on drive time shows a lot. And some of them that kind of blindsided. They said, here's one of our shows, and they send me the show that's like the easy, comfortable show. But then when they get me on the air, they're like just like attack dogs.
Bait and switch there.
Yeah, I've did some of those, and admittedly, those aren't easy. But I don't think they would even if they sent me the questions, because it's their, like, I had one show where there's like the host, and then he has like 4 people, almost like it was almost like you're on Howard Stern, but it's like when Howard Stern just started. Now on Howard Stern he's laid back, but it'd be like when you're on Howard Stern when he first started, and you also have all his sidekicks that are also throwing questions at you, and they're making sounds like they're playing dog sounds. Like, that's the type of environment it's almost impossible to prepare for. But outside of that, the reason I bring that up is because outside of that, I think 99% of the shows you go on, they want you to succeed.
Yeah, they do. They absolutely do, because there's an end game here, right? Are we just doing this for the heck of it? I mean, there's other things all of us could be doing. There has to be an end game here. How does this play a role in all of that? Where are you going with this? Does all this help to funnel and, just fill the story and a message we're trying to push across to people? I feel that every time I do an interview on my podcast or go as a guest on another podcast, I'm actually spreading that story and that message and imparting knowledge and wisdom to that person. And hopefully they'll turn around and spread that in another way. And I feel that for me, that's my milestone. That's my measurement of success. Not the number of listeners, not the number of plays and things like that. Even though we've been doing pretty good in terms of uptick, in terms of the number of plays that we're getting, people resharing. It's really, don't despise the day of small beginnings, as they say.
I love that. Well, and so one other quick question I want to ask you, Karen, and then I'm going to bring Elise back on here, just in case she has some questions for you as well. But what I want to ask you with that, as far as you talk end game, so I'm curious, do you have obviously you said it's a research podcast, so that's part of the end game. But is there an end game in terms of, did you launch this to monetize it? And is there an end game as far as that goes? Or is that, as part of that just to build your own brand? Or I'm just curious what sort of your goal is with the podcast. In that
all of that. I started out, I was not thinking about monetization when I started out. I didn't know what that was for a podcast. I was just doing it because I felt my, the people I was teaching and my colleagues needed a different way to learn about risk management. And I enjoy talking, so I just decided to record myself and break up a subject. But now that I've been in it for some time, I'm seeing that it's great to leverage the podcast as one of the assets to create content, because that's very important now. Even as just a professional, you have to have content, and you can't be everywhere. So you can't physically be everywhere. So you need content to be on social media to spread that message and everything. So my end game is now to monetize it and finding ways to do it. But I think that's the benefit of it. That's what I get out of it, because I invest a lot of time and energy in the product. So yeah, I'm definitely looking at the monetization side of it and finding streams of income to actually come out of this.
Well, and I'm glad you added that. And I am bringing Elise on, but just to finish that thought, one of the things that with podcasting that a lot of people don't realize is that there's a lot of people, and again, anything I say here, there's no good or bad, but there's a lot of people that it is the side hustle. And you see the show, you see them at the events, you think this person's crushing it. They probably don't even have to work. And then when you get to talking to them, if you've been doing podcasting well, they're running, and again, no good or bad, running the podcast out of the basement. They're doing it's a side hustle. They're making this much money from the podcast. But all their listeners who love them think they're just crushing it financially. And that's a misnomer in podcasting. I find it hard for people to figure out how to monetize podcasting.
Well, I don't think it's direct monetization of the podcast. It's an add-on on some other thing that you offer. Okay. Like I have courses. I have a Flip This Risk Academy. I have a consulting business. So this is just another avenue to get my message out and across in a crowded where there's many voices out there. It's to help set me apart from other people. So it's an add-on. It's not the sole source of, income for me. And hopefully it's not for other folks. It has to be one of the things in this suite of tools that they can actually take advantage of.
Yeah, and to that point, the ones I'm referring to a lot of times, they don't have any suite of tools, so it's just like they haven't figured out how to monetize it, but everybody thinks they have, is what I'm getting at. But to your point, I mean, if you look at the bigger names in the, let's call it the thought leader space, somebody like a Dave Ramsey in the financial space, I mean, podcast is just one part of the Dave Ramsey financial consulting world or empire.
Right.
Part of that. The podcast, to me, it's they're all different, almost on part of an umbrella. They're all different parts of it that you come in one way or another, but the big umbrella is Dave Ramsey's brand.
Well, it's a marketing tool.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
A marketing tool, and you can use it on multiple platforms.
It's branding for me. It's part of my brand. Flip This Risk is a brand. It's a trademark brand. Podcasting is putting that brand out there in front of people, reaching people who don't listen to podcasts. Maybe they look at video. So we have a YouTube channel, right, to balance that out. And then you have the courses. Well, maybe you just want to learn something, understand what risk management is. You have the courses. And then I'm consulting. I have business that's not even online, offline, customers and clients doing what I do. So it's a combination of those, but it's under, as you said, under the umbrella of the big brand. And then starting to do books and things like that.
Love it. So Elise, I want to give you an opportunity to ask Karen any questions you might have.
Well, one of the questions was going to be, what do you offer? How do you offer it? And where do we find you?
Great question. It's been a learning process for me every day that I'm doing this. I'm a baby in this, 2 years, but as I told Corey, the most important thing is consistency. Consistency is the vitamin that makes you grow.
I like
the more
that.
consistent you are.
That's a great mind seed, girl. I love that. Consistency is what helps you grow, right? The fertilizer. It's how you cultivate.
It is. And I'm
just... Consistency is the... I want to put that in the comments.
Consistency is the seed.
It's the vitamin. It's the vitamin.
Or the vitamin. So it's like the fertilizer, right?
Yeah.
To help you grow.
It's definitely. And I'm speaking from my own experience. I'm doing this in real time of how I've been growing. So what I found is that the more I do the podcast, the posting, reminding people, putting it in front of them, because I'm enjoying it. And because I'm enjoying it, and with that consistency, I'm growing. I see little spurts of growth, right? And it's part of the brand. So what I'm doing now is risk management. We're in this pandemic, and it's been crazy. And what I've been doing as a professional, I've been doing risk management for 15 years. So it's natural to me. I've been watching the responses of people based on this event that has happened, and I couldn't help but feel bad. I felt bad because I was thinking, as a professional, I understand what this means and how to deal with and how to respond to it. But the everyday person may not. And they think that it's a skill that's only reserved for those in big business, big corporations. Big corporations, they hire people full-time to do risk management. There's a reason why. But people don't understand that this is something for small businesses too. The one-person shop. You too can have the same skill set that these multi-million-dollar corporations and CEOs and CFOs are practicing every day. The pandemic has made us realize this is a necessity. It's not an option. You must understand how to manage risk. Everybody needs to do that, and I feel strongly about that. So one of the things I'm doing is kicking off a global education initiative where I've produced a very short online course for every business across the world. Just take the course. I just want people to be introduced to the term and idea of how you manage risk, because I want them to be prepared for the next thing. This is not the last thing we'll see, because risk is just part of life. Uncertainty is part of it. The key is, how do you manage it? And that's a skill set. So I'm taking my time, resources, and came up with this course. It's called Flip This Risk 24/7. It's a global risk education initiative. You can go to flipthisriskacademy.com, and the button is right there. Or you can go to courses.flipthisriskacademy.com. Just go there. It's free. And I want small businesses to share it amongst themselves. Just take the course. You get a certificate at the end. You can share that with your creditor, with your bank. Other people need to be comfortable that you know how to manage your risk before I get in partnership with you. And that's very important. That's very important moving forward.
So the certification, let's say I go and take this course, which sounds very interesting. And I think
Yeah.
everybody in their everyday lives could actually learn from having the tools in their toolbox to recognize that there's going to be global plot twists, or there's going to be
Oh, yes.
everyday plot twists in your life. And I feel like these things can be applied, in everyday lives. But so is this a certificate that I would download? Is it something that's recognized? Would it be recognized? In the industry?
Well, in the industry, yes. I'm glad you
Okay.
said that. In risk management industry, because of how I'm positioned in the industry.
Okay, great.
I've written a risk management textbook, okay, that's being used in universities and been Amazon bestseller. I wrote it for the U.S. federal government. So
wow.
I've been
Just
around.
throw that out there, like, whatever, girl. Sure, by the way that I'm positioned.
By the way, I'm just saying that I'm established in my field. So,
right.
And I'm training all the time, people all the time. So I'm just saying I wanted to extend this.
Yes.
Because I don't think people don't know what they need. Sometimes they need to be informed about what they need. They only know what they do. Right. So this is to help them strengthen this skill set. Every small business person should at least know and understand. What I can guarantee is that they'll walk away with, wow, I didn't know that. Because that's the response I've gotten by being a guest on other podcasts to talk about the subject. And after the interviews, they would say, wow, I didn't think of it that way. To me, that's success. So I just wanted them to have some tangible to show that they have actually done the training and that is there. I think that people will begin to appreciate the fact that someone who owns an enterprise took time to understand how to value assets and understand managing risk, especially with the pandemic and COVID, and what is pretty much a teachable moment for most of us.
Yeah, exactly. I call it the global plot twist.
Yeah.
So I posted in the comments, it's flipthisriskacademy.com. Is that where we can find your book as well and more information on what you provide, programs, coaching, consulting?
Exactly. Absolutely.
Perfect. So there you go. It's a one-stop shop. I love it. It's easy.
Well, and you have to make it easy.
Exactly. And is your podcast also on there? So if somebody wanted to go and go back and listen to your archives and your podcast, upcoming podcast.
Right. Well, I'll link it together. The podcast is designed to make it relatable because people don't understand risk management terminology. Right. No one does. No one cares for the most part. So the interviews is pretty much just taking the principles of risk and just crumbling it up into grinding it up in details like sugar.
I like
it makes it
little
sweet.
Ingredients.
Yeah, to make it attractive to people so it's easier to swallow. And then people start to realize, oh, I am doing that. I never thought about that. But it's a structured way to do it to make it beneficial to you. You don't have to be surprised by things. You can actually know about these things and then prepare so that the impact isn't as great.
Right. Right. I love it. I think that's great. I'm excited. I'm going to go and take a look at it myself because I've never really thought about, like the steps, the formula. I call it the ingredients for the signature dish, but the recipe for flipping the risk and being in charge, being on top of it. I think that's important.
Yeah, sign up for sure. It's a waiting list when you get there because it kicks off on October the 5th. Then you'll get access, but at least you'll be enrolled and just take it. And
that's key.
Yeah,
that's
an
key.
overview.
So October 5th. So we want anybody who's listening, who's interested, to hop on, sign up, and get ready because October 5th around the corner.
It's around the corner. And I'm going to my goal is to educate as many people as possible and make it easy to understand. There's no excuse this time. It's free training. These are international. This training is based on international standards that I've been involved in. And but it's made simple so that the basic business person can understand it. But it's a body of knowledge for professional development to have. People should know this.
Well, I'm going to step out on a limb here because Corey and I haven't discussed this, but Corey, I think we should add that into an email and send it out to all your people and let them know that this opportunity is available. And it's coming up October 5th. Is that something that we can do?
Yeah, well, what I'm doing is I'm sending it a summary of the whole 5 days. And
so let's add that link in there.
So that link will be in there as well, Karen. So we'll include you in the link to make sure people know.
I got your back, girl.
I appreciate it. So it's flipthisriskacademy.com, and it's also courses.flipthisriskacademy. Both of them take you to the same place.
Okay, I put that one link in, so we'll just leave it there.
That sounds good.
Awesome, Karen. Dr. Karen Hardy, this has been an absolute pleasure. I knew it would be. I know you enough to know you were going to knock it out of the park. So I thank you. As always, I'll call it a to be continued, my friend.
Oh, yeah.
We'll catch you on the flip side.
Great meeting you.
Great meeting you too. Thank you so much, Corey. God bless you. Be safe.
Thank you both. Be safe as well. You heard me say catch you on the flip side. That was a play on the fact that we got.
I know. We're going to just flip all over this.
We had the
We're going
double
to flip this and flip that.
Absolutely. So I'm going to bring our next guest on right away. I want to keep this train rolling, as they say. So Tracy Hazzard, so excited to have you here today. I brought you right on, didn't give you any notice at all.
That's okay.
Oh.
I think where I'd like to start is to perhaps get you to tell us a little bit about yourself. For those that may not know you, once I was introduced to you, I'm like, how did I not know this person before? And I went on your website and saw some of the stats, which I think will blow some people's minds. So Tracy, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, I'm Tracy Hazzard. I'm the CEO of Podetize, and we are the largest post-producer of podcasts. We've been doing it ourselves for 6 years and for clients for 3. So we do everything from do-it-yourselves to done for you. We have a full range of packages and all kinds of things. Most of our clients are done for you.
Wow.
And
so
I am the host of 5 podcasts, I think. 5, I think now.
When you don't know how many, then you know it's enough.
Well, we start a new one every single year so that we know what our clients are in for. Because when you're going on old school information, that's not helpful. If you're going on stuff that happened, when we started podcasting in 2014, no, that's not worth it. You need to know what's happening today. How hard is it? What are our podcasters going to struggle with? And how can we help them be more successful?
Now, having said that, if you have 5 and you do one each year, does that mean the ones that you already have, though, you don't let go of those? They still keep rolling as well?
Well, some of them we pod fade to see what happens, because that's a really common thing. So we actually pod faded our very first show after doing 600 episodes.
Wow.
And yeah, so it was on 3D printing, really geeky, called WTFFF. And it was our very first show, and it's why people wanted us to go into business. So, but this year, Hewlett Packard came to us and said, we want to sponsor a special series. So not only did we revive the show from having been pod faded for 10 months or longer, maybe even 12. And we revived it. We put out a special sponsored series. And so we ran a full test of what does that look like? How does that work? Can you revive it? Does it really succeed? And it did. So we now have more advice to give clients about ways that they might want to try to do that.
So there's so many directions I'd love to go, because there's so many questions that I know get submitted to me about podcasting. But one thing I want to ask you about, when I look at the stats on your site, I'm curious about this one stat, the 89 plus million readers. Where does that all come from? Because that's a massive number. So I'm curious, is that like massive amount of articles on different sites, or is it a combination of different things? I mean, I'm curious where that number comes in.
Right. Well, keep in mind, because I have 5 shows and it's weekly for most of them, or some of them have these 600, right? So every single website has its own readership stats. And part of it is that we put full length blog posts on every single podcast, every single site we do. So you're creating this massive amount of Google information that usually ends up on the first page of Google. So we're the number one choice. That's why Hewlett Packard came to us, because they said, we've been trying to get you off the first page of Google and we can't. So we'd like to just join you. Like, that's how it worked. And so that kind of power happens organically within your own website. But additionally, my podcasts have earned me columns. So I write multiple columns out at other publications. They're also weekly. They have different circulations, different viewership, different readership. And so when we total all that, because there's more than 2,600 articles that I've written, and that's the last time I counted. So, it's probably been 3 or 4 months since I counted that. So that's significant in terms of like what your reach gets to be over time. Remember that, that doesn't even account if somebody like shared their phone with someone, right? That's just the clicks, the views we see in our numbers on gathering all of that information.
It's just mind blowing. So I guess then, Tracy, let's start kind of from the beginning for people that are wanting to start a podcast there. And as you said, you guys do a done for you service. So some of this, the answer might be just go to Tracy and let them do it. But for those that maybe aren't in that situation right now, they're not there yet, whatever that looks like for them, the question I always get, and I'm sure you do too, is where do I start? So what are the kind of things I need to do? And then maybe what are those sort of magic bullets that you've seen that maybe move the needle a little more?
Well, I think the number one thing that most people don't start with is a good strategy. They're just like, I'm just going to turn on the mic and I'm going to get started because this seems like the hard part is the tech. But it's not. This is let's plan a little and then do. And if we just take a little bit of planning, we're more likely to be successful in the long term. And that's the big difference, whether you're doing our free do-it-yourself course boot camp or you're working with us in a done for you. Now with done for you, you're getting our strategy and our mind share and all the knowledge we have about what works and what doesn't work. But at least in our do-it-yourselfer, it's making you think it through. Because if you have a purpose, if you have a why, and your why could completely be an experiment. So when we started the 3D print podcast, we were just seeing if we could reach a market that we didn't have existing. It wasn't our core market that day. And we wanted to say, hey, if we can easily reach them, then we could develop products and services for them. What happened really quickly in that experiment was we discovered nobody wanted to buy what we had to sell, but they totally wanted our information. And now we had a podcast business, right? And everybody else wanted to buy the way we did our podcast. So it turned into a whole nother business that we never anticipated having. So a side hustle became a company. And now I have 60 staff members worldwide. I have, all of these clients. We run thousands of episodes in production every single month. So you just never know what your why will lead to, but at least you're starting with this purpose. So you have some sense inside your head of why you're doing this and the proper measurements to do it. Because if you think you're going to just go out there and get massive amounts of audience and listenership by following Joe Rogan's model, you're mistaking you're kidding yourself. It's just not going to happen. That's not how he did it. It just doesn't work like that. And it doesn't work like that even less today than it did before.
And in some cases, you don't need it to work like that, perhaps, right? Because you might be going for a specific market where you might only need 500 listeners a year, and you could be more profitable than a lot of podcasts that are getting 1 million listeners a year if it's the wrong listeners.
That's right. So when we not dial into those right listeners and we have our purpose and we know what our outcome can be, and sometimes that shifts. So when I studied, and I've done a lot of innovation study, when I study the market and I say, how do all these startups and companies, why do they all fail? So I did a massive study of Harvard Business Review, Forbes, Entrepreneur, all of Success Magazine, all of the magazines and all of the studies they did of the different businesses and industries. And I looked at that and people would most commonly say, oh, they all didn't have enough funding or they had the wrong team. Like those are the most likely reasons other people would say. But the startups themselves and the companies themselves report that the number one reason that they failed was product market fit. So that's 54% of failure rate and risk can be removed if we spend some time testing that. Before we make our products, we test that we have the right market and we can access that market easily. And then we test the product against that market and go, do they really want this? And we go the other way. If we have a product, we really have to go straight into the right market. If we go wrong, we will spend way too much money and we will fail. So how do we really get those to match up ahead of time and do it in the lowest cost-effective way?
Wow. So, and I'm going to shift gears a little bit, but one of the things that people ask me a lot about, Tracy, and again, I usually assume if somebody's asking me a lot of these questions about podcasting, you're getting these questions too, as somebody further down the rabbit hole than me. But one of the other questions I get a lot is about getting a guest spot on a podcast. And so it's a two-part question. I mean, you have 5 shows, so I'm not sure how many you have guests on a regular basis or a semi-regular basis. But if you do have guests on still on current ones, what do you look for in a guest and how does somebody approach you? And I mean, that's the question I get the most, I would say.
Right. So all but one has guests.
Okay.
And so that's the way that we do it. So we've always done that from the beginning because I'm a good interviewer. It's part of what I enjoy. I like the networking. I like the relationship building. It's part of my purpose in doing a podcast is also to stay connected. And so it's a sub purpose, maybe not the direct outcome that I expect, but it's a purpose in the process of it for me to network, learn something, and stay connected in that process. So that's the way it is. But here's the thing. We advise a lot of PR firms, marketing agencies. We actually help them build their guest podcast lists. So who they're going to pitch their clients to, because everyone does it wrong today. And we discovered because we have an ad mixing platform and AI that's behind the scenes that we're beta testing and working on our Podetize hosting program. So we have a hosting as well as production. And on our hosting program, we have an ad marketplace in the works. And that's going to search up and sort up the right podcast shows for you. But we don't want to do it based on volume and numbers, because what we've learned from doing so many shows, some of the most successful shows do not have amazing numbers. So we look at the mix of shows in a different way than other people do. So right now we're beta testing and teaching our AI how it's going to work in the future. So we're using a combination of the machine to pull the list, then our team will vet the list, then we hand it off to the client and or the client's liaison. They review the list and say, yeah, these don't sound good, even though like this is what I asked for. And because there's also, for some clients, there's an ego play in there that they just was like, oh, that seems like too little for me. I'm not going to do it, even though it's probably going to turn and have the best conversion for them. But I can't make them do it. So we have some of that resistance we have to learn and understand about. And then the next part of that is that after they guest on the show, they report back to us and let us know how it is, because we then take their guest spot and turn it into a podcast called whatever your name is. So Corey getting interviewed, right? Like that would be your show. So you could actually have a podcast of all the interviews you've done without being a podcast host. So we do that program because it's testing our intellectual property and our AI and testing out our program that we'll be rolling out next year. And so we made a program out of it just so we could get enough people into it to test it. But the essential results are, if you're looking for a show based on volume, quantity is not the answer. We see diminishing returns the larger the show is. So if we tip over 10,000 listeners to 100,000 listeners, somewhere in there, depending on the category, is when the returns start getting less and less and less. Our shows under 10,000, we can do sometimes 37% calls to action returns on investment, both from advertisements and from guest spots. But above that, it goes down, 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 down till when you get into the millions of listeners, you have really almost no return on investment for your brand, except for brand awareness.
Wow. So, and it sounds like then you're serving both sides of the mic though, right? Because you're serving, as you said, the podcasters with that done for you service, but then on the guest side to make sure that they're getting on the right spots and the right shows. So you're
Yeah, well, it wasn't like we intended to do it. We wanted to test this program. We started testing it with our clients, and our clients kept saying, because we do have a lot of digital marketing firms and PR firms, they said, we have these clients who aren't yet podcasters. Can we use this for them too? And so it just expanded the program beyond that. So, and also a lot of podcasters, it's a launch strategy to promote your show by going on other shows. So if we don't pick that right, you won't get the right listenership. And that's another reason why we do it this way. So we don't do guesting spots, guesting placement, guesting programs for just anybody. It has to be, your audience, you have a really dialed in right fit, and we get that.
And so how do do you still, because like you said, it's more of a test. So do you still bring people on to do that now, or are you guys already, you're still doing that currently type thing?
Yeah, we're doing it all the time now. Yeah, in fact, it got expanded because people liked it. We made it a standard. You can actually go to our website and find the listing for it now. It was never there before. It was this hidden thing you had to know about.
Wow. So what do you see that both, I guess, podcasters and guests, if you looked at both sides of them, again, Mike, what do you see that both do right and wrong? If I can put you on the spot for that.
So I think that there's a lot of podcasters out there who will take anyone on their show as a guest. that's really where it falls apart. So when someone reaches out to me to ask me to be on their show and they haven't said they haven't said to me, I saw you so-and-so, I saw you on Blue Talks, right? And I saw you there and I heard you say this and I'd love to have you come and talk to my audience. Here's why. Totally going to do the show. I will never ask them how big their show is. I won't ask them any questions. I will listen to it just to make sure the sound's not really crappy. But other than that, I will probably go on the show. Right. So that's the right approach. The wrong approach is I just, it's this sort of like, I don't care. I just want more people on my show. I'm going to send out a mass mailing and whoever says, yes, I'm taking them on my show. Those shows do not attract what I study, which is binge listeners. And binge listeners are those active people who listen to you again and again and again. And it's not the guests that they care about. It's actually you. It's your curation ability, your ability to ask great questions. You're drawing out something that they want to hear that they haven't heard everywhere else. That's where you are becoming the reason that they're joining. And that means that your products, your services, all the other things that you have, your membership groups, your community will grow and come from that. And that comes from having a binge listening factor in there. So the binge factor, that's the other show that I run. So that I think is probably the most important thing and the biggest mistake that most people make on both sides, whether you're guesting or you're asking and looking for guests.
So then on that note, and I guess this is the $1 million question. You can go as deep in this as you want to, because I'm sure you get this question often, but I'm sure there's also some stuff that you have to go pretty deep into it. But how do you create, from what you've seen, and I think you touched on it a little bit, but let's say a binge-worthy show. I know, as you said, the listener or the interviewers that ask the questions, that pull stuff out of people that normally they're not sharing. But I guess the question is, are there some other sort of sticky stuff that you've seen people do that helps become binge-worthy? But then at the same time, what if you're brand new? How do you get to that skill level where you can draw those things out? So I know that's a big question, but when people are brand new, how can they try to start that whole binge-worthy process?
Well, I think most people just fall into it. Like most of the people that I interview on the binge factor, when I psychoanalyze their show and tell them what their binge factor is, they're like, I didn't realize that was it. But that is it. But it's a pattern of things that you do because you are so good at it. It's that thing that people come to you and they say, and you say, oh, that's easy. And they go, what? That's not easy. That's really hard. That's that kind of thing that it's just innate in who you are and what you do. You got to let yourself not have such a restrictive show type or restrictive model that you're following someone else's model, that it doesn't feel right to you. Because when you can build in the ability to be you within that, it will naturally happen. Because I don't think you'd go out podcasting if you weren't naturally able to attract a community. People didn't want to hear you, right? I mean, it's just not most podcasters. I mean, while I've met a lot of them who are introverts, they are still very capable of commanding that mic at the end of the day. And that's what we want. But there are some strategies we can do. One of the things that I like to do is, and it makes people more comfortable, so it's actually really easy from a learning strategy, is to do your interview without the introduction on and without any close, and do those two things separate after your interview. So when you start an interview and you're like, let me read the bio in front of someone, it makes you nervous and you set everything off on the wrong foot. And then then you sort of take a back seat and you don't actually take the control of the interview the way that you should and can. So when you start it in and it's a conversation and we're just like, hey, Corey, let's have some coffee. And, we're just going to chit chat and welcome to the show. And, let me start in my first question. I'm so curious about, and that's a great way to do that, in that now I can add an intro, which shares my excitement of, I just finished this great interview with you. And now I want to share it with you, my audience. And here's something we're going to touch on. And you get into maybe the core or the most important topic. You just hint at that. Because remember, that's your organic keyword. That should be in your title. This is really important to make sure that draw people in. And then afterwards, I like to take control, and I like to teach my clients to take control again, where afterwards you put together a set of final thoughts for your listeners. And now we're building a show structure that's ideal for advertisements without it having to have ads from the beginning without it being contrived. Because naturally, if I say, and we're going to, and I can't wait for you to hear from Corey, I could create now a drop-in ad through our system and drop in an ad that says, before we get to that interview, I'd like to tell you about this. And then you do your little ad spot, keep it really short. And now we get into the interview. And so you did that transition within your ad spot and never within the show itself. So it made you build a serving show from the beginning. And now when you're ready to get them into your funnel, send your lead pages to them, whatever it is that you want to do, share your sponsors if that's the case, you now can do that after you naturally built that in, but you also did it in a way that makes the listener want to hang out to listen to what's next.
So I really, that's really cool. I love that approach, especially from the point of view of how to build the sponsor side in and mention them. What it makes me think of, and I want to circle back and ask you something else that I've been curious about. So I want to make sure I talk to you about leverage. But just before I go there, I'm not sure if you've listened to Mark Maron's show ever.
Well, my show is named my first show was named WTFFF which stands for What the Fused Filament Fabrication, which is the geeky term for 3D printing. And so we named it because his show had just had President Obama on, and it was really popular in the search engines, and we wanted ours to show up too. So it was a hack, but it was also really in the industry, everybody thought it was such a good joke and such a good play on it. So it worked out well. So yes, I have. Awesome.
Yeah. And it's funny because I said it, and then as I was saying it, I'm like, wait a minute, her show has
the same name, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. So I love that. So the reason I brought it up is if you listen to Mark Maron when he does the sponsor stuff. Now he does it differently. He does it off the top, but how he does it, which I think is brilliant, is Mark is, what's the nice word, a curmudgeon? Like he's so grumpy in his presentation, and then he builds that into his sponsors. Like, for example, if he's talking about stamps, he goes, don't you hate trying to use old school stamps? And why are we still using stamps? And he does this whole thing, and you don't even realize he's pitching somebody to you. But he does it. I don't think many people could do it that way, but he does it in such a way that you feel like, crap, I agree with him. I want to buy this product he's talking about, but it doesn't feel like he's pitching you. So I love what you said there, because I think when somebody does feel like they're pitching you, it sort of takes you out of the escapism. And he doesn't do that because he does it before his conversation, but the way he does it, it makes it feel like he's just telling you about something he hates and now something he found that is better than what he hates. I don't know if you agree with that, but that's what I found he does.
I do. And a lot of times we'll go in and we'll do a test because our system is unique, and this is our proprietary patent pending system for hosting, is you can drop ads in and take them out at any given time. I mean, it takes about 24 to 36 hours to float through the podcasting system at Spotify and other places, but basically you can move them in and out. So when we do that, what we're doing is we're able to A/B test those ads. So it's giving us the ability to put in an ad and go, this isn't working out for us. Maybe we should change it up. So sometimes we do a competition in between ourselves. So my husband is my partner and was my first co-host. We don't co-host all our shows together, but we just do some. And so whenever we do that, we'll do one in my voice and one in his voice with a different call to action. And we'll see which one gets higher traction. And then that one we then re-roll out through all the shows afterwards. And so it's always a competition to see who can do the best ad. And so we don't, and we also don't when we have a sponsor, which is rare. Usually we're advertising for a course, a program, some of our own things. Very, very rarely do we do a sponsorship like we do with Hewlett Packard, only because that show is only focused on information services. It's not focused on a business that's underneath it.
Absolutely.
And so with that particular one, we can get excited about a webinar they're announcing, and sometimes it just makes more sense. Tom's known as the tech guy on the show, and I'm known as like the voice of the passionate excitement for the maker in the world. And so when the product is different that we're representing, one voice may make a difference. And that's that, Mark Maron kind of model of doing it, is where you're really getting into it and changing up the script. So we never let the sponsor control the script. We let them give us generally what they want, and then we record it and we let them approve it in case we said anything wrong. But more often than not, they love the way we said it more, and they usually go with our version.
So Tracy, I mentioned I want to circle around to leverage. And this is something I think a lot of people don't understand the power of. Now, leverage can be used in so many different ways, but what I'm getting at in this respect is leverage in relation to a podcast, i.e., And I see it. I mean, you do it so brilliantly on your website. But I mean, I'm scrolling down on your website and I see Tracy's Best Interviews, and I see you interviewing Steve Wozniak. I see you being.
And I love it. That was my biggest like geek girl thing to do. Was my favorite interview. It's not my only favorite one, but it's definitely one of my top.
Yeah, but at the same time, that especially in the industry you're in, and then the Larry King one. I mean, when you see that, you say, this girl's the real deal. And so what I'm getting at is people like that interview, they might have never heard that. They might never hear your Larry King one, but in your bio, they hear that you were on both of those, and you instantly gain more credibility than the person that hasn't. And so what I'm getting at is people will be on shows and they never tell a soul. And then they say, well, the show didn't do much good for me. I didn't get anything from it.
Right.
But the question is, how did you market it? How did you put as seen on or as heard on? I mean, those banners, some people find them cheesy, but they're so powerful for credibility. So my question is, what can a person do to make sure they leverage whatever it is they're doing? Podcasts, guests they have on, what have you?
Right. So, well, when I was writing my ink column, this is my classic story that I tell. John Travolta's team, I was at an event and he was one of the people who could be interviewed on a red carpet. And so I wrote for Ink magazine. I wrote a column on innovation. What does John Travolta have to do with that? I didn't even put my name in the hat, but his team requested me to interview him. And I was kind of like, why? And they said, well, because he doesn't get enough digital media. He does a lot of TV, but he doesn't get enough written articles. So we'd love to have you write an article about him. And so I was like, okay, let me figure this out. And so, I was like, what am I going to ask him in like the 3 minutes I have on the red carpet to ask him, right? So I go out there and I do my interview and everything and write this article afterwards and send the team the links and everything, and they don't share it. After all of that they wanted me to do it, I had to really force fit. It was the worst interview I've ever done. He said the same thing to everyone who interviewed with him. So it was repetitive. On top of it, he gave the same exact answer. So it was hard to write the article. So, I looked at that and I was like, what's wrong with these people? Like, what's wrong with these PR firms that are supporting him? What's wrong with these celebrities? This isn't how you leverage this great press that you received, where I made you look good. I made you sound good, right? Like, what's wrong with you? So it took me a while, but I started to say that, every so often someone would put the Ink logo on their website and say, I was featured in Ink. They wouldn't even link to the article I wrote, which would have actually helped them sell their business. And I thought, this is all kinds of wrong. So we created something we called ego bait. I called it ego bait. And so what it was a graphic image, because so much of Instagram sharing and all this stuff was going on really early on, but it still works the same way today. And what it is it's a picture of me and a picture of whoever that guest is. And usually my picture is slightly bigger as the host, right? So whoever the host is, your picture is slightly bigger. And it's a quote of what you say about your guest, not what your guest says. So many people go out there and put the guest picture and a quote of what they said in the episode. That's great in my feed as the host, but as a guest, I feel weird sharing my own thing I said, right? It just seems too vain. So, but if I share a picture of what somebody else wrote about me, said about me, it's social proof, it's a testimonial, it's all of that. So I'm more likely to share it. So that's the first thing we did, was we started changing that up. That worked tremendously well. And of course, we'd add the Ink logo or the podcast logo in there too. So there'd be a picture of me in the podcast logo. So all of that would be working for your branding as well. But then the next thing we did was we'd write an embed code. So we'd give them an embed code for how to embed it in their website. And this is where we got a little bit tricky, but smart about it. So most people don't know, we did say, hey, just copy this code and drop it on your press page or wherever on your website that you'd like this graphic to appear. And what it would have is it have the graphic linked to the exact page where the location was, so they couldn't screw it up and put the Ink logo, but without the URL. So, but the image. So this is the fun part. So the image was on my website. So they're pulling and linking to my website. The article's on Ink, so they're linking out to the article where they are. So now we have a 3-way high authority link back strategy, cross-link strategy going on. This is where the high power lies. So we actually rolled this into our email follow-up system for every single client. So this comes with our services. We create the graphic, we create the style of it with you, and then we actually send these emails out with all this code and everything in it to every single guest. And then 7 days later, we send them a reminder and say, hey, in case you forgot to share this, here it is. And so what we have found is the traction on sharing has increased listeners, has increased crosslinks, has increased authority power on the website. All of that leverage is starting to matter, and all of that social proof is happening. Whether or not you remember to do it, you don't even realize you're getting the other people to do it for you. And so that's really where the high power lies. But the other thing I want to say, Corey, about leveraging is like when I was able to go on Larry King, that was my 4th podcast. So I just started the podcast 30 days prior to being asked to be on Larry King. So I'm a newbie in blockchain. I was doing the podcast to learn more about it. I partnered up with Monica Profit. So it was Profit and Hazzard, Profit with 2 F's and 2 T's and Hazzard with 2 Z's. So it was like a really cool title and name. It's called The New Trust Economy. So it was like a great timely thing to do. But she wrote the book on Blockchain 101. So I'm doing this as a great interviewer, asking the great questions. But they asked me to be on the show. Why? Because my platform underneath me was so strong. That's when you really start to leverage. So when you get many, many podcasts under your belt, articles, blog posts, authority power on your website, now we're in a position where we can step on that to just about anything, including interviewing Woz, and getting on the Larry King show. So that's how those things happen. They don't happen because you're just an expert. It doesn't work like that. You have to be an expert combined with authority.
So I just put your link in the comments here. I know Elise has been sharing stuff you've been saying and links as well, but I put your link in for people to take a peek at how you position yourself on the website. I mean, all the key elements of names we know and trust are bold. I mean, again,
right.
I know that that's not a coincidence. And
no, so that site that you're sharing right there is tracyleehazzard.com. That is my what I call speaker site, which I actually don't really use. I use it as an example of what a speaker site should look like, of what a truly well-written speaker site that's focused on the outcome for the event planner, the outcome for the host that might have you on the show. Plus it gives them downloads, bios, other things that they can get really easily all in one place. So it makes your job easier. But it also has the Getting Interviewed podcast on there. So if I need anyone to say, well, what do you talk about? I was like, oh, I can send you to one place. I don't have to try to send you all these links out. I can send you to one page where you can listen to as many as you want or watch all the videos to see if I'm dynamic enough, right? So that's how we kind of do this. So we create my company also has web development in it, and we have it as a means to an end because so many podcasters couldn't get started and couldn't get the leverage they wanted if you're expecting your host to be your website for you. That's a mistake. And we don't want that to happen. We refuse to steal the authority from our clients. That's a hosting company. And so we started building these like 1, 2, 3 page websites. And then before you know it, they'd say, well, can you do more? Can you do 5 pages? Could you build a membership site? So I now have a full web development team that supports our clients in that way. And these speaker sites are probably the most significant side of what we build. And this is the styling around how we do that. Not the way they look, they're branded for you, but the way that they are structured so that it does the best at highlighting you without being just all ego and about you. Because today's world, it's really what's in it for the host, what's in it for the event, what's in it for the attendees. We're in a we world, not a me world.
So true. And like I said, I just think your site is a masterclass in positioning. So I want people to just look at it from a perspective. And I mean, some of the people listening, even the ones that want to be in podcasting, most of them want to speak on stages as well. So even if they just see how a speaker site could be done, and then maybe reach out to you to learn more about how to do that. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that because I think it's a good lesson for people in how to position yourself. We do have I want to bring Elise back on with any questions she might have. But
yeah, so one thing I want to mention, so if you go to thebingefactor.com, take a look at the way we put our podcast blogs together. This is what we've optimized over time. You can copy this. Of course, we teach you how to do this. So I saw in there that so George wished he had money for our Done For Me program. And George, guess what? My do-it-yourself is free. It's been free because of COVID. You can take our boot camp. So podetize.com/boot camp. I will teach you. This is the same training I use for my team.
Wow. So that was going to be the comment I was going to pull up and ask you about.
Yeah.
So
I saw it over there and I was like, oh, well, I'm honored that you want to work with us, but you can. So the other thing is that for everyone who hosts with us, so like you could host Buzzsprout Lisbon, we have clients who host everywhere and we're agnostic about that. But if you want to host with us, then we offer a coaching class every single week at noon on Wednesdays. So every Wednesday you can jump on Facebook Live. You can ask us any questions you want. And I'm not there every time, but my partner Tom is usually one of us will be there. So you have 4 coaching opportunities too that are included with your hosting. So if you're going to pay for it anyways, you might as well get some strategy help.
Absolutely. So, and I'm going to bring Elise on, but just to dive into that one step further, Tracy, from a podcaster perspective. So when you say host, are you hosting in the same way that say Libsyn would and Pod, what was it? Pod, I don't use the
Podbean. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. The difference is that our hosting allows you to have 5 show syndications. So we do that because once you hit over 300 shows, iTunes stops serving up your shows. So we don't want you to have to start a new account to start your next volume, but also you might want to have a Getting Interviewed show. You might want to have a spinoff. You might want to do a special COVID series or do something like that. So we want to give our clients flexibility to do that. The other thing we have is the ad mixing opportunity. So when you're ready to put in your ads for your courses, your books, your whatever, you have access to that. And the last thing we do is we put podcast and website statistics side by side, because most people don't understand that if you do this right and you have a WordPress website, and I want to be really clear about that, it must be a WordPress website. And we have tested every type of website out there. But if you have a WordPress website, your website will grow faster than your podcast will.
Wow. So I have to ask you this, and then I'm going to let Elise, I'm sure she's stewing with a question or two, but I have to ask you this. When you talked about the hosting, for a person that wants to find out more about that, where would they go for that part? Is that on website?
Podetize. So yeah, that's on podetize.com. Just go to the hosting section. We're $49 a month, unlimited. We don't charge you more when you use more bandwidth. We don't do any of that.
And is it in this? I mean, I'm thinking of this both from my perspective as a host, because these are the questions I would have as a host. But what about migration and carrying stuff over if they're with another?
We'll take care of you. You won't lose your stats. We'll move you over for free. We'll handhold you through the process. We'll get you set up. It's super easy. And if you're not syndicated on more than 13 different directories that we think are valuable out there, we'll get you syndicated on those directories for you. You never have to syndicate yourself.
Wow. So Elise, we got 4 minutes left. So I want to let you, I
have the stage. I just want to tell you, I think that you are a rock star.
Thank you.
And authentic. I bring the personal stuff to the table. Corey knows that. I'm like, oh my God, I saw that you worked at Martha Stewart, and so did I. And I'm like so curious to know when maybe our paths have crossed.
So I think it was 2010, 11, right around there that we didn't work in our offices. We were consultants with them as they rolled out a line for staples. So what our business before was, we designed 250 products that you still buy every single day at mass market. Our office chairs have been selling faster than any other office chair out there at Costco all through COVID. So like they can't keep them in stock. And so that's what our core business was. So we used to work with these big brands, and we were behind the scenes ghost designers. How many people know that, you're a ghost writer, and how many people recommend you, right? That was the struggle with our job. We had to come out from behind the ghost model, and by stepping in, up to the mic, that's how we did it.
Oh, so this was actually part of the transition. So
we saw the market shift. We saw that the industry was changing, and that we were going to need to be out front, right? And it wasn't like we were hidden before. In the industry, people knew who we were. They knew we made Martha Stewart's products successful. They knew we were behind the chair at Costco, right? So people would hire us. But it was not the same. Amazon sellers were coming into play. You could sell direct your own stuff. Like, there was just a different model of business, and we saw it coming, and we said, let's flip this on ourselves and say, well, what are we going to need in that future? And what we needed was the direct access to an audience. And so we said, how can we build this and test this without spending the most amount of money. And that's how podcasting happened. Also, because I didn't really want to have my hair done every day and YouTube was a bigger problem. And like, you can just live stream when we started. So
Right, exactly. Wow. So
ponytails weren't acceptable.
So are you still manufacturing, or have you just transitioned solely into now podcasting?
So we kept clients until about 2 years ago, and then we shut down the clients over the course of a year. And then we're about to announce the manufacturing start of something we put on pre-sale, which is a new microphone. So if you haven't noticed today, because probably most of you out there already have your microphones, but there is actually a microphone shortage. So we found alternative sources, but we also redesigned.
I tried to get a microphone.
Yeah. So this is the microphone we recommend.
Really hard.
It's super simple, and you see it has a branded mic block. So we actually designed one that's self-recording, so you don't even need your computer if you're doing a live interview or you're just talking for yourself. You don't even need it. You just need the microphone, and it has better sound than any other microphone on the market. And we call it the Brandcaster, and that's going to launch early next year, and we're really excited about it. So it's in engineering and final development now.
So where would we be able to find that? Like the launch of this? Is it going to be on your
It's going to be on the website. Yeah, it'll be for sure there. And we may do a Kickstarter just for fun, just because we can, but we don't need it. We've already got the manufacturing covered. So yeah.
Wow.
Well, I would be more than happy to use that microphone and share it with the world on the Flip Your Script Fridays and wherever else I go. So that would be awesome.
There's a really funny story, and I don't know, like I'll have to double check what the link is, and I'll give it to you. But so we did a test on it, so that I lost an interview with Gary Vee. And that's how the whole thing started. And so there's this very funny video and I'm just trying to see if Brandcaster, I think it might be on our website somewhere. I'll send it to you after, and you can check it out and make sure that you can find it. But it is the story of how I interviewed him, lost the whole thing because of a Zoom device. When you're trying to do portable interviews, it can get very complicated. And I'm a big techie, and I still lost the interview because you can't see that the batteries run out. So that's how this mic came about. It was me screaming at my partner, "This is stupid. If you're going to send me out on these interviews, you better get me a team or better equipment." So that's how it happened.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, I love that it became out of a need from a situation that you didn't expect to happen.
That's right. That's right.
I don't know. We lost at least somehow.
I know. I don't know how that happened.
So I'll bring things to a close because we're right at there's never enough time is what I'll say.
That's right.
I mean, I'll call it a to be continued because I'm sure it's the first of an ongoing conversation. But Tracy, I guess we've talked about the different places people can find you, but what would you leave as a parting thought again? Whether it's if there's somewhere else you want to direct people, something else you want to share with people, where would you normally send people to learn more, and what would be your kind of call to action, if you will?
Well, if you want to learn more about podcasting, go to the Poditize website. Check out the bootcamp if you need a do-it-yourself program. If you haven't launched yet, if you've already launched, book a call. Let our team evaluate your show. See if there's more you could be doing with them. There's lots of common failure points, like you're just titling things wrong, like super simple things that you could improve that would immediately improve the traction of your show. And so, we're happy to give evaluations, and there's an inquiry button there. Feed Your Brand is our podcast where Tom and I take all of our coaching and we bring that out into advice. It's in the midst of a retool. We're actually making it into 5 shows in one to segment it out for the right kind of people. So at the right level of casting, you'll be able to just get those episodes directly. So that's Feed Your Brand. And the Binge Factor are my success stories where I interview top podcasters. And in there, a lot of times I actually coach them. So you'll get little tidbits of things you could improve as well.
Wow. So you're definitely full service when it comes to being a podcaster, even as you said, when it comes to being a guest. This has been an absolute pleasure. You've given us so many value bombs, knowledge bombs, as Elise would say, mind seeds. So thank you so much, Tracy. Always a pleasure. I so appreciate you. I appreciate it. And again, let's call it a to be continued.
Love you. Thank you for inviting me, Corey.
My pleasure. Thanks so much, Tracy. Have a magical day.
You too.
Awesome. Amazing stuff. I'm going to bring Elise back on here. And Elise, I'm actually going to, if you're okay with it, I'm going to let you share a couple of nuggets really quick, and then I'm going to bring our next guest on. I'm going to give myself just a 2-second break because I've been, I think, about 3 hours now. But the one thing I wanted to say, because I didn't mention this for a little bit yet because we've been having such great conversations, but we are running a contest. I shared this earlier at the start today for one of 15 books. And so we had Kevin Harrington on at the start of the kickoff of the event. And during the interview, I said to Kevin, you know, I'd like to grab 5 copies of your book like we did last time around, Elise, and give it away. And Kevin one-upped it and said, because he has, I think it's like $1,800 worth of bonuses that come with the book if you buy it in a certain place.
Right.
Normally, if I'm buying 5 copies, I'd only be able to get access to 1, but he said, reach out to me and we'll give it for everybody. So basically, if you get the free book, you also get the bonuses from Kevin Harrington. The so there's 5 books from Kevin, 5 books from Dr. Alan Leica, who's one of our Blue Talk speakers that he offered up on his own. And then I decided to go in and add 5 of my books as well. So people can win one of 15 books. And all they have to do, I want to make it super easy, is either comment below, comment in the comments here, and I'll go and look because we have 10 platforms. So the comments could be on LinkedIn, YouTube, wherever, but I'll go gather them all up, comment or share, and you automatically get in for the draw. So if we have way over 15, I'll do like we did last time, a live video draw. If we have very close, then I'll see what goes from there. But I know that we already have, I believe, more than that in terms of comments just on this one feed. But StreamYard, as you know, Elise, it doesn't show all the comments. So we have them at all different places.
I know.
I've been actually, people don't know it's behind the scenes. I'm going to all the different places trying to pick up comments to add on for people if they're asking questions. But having said that, I'll go and find it all. So all you have to do is comment or like or share, and you'll be in the draw for one of the books. Having said that, Elise, since you didn't get this opportunity yet, how about if you want to take a 1-minute elevator pitch of who you are, tell people who you are, and then we'll bring Melanie on and keep making magic happen.
Sounds great. Not like you're putting me on the spot, Corey. There was no choice. Hey, everybody. This is Elise Rothman, founder of Flip Your Script Coaching. I help people recognize, release, and restore the old script, the old tape that's keeping them stuck in a position and a place that they're really not that happy with right now. So if you have a script that you keep repeating over and over again, and you're finding yourself stuck in a story, the star of a show that you don't really want to be the star in, and you don't even like who you are as the star of your show, then I help you flip your script. I'm an EFT practitioner, so I help you actually get to the emotional root of where those seeds of belief may have been planted and have rooted in your life, because our thoughts actually are the paintbrush on what I call the canvas of life, and everything starts with a thought. In order to take action, in order to move forward, we have to think and believe that it's possible. Otherwise, that gap between what we desire and the lack of belief, that's a huge dip, and it doesn't feel good to be stuck in the middle of what I desire and I don't believe it's possible. So that's what I do. I help people recognize, release and restore, and love who they are right now in their lives without having to change a thing. We talk about goals. We talk about getting more followers. We talk about getting more likes. I believe that the reason that we want to reach our goal, to do something, to have something, is because we believe that we'll give ourselves permission to feel a certain way when we get there. But what if you could feel that way right now on your way there? Wouldn't that be something? I see Corey popping on. There you go. There was my 1 minute. But anyway, you could find me at eliserothman.com. And every Friday, I'll be hosting Flip Your Script Friday again between 1 and 1:30 Eastern on our on the Blue Talks Flip Your Script virtual group on Facebook. So, and we have a surprise guest coming up on Friday that I will reveal on Monday, actually. So
And usually I know who the guest is. I don't even know who the guest is.
honestly, I don't even know who the guest is either, Corey. So that's why I'm giving me to Monday, because you never know what fabulous being we'll have on Flip Your Script Friday.
You didn't say the surprise was also to you. So it's a surprise.
I know, but now you know. Now you
Now
know.
we know. And no one's half the battle, according to G.I. Joe. So,
Oh my gosh, that's so true. My fiance says that all the time. You know what G.I. Joe says?
knowing
Knowing is half the battle.
I love that from the 80s. That stuck with me all throughout my life. Having said that, I don't know how this became a segue. Having said that, that's a great segue for the fact that we now have 3 people. I'm going to give Steve Olsher a shout out here. 3 people coming up that I met. Well, I met this next person before the New Media Summit, but all 3 of them are connected to the New Media Summit. We have 2 podcast hosts coming up for the New Media Summit, and you're going to be doing the last interview and closing out the show with a person I met at the New Media Summit. So I don't want to do a big reveal of that yet. We'll get there when we get there. But we have an amazing guest coming up right now. Elise, I'm going to bring her up on the screen, and I'll just tell you, Sherry McQueen, if you wanted to post it in the comments, asked, where can we reach you, Elise? So I'll let you maybe.
Sure. Now I'm on the Amplify Your Message. Hey, Melanie, how are you?
Hello.
Yeah, do you
Hello,
know each other
hello.
or no? First meeting, or do you guys know each other?
No,
First meeting.
Okay, Melanie meet Elise, Elise meet Melanie.
Nice to meet you. I did go and, social media you. I'm like, okay, who is she?
Nice. I'm
It's
so
like,
excited to meet you. You were speaking my jam there a minute ago. I was like, oh, she's talking about mindset. I love it.
I'm talking about how to get to the mindset you want. I was working with a client yesterday, a young guy, and he was talking about, oh, it's my mindset. I said, you know what? Maybe sometimes what we really need is a mind reset, right? We talk about mindset. We all have mindset, but we like the mindset in which we're operating from. You might need a mind reset.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting
I'm
concept.
with ya.
So true.
Nice.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and so it is interesting, Melanie, because we've known each other from before the New Media Summit. I believe, I don't know if you are still now, but we were both, I think, members of the Evolutionary Business Council. Am I correct on that?
No, actually,
Okay.
I think we did meet at New Media Summit, but it was the year you were one of the icons.
Yeah, so the tampon.
Yes, that one.
We'll just
That was a
delete
memorable
that out.
one.
You can't delete it out. At least there's no takebacks when you're live. The
Tampa. Yeah.
I don't know. But the Tampa event, the Tampa New Media Summit, the only year they went there. So I didn't realize that. I thought we met through somebody else, but yeah, there you go. So
There you go.
Summit, it's so cool because yesterday we had, I think, 4 people on out of 6 that were somehow connected. Today we have 3 out of 6, and it wasn't planned like that. But the New Media Summit, I told Steve, it's like you know how you say it's such a small world. Well, somehow the New Media Summit is. Somehow he's like 1 degree away. He's connected people in 1 degree of separation, and yet there's only 150 to 200 people that show up there every year. I don't know how it's done, but everybody knows each other from the New Media Summit.
But it is 6 degrees of separation. Isn't
Oh,
it
really?
that whole Kevin Bacon thing? Like, it doesn't matter where you are, and somehow you're going to be connected some way.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's a small community. Podcasting, especially when you get into specific industries, it gets smaller and smaller. So.
Absolutely. Well, Melanie, not to steal any thunder from you, can you tell us a little bit about your podcast and a little bit about yourself before we dive right in?
Yeah. So I'm the host of Amplify Your Success podcast. This is my 2nd podcast. I decided to rebrand. We're getting ready to celebrate my 200th episode next week, or no, 2 weeks of this one. And my whole, thank you. I know it's like, gotta keep past that pod fade. But my work and the podcast is all about what are the little shifts we make that amplify the results in our life and in our business as entrepreneurs. And I like to call them expertpreneurs, people building a business around our expertise, our body of work. And I've actually been in business 20 years this year. Can you believe that? Like, wow. I was like, wow, I am that old
enough.
Thank you. It's really, really good cosmetics. And jeans.
We'll have to chat.
Yeah. And there's no Botox either. But my work has been about teaching people what are the ways that you can lean into your superpower, the thing you do that's so unique to you, and then build a business that can be scaled and is sustainable so that you're not burning out and chasing bright, shiny objects one after the other, trying to find your thing that never works. So that's where we're at. That's what we do. And we specialize in the expert speakers and people who want to get more traction and they want to really amplify the message they have so they're attracting more clients.
And that's, it's interesting how you would think, I mean, this is just, on the outside in, you would think, well, speakers and coaches, they don't need any help. They're helping others and stuff. But I found that just like any other industry, the struggle everybody has now is how to reach the right people. I mean, because we're all competing for so many eyeballs now, but there's also lots of eyeballs, but I mean, we're all competing, and there's a lot of noise and it's hard to break through it. So I find in some ways, it's often about finding the ideal clients, but it's funny how almost everybody needs help in that area. Everybody's like, how do I find more of the right or the ideal client? So, what you're doing is so important. And I will say this, and Melanie, you've probably seen this in the speaking industry. I always found the challenge, as somebody who as well helps speakers, more on the side of how do you actually get paid to speak. I found one of the challenges is most speakers feel it's a weakness to say that they're not getting paid. It's a weakness to say they're not monetizing, so they don't tell anybody. And then on their site, it looks like they're speaking everywhere and they're crushing it. And then when you really have a conversation with, you realize a lot are struggling. And I think Lisa Nichols said she did a study, and they found less than 1% of speakers have made 7 figures in 1 year from their speaking, and I think it was only 5% have made 6 figures, and less than 15% have made more than 50,000. So speakers need help too. Is what I'm trying to say here. So I guess I want to go in both directions because I want to talk about what you do, but then also talk about the podcasting side of things. So just really quick on the speaking side, why do you think that is such a struggle? Like, if you guys have seen that too when you're working with speakers, why do you think it's such a struggle? Do you think the speaking industry is harder than people realize it is, or do you think it's that everything is harder now?
Well, and let me back up and say that for me as a speaker, and I've been speaking for close to 30 years now, one of the things that I recognize is where my strengths are and where my strengths are not. And I never went into speaking to get paid to speak from stage. I went into speaking as a way to grow my business, because I knew that something magical happens when I get on a stage, when I get on a virtual platform, when I'm on a podcast, where the right clients start to magnetize in. It's almost like this magnet turns on and they pull towards me. And I always found that each of those opportunities were the perfect way for me to attract ideal clients. And I looked at the monetization on the back end. So that's always been my strategy, just for full disclosure. I don't want anybody to think that my whole speaking strategy was not what most people do. That being said, I think speakers struggle because, and this is just my opinion, is they get locked into this one strategy and they don't always know how to monetize their magic in a way that is allowing them to create multiple streams of financial opportunity. So they're looking at, how do I get paid from stage? Well, if you can't get paid from stage, then what other ways could you get paid? Could you get them to buy, a package of books and distribute them to the guests? Could you look at how you can, make invitations from the stage? Not all events will let you do that, but could you negotiate a way to make an invitation where you enroll clients? Like, getting out of the box, I think, is huge, especially in the climate we're in right now. I think if we're going to make it through, if any business owner, any speaker, any event manager, anyone who's in this business, we have to get very innovative, get out of our normal box and look for resourceful ways to get our message out and get paid. And I don't think it's going to look the same way for everyone. So that means we've got to really understand what makes us unique and how can we shed that invisibility cloak, I call it. Because a lot of people, when you're doing what everybody else is doing and you haven't really figured out what your uniqueness is, then you're going to sound like everybody else and you're completely invisible when those big marketers go up against you with a similar message. They're just going to conquer the visibility stream, and you're going to feel dormant beside it or underneath it.
Well, I want to, touch upon that too, what you just said, because I think it's so important, Melanie. And even just to kind of go back to what I said about the paid to speak, the ones that I was talking about come to me saying, I need to get paid to speak because I'm starving. But that's like, they're going there and they're trying to do the other, and they're just not creating any other monetization. And they're saying, I'm speaking everywhere and not making any money anywhere. Yeah. Or like you said, their goal was always, I want to make a career out of this solely. But let's be honest, the majority, I would say, of people speaking on stage are trying to use it as a leverage point for whatever that is, to fill their rooms if they have a retreat, to, like you say, sell in the room might be one thing, to just simply grow their brand and say, I can be trusted. Look at the people I'm speaking in front of. To build their email list, it could even be. There's lots of reasons. And
to get more listeners for your podcast.
or listeners for your podcast. And then you can even, I mean, I know speakers that do that in the room. They'll say, you know, so everybody, you know, pick at your phones right now, and they actually get people to subscribe to their podcast and say, I'll give you a free gift or what have you. So there's lots of different ways that you can monetize it. But to your point, yeah, I think the struggle is people either get lost, or they try to focus on just one, or they try to focus on too many, and they don't do any of them well. But I guess my question, since this is a good segue to podcasting, how big of a benefit have you seen podcasting be for people who want to leverage that? Because another thing too, I should add, is the virtual events. Right now, like for example, Les Brown. I probably wouldn't get Les Brown to come on and speak on a stage at an event I was having for free. You know, get him to fly there and everything else. But I got him on my virtual event because right now he's not flying as much. But the other side is he recognizes that, especially with a speaking event, he's coaching speakers now. So he might get 2 people to sign up. And I know one that said, should I sign up for Les Brown's program? If he gets 1 person, it was worth his half hour with us. So again, back to your point, there's lots of ways you can strategize around this. But the question I have, I guess, back to what I was saying about podcasting is, do you think podcasting is an effective strategy for people who want to get speaking, whether it's speaking engagements or leverage their brand?
So when you say podcasting, I assume you mean podcast guesting. Because when we say podcasting,
I like that. That's the whole thing.
Podcasting.
But yeah,
well,
so
I like to call it being a guest expert, right? Because then we can kind of plug in any platform. I really love podcasting, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But let's just say that the idea of guest experting means that you are going to take your expertise and package it in a way that you can deliver it in an event like this. You can leverage these virtual platforms. You can go connect with podcasters, Facebook Live hosts, virtual summits. There's a lot of different ways we can plug in and get visibility and really amplify our message, but also amplify the buzz factor around our work. And that's really, there's something about being seen everywhere that creates this buzz and momentum. And you can kickstart a new brand, a new offer, a book tour. There's a lot of things you can kickstart that. Now, if we go back to podcasting, I love podcasting. And there's one thing that podcasts do that very few other platforms can do for you. And that is they are a 24/7 evergreen platform. So we're going to be live here, but I don't know if you have plans to repurpose these videos, but in my opinion, most of these platforms, once the video's over, it's over. And so if somebody's not watching it, they can't pick it up later. Now with a podcast, even if somebody doesn't listen to it in the first week that the episode drops, I know for a fact that people go back and listen to podcasts for years. And so if somebody's new to a podcast, they may go back to the beginning and start all over. Really, people do this. It's mind blowing, especially for the longer ones, but they do it. And so when you're sleeping, you may have people who are night owls or in another part of the world that are listening to that episode of you sharing your message. And that's why podcasting for me is one of the most powerful platforms we should be tapping into right now. And you're right, like people who are usually on the road all the time are way more accessible. Like I have a friend, Natalie Ledwell, who's the co-founder of Mind Movies. She's always on the road, but because she's been home, I've actually, we've like been able to collaborate and get on each other's platforms and do things that I would never be able to do with her because she's usually in Germany or, some crazy country speaking for, weeks and weeks at a time. So we should be really intentional right now as guest experts, as speakers, as people who have a message. Use the platforms that can not just serve you in the moment, but can serve you for months and years to come.
Love that. And yeah, it's you're so right with Natalie. I did an interview with her, I'm going to say 6 months ago at her place, and at her new place that she moved into. I won't go into any more details than that because that's personal life. But
yes, we don't want to disclose.
No, exactly. But I did an interview with her there, and I mean, literally, I was off to the next thing, and I forgot something there, and had to go back and pick it up. And she was already gone on the road. Like it was like I got into. I think even she just got into town. We did the interview the next day, and then she was gone again. And But now, to your point, I mean, it would be the right time to reach out to somebody like Natalie, who's always traveling. And it's amazing how many people that you would never be able to have access to right now. They're looking forward to those things because they want to get their message out, and it's a new way to do it for some of them. Yeah. So I love that you said that because I think this is the thing that if you're not doing that and you are running interviews, you're probably doing yourself a disservice.
Yeah, and I want to pick back up to this like podcasting versus pod guesting or podcast guesting or guest experting, whatever you want to call it. Because I get asked this all the time. Like, it is probably one of the most asked questions. Melanie, should I host my own podcast or should I guest? And there's a lot that goes into hosting your own podcast. And I loved the guest that you had on right before us, Tracy, who is such a great resource. I'm a huge fan of outsourcing all of the podcast management if you're going to do it. I say, do you want to own the conversation and stand at the top of the mountain and be the leader of that conversation? So you host the podcast, or do you feel more like you're at the stage where you want to leverage other people's mountains they've built and really tap into that third party endorsement? Because look, if someone's inviting you onto their podcast, they are inviting you into an intimate relationship they've built sometimes for years with their community. And you're now getting to like tap into that know, like, and trust factor that the host has built for that all that time, or both. And if you have your own podcast, you should absolutely be podcast guesting as part of your strategy to attract more listeners to your show. But you don't have to host a podcast if you're not willing to make the investment of time and energy and money to be the leader of that conversation. Sometimes it's too early, and that's why I think we have a lot of pod fade. People are like, I should have a podcast, and they get all excited, and then they're like, wait a minute, I'm spending a lot of money and I'm not like making any money from this podcast, why not? That's because you didn't really understand how it fit into your business model.
So that brings up a great question. It kind of, for me, it created a question out of your answer, which was, you said, should I do this or should I do that? Do you think, and I know my answer or my thoughts on this, but do you feel that if you're a podcast host only, let's say, versus being a podcast guest only, do you think your expertise is viewed a different way?
Well, I like to look at what is the right authority platform that I need to cultivate and curate in order to accomplish my goals. And there is something about having your own show that does elevate your expertise. And I think it puts you in an influence role. And if you really understand how to craft a magnetic message, you can pull that off from the guest seat. But most people miss that because they're not understanding how to really amplify the impact they have as the guest on a podcast or any show for that matter. And so I do think you do have a naturally elevated role as a podcast host if you really are doing a good job of building community around your host role. But again, it's very intentional, and you really need to understand the strategy and how to pull off the goals that you have for your business inside whatever that authority. I mean, there's lots of authority platforms you've been covering here. Being an author, being a keynote speaker that goes out on the road, hosting your own events, even like having your own membership site or something that's really brand forward, that you have a buzzable brand and people are like talking about it all the time. So there's a lot of ways to do it, but being intentional so that it, again, I'm going to say, leans into your superpower. How do you do what you do and make the magic expand and amplify because you're doing the thing that like lights people up when you do it?
So now I'm curious on the guest side as far as monetization. So you probably see this a lot where you're helping people on this, but people go on shows and maybe don't have any goal, don't have any plan or anything.
Yeah.
And they get a great interview, and then they don't leverage it. Like, they just get on the great interview, and the host might even throw them some softballs and say, hey, is there anything else you want to tell us about? No, I think I covered it all. And like, they don't have a call to action and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you mentioned earlier, but this is evergreen. And I didn't have a call to action, admittedly, when this one happened, but I was on 297. I still remember the episode of John Lee Dumas' show. And I still, to this day, get people reaching out about that episode. I mean, I don't know how long ago that is now, but I'm going to say 5 years. And then I was on 1100 and something episode. And I learned from the first one because so many people had reached out to me. I'm like, I need to have some sort of call to action. So I guess my question out of that, Melanie, is what can a person do to make sure they make the most of being on a show?
Good question.
Yeah, there is some things that you can do. And first of all is being clear that winging it is not a success strategy. So I've noticed a lot of people, even if they're experts and they've been on hundreds of thousands of stages, They don't really understand what's unique and powerful in a podcast episode. And we have to remember, in a podcast episode, most of them are an auditory experience. There's no visual. Even if it's being recorded on Zoom where the guest and the host see each other, there is no visual. And so we can't rely on a lot of the things we use in the speaking world. So we have to learn how to create what I call a golden thread. A golden thread is starting with a magnetic topic that the ideal client for you, or the ideal person that you want to magnetize into your work, goes, wow, that is a topic that I am craving insight around. And if you miss that point, you have missed the opportunity to build the golden thread, because people aren't always, some people will like scroll listen, meaning they're like, okay, here's the next episode up, here's the next episode up. And that does happen. But what we're looking for is to grab new listeners, grab audience investment in wanting to learn more by creating a really relevant topic. The next piece of the golden thread is we have to craft a way to make sure people understand your credibility without sounding like salesy and hypey and weird, right? And so there's natural ways to craft that. And when you're winging it, you do not have that. Some people who are really great guest experts, because they've spoken a lot, will understand how to do this naturally. But this is probably the reason that I started teaching Get Magnet Messaging is most coaches and consultants and people who are just focused on their expertise, they have no idea how to showcase their credibility. And so I would interview people or clients. I'd have clients on Amplify Your Success. And I'm like, why didn't you talk about your book? Like, you didn't share anything about your book. They're like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Or they don't put that they host their own podcast in the bio. And I'm like, don't you have your own podcast? They're like, oh yeah, I should put that in there. I'm like, no. So there's little things like that that start to embed credibility. Or like our last guest was talking about, there's things that you can do to talk about where you've been featured. And literally, if you've been in the media, like I have several media mentions that I put on my media page and in different visibility opportunities, and that will immediately bring the listener in and go, oh, so she's been featured on Bloomberg Business Week, or she's been featured in Women's Day magazine. Like, okay, they must know their stuff, because that doesn't go to everybody. So we've got to lace in some credibility, and then we need talking points. This is what I find super interesting, Corey, and I know, and Elise, if you also do interviews, you've probably seen this.
Oops. We
have people who get lost in this story that makes no sense. Like, they just start talking about themselves. They get, they start sharing their how I got here journey. They're talking about a client case study, and there's literally no thread between their topic, what they're talking about, and anything that the listener will find relevant. I had a guest one time, and this is a really, really like big name person. He told a 20-minute story on a 30-minute podcast. I'm like, what happened? Like, what are you even talking about? I don't even know what to say right now. And like, I was lost, and I knew what he was talking about. I'm like, okay. So this is the dance. Like, we want to create the dance and have talking points, whether, if the host is really savvy and they know what to ask, or you can prompt them with some questions to give them some flow. And those questions should create the need for whatever it is you're going to ask people to do. If you've got a freebie, or you want to invite them into a consultation, or you've got a master class or a video series or a book, whatever that thing is, set up the conversation to make people crave what you're offering, so that there is a need to take action. Because if there's no need, they'll click away, they'll go on to the next podcast, they'll keep walking the dog, whatever it is, and you've missed that energy and that momentum to magnetize them into your list, or whatever that call to action is.
So is there a way, Melanie, or do you think it's even necessary to weave that desire for the offer, or some way trigger them to research the offer earlier in the interview? And the reason I ask this is we hear the drop-off rates and not even maybe because they're not interested, it's just we're busy. So a person might listen on the way to some meeting and go, okay, I'm done now, I got to go into the meeting, and they never hear your call to action. So I often wonder, should we somehow, whether it's create so much curiosity, they go, I got to figure out who they are, and have that same offer on their main website, or or is it possible to say, that's why I wrote my new book and drop the name of the book? Like, what do you think about doing it earlier rather than at the very end where it usually happens?
Yeah,
Planting
I
the seed,
totally
so
agree.
to speak.
That's exactly the way I look at it. Is there is a seeding again. You don't want to be obnoxious about it. Some people are very obnoxious about it, and every fifth word is their product or their program, and that's not what we're talking about here. But you might have noticed that I've done that a couple times already, where I've kind of casually referenced something that I've created or teach. And, in more selling environments, you would be a little bit more strategic about setting that up from the beginning. I think in podcasts, what you want to do is you want to create that intrigue. And so, like Corey was saying, by the way, there's research that says the average listen time on podcasts is between 20 and 25 minutes. So, if you're going past that you're probably not going to get your offer or your invitation. So having it in your introduction, that the person introduces you from the get-go, you're the founder of, or you're the author of, having a couple of moments where you craft in, well, in my book, blah, 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 one of the things that I cover is this, and let me unpack that a little bit now so that you understand how it is. And if you want the book, it's on Amazon, right? So we can definitely have a natural, very authentic way of crafting those seeding moments through all the way from the beginning to the end, so that hopefully you've kept people so intrigued they didn't stay the whole time, even if they pause and they go, I got to finish listening to this on the drive home. But you don't want to rely only at that end to make your invitation.
Well, on this, and at least I'll let you dive in because I think you might have a question, but or maybe not. But
I'll come up with something.
with mine, where I help people launch their speaking careers or land their branded talk, like a TEDx talk, I actually, during the interview, usually because it's in the bio, they'll bring it up anyway. But even if they don't, if they're asking me a question about crushing it as a speaker or world-class speaking, I'll insert it just like I would during a live talk. Is I'll say, well, when I work with clients, helping them land their TEDx talk, and then and I'll do that throughout, not like you said, not obnoxiously, but maybe once or twice or three times, and throughout the whole interview. And then the hope is that they might go, okay, well, I want to land a TEDx talk, so I got to search this guy even if I can't listen to the end.
Yes,
I
agree.
Take on that because that's what I try to do.
And in the talking points, one of the things I help people do, and this is one of the mistakes, I actually have a little guide that I'll share with everybody later on the common mistakes we make that are costing us the lead. Because if you know what the mistakes are, I think you can flip it and you can focus on doing it really effectively. And one of the things people miss is an opportunity to teach one of your talking points or share a formula and wrap a client experience into it. Give a case study, showcase how this works. I actually have had guests, and I think this is so exciting when people do it, where they actually do a live demo on the podcast. And so giving people an experience of what you do, I have a client, or he became a client, but he was also a guest first on my show. His name's Park Howell, and he does story branding. So he teaches people how to do stories. And he said, Melanie, can we do a live, can I do this live with you right now and show you how it works? I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And that was one of my audience's favorite episodes because the energy changes, but also you're making that stick factor even stronger.
Love it. So Elise, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to pass it over to you to see if you have a question or two for Melanie, because I've been taking up all the time.
Well, that's okay. I'm going to go personal because that's kind of where I go. So you said you've been sharing the stage or on stage for over 15 years, you said?
30, yeah.
Over 30 years, right. But you've been doing what you're doing for about 15, 20. Correct? 20. Yeah. Okay, I know. I still think that you're not even old enough, but whatever.
Yeah, it's all right. Let's stick with that.
So what actually, how did you get started on stage? Did it lead you into where you are now? Was it something must have sort of inspired you? There must have been a seed there, right?
Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, the very first stage experience I ever had was when I was about 7 years old. And I was very caught up in the giving, and I wanted to do the Jerry Lewis telethon, because if I won the contest of being the best at getting collections, getting donations from my community, I would get to be on the Wallace and Ladmo show. And to me, my little brain, like that was like an incentive. Like I loved Balls and Lamels, so I wanted to be there. But as I became an adult, my fear of speaking, my fear of being on stages really cultivated. I remember my first speaking class in college. I was horrible. It was just awful. But then in corporate, so I was in a Fortune 500 company for 15 years. And yes, I'm that old. And so one of the
still
things,
don't believe you, but okay.
I started young. It was 12.
7 years old. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. But in that experience, what happened for me is we got a coach, a speaker coach, to help us. I used to do these what we called total customer satisfaction contests, where we would bring a client, we would bring several representatives from each of the units in the Fortune 500 company, and we would focus on solving a problem. Then we had to present to 2,000 people what we found. I was terrified, but the speaker coach started to teach us how to craft a presentation that was compelling, and we won every time.
Congratulations.
And I was so shy and so terrified. And so there was several different contests. We always won the most innovative one. And so what I found when I transferred to my own business is I started to recognize quickly that speaking style was going to have to change dramatically if I wanted to attract clients, but that there was something about speaking that was a way to connect with the person who needs what you do in a leveraged approach. So I could go have a million lunches, I could go to a million networking meetings as the guest and have nothing happen. But the minute I took the stage, my authority profile went up in the room, and the dynamic shifts so that people want to hear what you have to say, and they don't experience you as one of the many, they experience you as the expert, the authority. And that's just what clicked in for me. I was like, yeah, we're going to do the speaking thing. And I spent thousands of dollars learning different techniques and different, like strategies and different things. And then I became like completely awful on stage because I wasn't myself anymore. When you're trying to emulate other people's styles.
Right.
And somewhere in there, I figured out there is a way of being really authentic and also being really powerful and having the experience I want. And that's when it all just kind of kicked in I'd say about 15 years ago.
Wow. So I love the journey. It's all about the journey and when the nuggets show up and how you start rooting who you are and your authenticity. And I love how you talked about tapping in and being intentional, right? In moving forward. So if somebody wanted to find out more about who you are, and do you work one-on-one? Do you have programs? How do you coach? Do you work with business? So if somebody's just getting to know who you are, where can we find you and how can we work together?
Well, my main website is melaniebenson.com. It's a great portal to start everywhere. What I suggest to people, if you're really wanting to take yourself onto podcasts and virtual stages, get my free resource, melaniebenson.com/amplify message. It's 17 of the most common mistakes that experts and newbies and business owners and entrepreneurs and coaches, we make them because we haven't really learned all the pieces and parts yet, and they end up costing you the lead when you get on that podcast or you get on that virtual event. And it's just a really helpful, super simple guide of how to avoid those mistakes and what to do differently to really turn it into a 24/7 client attraction tool every time you get on a podcast or do a guest spot online.
I love that because I'm going to be downloading that right away. I'm going to tell you that right now. So it's melaniebenson.com/amplify message.
Yeah, let me just double check. Actually, I don't have it in front of me, but yes,
I'm going to make sure that when I put it up there. Okay. Perfect. So that's a good place to start. And then if somebody wants to go further, I'm sure they could just reach out to you there.
Absolutely. Yeah, so what we do is we have a couple different ways we work with people. We have a on-demand program called Get Magnetic Messaging, where I take you through how to build the most magnetized, most powerful guest expert spot that you can take onto podcasts. How do you pitch the podcaster? Because by the way, pitching a podcaster or pitching a show host is a very fine art. Do not just blind pitch podcast hosts. They do not respond well. And especially if you haven't gone through the the flow of really like priming them up and building a relationship. It's like, I was just saw a friend of mine, Paul Zelzer, was posting like it was not even the end of the Wednesday, and he had 100 pitches to get on his show that day. I get about 100 pitches a week. And let me tell you, they just all disappear because they don't pop, they don't have any magnetic quality, and they're not really cultivating a relationship with the podcast host. So that's a whole nother talk. But you want to make sure.
And is this the name of your
really
podcast, Profit Amplifier? Is that your podcast?
Amplify Your Success.
Oh, Amplify Your Success. All right.
One thing I want to ask you about, Melanie, before you run off, and you'll know our next guest, Raven, the talk show Maven, is coming up.
Ah, Raven!
So, but before we jump ahead, and I know you've given us the ways we can reach out, and I'm going to grab the special gift as well. But one thing, I was just thinking about as you were saying it about how it's evergreen, and I think a lot of times people forget this when they say, "Should I start a podcast?" Is that you can start a podcast and don't have to be embarrassed if you run it for like 2 years, love it, and then decide it's not my baby anymore. It's still going to be better than if you didn't do one. It's, again, goes back to your point. As long as you know what you're getting into and you're willing to get into it. But the reason I thought about it is because I saw when I was on your website earlier that you were on, for example, Bob Burke's podcast. Mm-hmm. Bob's known really well, and his podcast did really well, but he just left it. I don't ever ask him.
He paused it. I asked him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we had him on the last Amplify Your Message, but I never asked him at the time. But that's a great example that when you go onto Bob's show, he's still getting the credibility of having a podcast. When you go onto his website, it doesn't say the dates. So from your perspective, if you just discovered Bob, it doesn't matter to you when the episode aired. It could be yesterday. And I remember hearing Seth Godin talk about the podcast he started, Lynchpin or whatever, 8 years ago, early on. That show hasn't been updated in 8 years, and I see it all the time in the top 20 in the charts in marketing.
Yeah. So here's a little trick, Corey. If you're not 100% sure you're going to do it for a long term, do seasons.
100%. I love that.
That's or do like a limited series. And what it does is it gives you permission to not have to do it forever. I learned this from my friend Anne-Marie Cross, who's really big in Australia. And she was like really big on doing limited series and doing seasons. Now I'm obsessed, so I'm going to probably do it for a long time. When I stop doing it, it'll be the perfect timing. And it's always okay to close something that's no longer serving you. But I like to say sometimes put it on pause. Another friend of ours, Corey, who I think you know, Amy Schuber, she put her podcast on pause for a year and then just reignited it last week. So she, picked her anniversary for the podcast and like, okay, we're back, and she just needed that time to take a little break and create something that felt more aligned going forward.
I did. It's funny. I brought that up partly because I did the same myself. I've been on about a 4-month hiatus, and I'm just about to go back in. I know, and I call the conversation to be continued because I know we're bringing you onto the podcast right away. But we're kicking back in. But the people I already had recorded that were going to air right after the break, and the people that I'm lining up now, in between, I didn't keep doing interviews because I didn't want to have this, as you know what happens. I didn't want to have somebody coming on when we're kicking back in and saying, oh, it's going to be 9 months before it airs. But I took a break because I needed the break. And I believe personally, the break was better than me just halving it, trying to go one episode, disappearing for 3 weeks, one episode. I told people we're going to be on a hiatus. And and my speaking one, I do it by seasons for that reason, because I want the breaks. So I think it's important for people to remember, if you do at least do them, they stay there. They are evergreen. And I didn't think about this as a strategy. You can't do much about it on iTunes, but on your website, you probably shouldn't have the date. If you have it like blog things, don't put the date. Because when people start seeing 2017 in their own head, they're going, oh, I already missed the boat. So I love it.
And you can flip it. You can actually have your web designer take the dates out if you decide to stop publishing. But I totally agree with you, Corey. It's like doing it is better than not doing it. And you should never be fearful of releasing something that's no longer serving you. I did talk somebody reached out and asked for a strategy session a couple weeks ago, because she's like, I think I'm going to close my podcast. And when I talked to her, she goes, no, I'm not going to close my podcast. I now understand what to do with it to make it perform better, because she wasn't even doing the things that make the podcast monetizable. So sometimes we throw the baby out with the bathwater because we don't really understand how to put the power in it that really will get it the results. So just don't throw it out before you've had a chance to really give it its full life and give the amplification that's possible when you have the right little pieces in it.
And don't forget, as a kind of final note, you're building an asset. What makes me think of that is yesterday, Steve Olsher, and I don't know if you know that he's selling both.
I saw that, yeah.
I didn't know. Sorry, correct that. I knew because somebody told me that was at the New Media Summit that signed up for his icon maker. But I thought, well, that's insider info. I'm not going to share that if he doesn't want it shared yet.
Yeah.
But we said, what's new? And then he said, or something about the podcast. And then he said, well, yeah, we're actually looking to sell both of them and we're in the discussions. So, but he said, did you catch him yesterday on it?
No, I didn't.
Because I didn't know if you just heard it there. Because he said it yesterday as the idea. He said, I wish I would have, when I started, thought about the podcast as sellable assets. He said we would have approached the sale totally different. So maybe for somebody that's just thinking about starting, think about when you're building it. Do what I was thinking as Steve said it. I said, maybe that's the next book for Michael Gerber. E-mything your podcast. Build your podcast in the way that you would build it if it was a franchise and you plan to sell it in case that ever does happen. I mean, that's a story for another day. But the big takeaway is this is an asset if you use it properly.
And it's a platform for any growth opportunity, any other visibility opportunities you want to leverage, like being an author. So,
100%.
Absolutely. And I love the season concept. I mean, how many times do we binge seasons, right?
Yep.
So why not binge seasons of a podcast, right? So when you have it set up that way, you're really setting yourself up for somebody to binge it.
Not only that,
Yes,
they
totally.
feel closure. Sometimes we like to be having closure and stuff. So if it's like 10 episodes a season, you're like, okay, I can listen to the 10 and then I can move on to something else. So maybe
Exactly. And you can pick different themes and topics for each season. So it could be the same, foundation, but you can be moving into different arenas with your podcast as well. So it really is a different way of looking at it. It's flipping the script on how you're going to actually present your podcast to the world. I love it.
I always
Brilliant.
say this, and I know you want to close up. Your podcast is your collateral. Keep it aligned with your superpower. Keep it aligned with you. It's your thing. Do it the way you want, but learn what makes it the most effective and figure out ways to weave that in while keeping it you.
Well, I have to tell you, I always pick out a mind seed at the end of any interview, even if we're not on the Flip Your Script stage. And I love how you said, monetize your magic. That's a mind seed. Just monetize your magic and in your own life. It doesn't have to be on a big stage. Just, we have our own secret sauce. And when we can just recognize that we can monetize it in our everyday life, the possibilities are truly endless. That's going to be my mind seed. So thanks, Melanie. Monetize the magic.
You're welcome. I love that.
It's been an absolute pleasure, Melanie Benson. I knew it would be. And that's why I say it's a to be continued, because if you're cool with it, I think we're going to continue this conversation onto my show. My show's about helping create future influencers and the influencers that are already there that want to go next level. And so I definitely want to dive more into the monetization side, because I know a lot of them are wondering how to do that. So I thank you so much. I hope we've created so much curiosity that they're going to follow you over to the show. I'll let everybody know when that's going to air. In the interim, we'll send you off. But thank you so much. I appreciate you. I honor you. And again, to be continued, my friend.
Thank you. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. Thank you for having me. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Melanie. Awesome. So I'm going to continue this train, as I mentioned earlier, because I know Raven is probably backstage anticipating this. So Raven, the talk show maven, how are you doing today?
I am awesome. Very, very.
Look at her, girl, right out of the starting gate, branded and everything. I love it.
Oh yeah, she knows branding. This lady knows branding. So Raven, maybe this is a good time. It's a good segue to get you to tell us a little bit about who you are for the listeners who may be discovering you and viewers for the first time.
Okay, absolutely. I'd love to. Well, I'll try to give you the clip note version. I've been doing podcasting since 2006 in the early days, when you had to spend an hour trying to even tell people what podcasting was. Whole different world now. And from that, my first show started from the ICU unit of the hospital while I was waiting for my mother to get well. I kind of taught myself how to do podcasting after I heard a mentor of mine say that the quickest way to become an expert is to interview expert on a conference call that I was on with him from the hospital. So I took out my notepad and started, writing a to-do list. What do I divided it in half and put what do I need to do and where do I need to begin? And I just started brain dumping. 2 months later, I launched my first show, From the Kitchen Table. So that's how my podcasting, broadcasting career So I've been just heavy at it, teaching people how to broadcast, mainly how to interview. That's been my magic, is interviewing like you, Corey. That's one thing we got in common. I teach this thing called Interview Up, where I teach people how to stretch and go for those interviews that most people dare not ask for, and how important the why is, the asking is, and things like that. So that's been what I've done. Luckily, I've interviewed a lot of top people: Les Brown, Oscar winner Lou Gossett Jr. The list goes on and on. Me and Corey, we're neck to neck on that kind of stuff. That's why we get each other. We know the value of it, and that's of course that will help you become an influencer by interviewing others. I love showing people how to be the Oprah or Larry King in their niche and really own their message in a big way by hooking their wagons to influencers and stuff. And been blessed to have gotten a few awards. My most proudest, of course, is Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award, signed by Barack Obama just 3 weeks before he left office. So I got that.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, let me tell you. So that is, amazing for me. So I only wish my mom and dad would have been here, but I took a picture of them when I walked across that stage and got the pin. And I didn't see Barack, unfortunately. It was one of his business ambassadors, but it was definitely an experience that one would never forget. And so, now, I've always been committed to helping people find their voice and get their message out. And I think that's what I'm about. I used to feel like Casper, like I was dismissed, valued, that people didn't hear me. And because of that, I was an introvert, which was hard because inside I was such an extrovert. You know what I'm saying? So to hold back and be scared and fearful and, kind of like just sit cute over there and don't say anything, it bothered me because I had so much in me. I've always was the kid that wanted to excel in things, track or whatever I did. I always wanted to be noticed. Okay, let's just say it. I always wanted to be a star.
Well, you are a star.
I didn't get that far, but I get to interview some of them, so that's pretty cool. But, I always had that go get 'em. I always was a kid that stared out the window. And believe it or not, at the age of 13, between 13 and 16, I'm 69 now, so it's hard for me to get the date exact, but it was somewhere in there where I used to sneak to the neighborhood radio station in Cleveland, Ohio, WJMO. And I remember one time I snuck there and they said, "You always come over here, just get on the mic, just get on the mic." And I said, "Hey, I'm Raven Blair and I'm on the air on WJMO." And my mom didn't have a restaurant, and they owned some restaurants, and one of their customers said, "Isn't that your daughter on the radio?" Unfortunately, the radio station was just a few blocks from my mom's restaurant, and that was when it was okay to whip your kids. They came down to the station with the belt and whipped me all the way home.
What?
Yes. And so it took all those years. I was so traumatized.
I can only imagine.
I never went back to the radio, never did any of that. And that's why when I heard this mentor on a conference call say the quickest way that you can become an expert is to interview other experts, that you can have this thing called podcast, and you didn't have to have an FCC license, and people all over the world could hear you. I'm sitting at the hospital in the ICU unit, and I'm like, wait a minute, did he say hear you? People will hear me? Remember, I told you I felt like Casper. I felt unheard, right?
Right. So
that was, I always tell people my dream found me at the age of 55 in the ICU unit while I was waiting for my mother to heal.
So I have a question for you, Raven the Maven, which I love that you are the Maven, because I've been toying with the term Maven because you are the expert for sure. So when you were in the ICU unit with your mom and you were looking to become this expert, so what experts were you interviewing? Like what area were you looking to become proficient in or the expert in at that time?
Thank you for asking that. Well, I was 55, so I was, a baby boomer. I am a baby boomer, baby boomer and beyond now. Beyond baby boomer. But anyway, at that time, I was a baby boomer. And so when I heard the mentor say that, I'm like, oh my God, I want to help other baby boomer women like me that want more out of life and are determined to get it. They just don't know how. So I made a list at the hospital of people, or women, I should say, because it was mainly for women. The show was called Women Power. And I made a list of women that I admired, like Lisa Nichols, Jane Kennedy, which she was like the Halle Berry back in the day, or the Beyonce back in the day. I don't know if you ever heard of her, but she was like one of the first Black women to do in the sports, win, I think, Miss USA or something like that. And so she was always someone I used to try to look like when I was young. So I put her at the top of the list. And then also I put Lisa Nichols, because The Secret had just came out around that era,
Exactly, yeah.
And so I reached out and asked. I just asked them. I sent an email to them, and I shared about that much of my story. And you've always heard that talks, tell, stories sell, right? And so when they went to my website, a friend of mine, and I really didn't want to do it, but they asked me just a couple weeks before I sent out those requests. They said, you should let me interview you about your story. Your story is amazing about how everything happened. And I fought it, and I don't want to do that. He said, no, we need to do it. We need to do it on video and put it on your homepage. So reluctantly, I did it. And that's when they started saying yes. Because
so you did an interview and put your interview on your website. I love it.
Interviewed me. In fact, if you go to womenpower-radio.com, that site was put up back in 2006 or 7. So I think if you go to About Me page, it's probably still there. And so that's Jane Kennedy said yes. And I asked her what made her say yes. She said, I listened to your story.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it was all about women power. I love it. I knew that there had to be something that was like burning and turning within for you to kind of go out to the world. So was that your first? So that was your first podcast?
Yeah, that's when I taught myself from the hospital how to do it. And that was, I'm another one in the hospital, February 6, 2006. And she was in there for 3 months. In the ICU unit for 3 weeks. And I lived at the hospital for 3.5 days. My sister lived for 3.5 days. So during the hospital, when mother was sleeping, the nurses, they got to know us, and they said, when the staff leaves, you can come behind in the little room back here and you can do your research there. So I researched how to do what was a podcast, how to do it, what I needed, which was just free conference call, how to ask for interviews. So I literally taught myself during that 3 months, and then I did stuff as I implemented things as I went. So it wasn't just learn, because the first show launched from the kitchen table at my house on April 23rd. So mother went in February 6th. I launched the first show April 23rd. That's how quick it was.
Wow, that was fast.
So I wanted to jump in just for 1 sec, at least. I want to ask you one quick thing, Raven. I thought I remembered, correct me if I'm wrong, you saying that one of your favorite and best interviews of all time was Montel Williams.
Yeah.
And here's my question. This popped into my head when you said it, when I heard you say that recently. I think it was on the New Media Summit I heard you say it. But here's my question out of that, because I'm thinking of those that want to get on shows as a guest. What was it, do you think, that Montel, and obviously we know he's charismatic and he has that understanding of how to share his message, but what is it, do you think, that people could replicate that made Montel's interview so special? Like, if I was an interviewee, what do you think made that so special?
Oh my God, that's such an easy question and a great question. So thank you, Corey. Montel was so authentic, so real. He spoke from the heart. He made it feel like me and him had known each other for years. He came from the time I said hello, there was an instant bond, and he didn't come on like a celebrity. He came on like a person. We're meeting people to people. He had respect for what I did. He treated me just like if I was like on one of the big networks, and he was just real. He shared things from his heart, his gut, and his soul. He talked about a near-death experience. If anybody wants to listen to that, they can go to womenpower-radio.com. If the site is still up. I haven't been there so long. Womenpower-radio.com, and look where it says celebrities, and you'll see Montel Williams. And that if the player and stuff works, if it doesn't and you want to hear it, just send me an email. We'll make sure you guys get the email. But yeah, it was just such a real one. I didn't really talk that much because I was like, all the way through the interview, like I couldn't believe, number one, that I was talking to Montel, you know. And so that was early on. I guess that was 2008 maybe. So I was like a little kid. I was like shocked. I'm like, I'm letting this man just talk. And then finally somewhere in the interview, something registered with me, and I teach my clients this, you know, even though you're interviewing a celebrity and this is a big interview for you and you want people to hear them, you got to remember, and I've heard you talk about this too, Corey, you've got to drip some of you in that interview. This is your time to shine, because when people are seeing Montel, they're seeing you, you know, there. It wasn't on camera, it was on phone. And they're like thinking you guys are like this, you know, so this is instantly raising my status. Girl, you gotta drip some stuff out there. You gotta talk, you know. So I was able to say a couple things. But what he said was so good. And when he started talking about him being on the gurney and, you know, thinking he was having a heart attack and all this stuff, you know, oh my goodness. And it was something that he hadn't shared a lot with people about on air. So I felt very honored to have that interview.
So as a follow-up to that, in terms of getting these interviews, I mean, this is the question I get the most. I'm sure you do as well, or at least one of the questions I get the most. And I'm sure, again, one of the most you get is, how do you land these big interviews? I know you said a couple of early ones, they said it's because they heard your story, but I'm sure you also had to use some strategy for different ones. And even Montel, like, how did you end up landing some of these interviews?
I really mastered the art of asking. And I still prefer, I did then and I still now, I actually like to look for the phone number and try to find a phone number to them or someone. Mostly it's someone. And because I think there's power in your voice. And if you're not an email person and you're not really good with communicating in the email, reach out and pick up the phone. That's what I did. And I think we all have to know what's our magic, right? And my magic, because I finally found my voice and how to use my voice to initiate my own power, because I learned the power is within you. And first of all, you got to realize that, do a lot of self-development, and then you have to do things to help you feel that power. And I found my power behind the mic. My husband will say sometimes too much so. But yeah, so yeah, I just developed the art of asking on the phone. And I did always share a little bit of my why, my story. It works. I mean, you know, you can't vomit all over them. You know, you just got to share enough to where they get you and you get them, you know. And then you have to, I teach this thing called the icon interview formula. We've been teaching this for over a decade. And I is investigate. You got to really, really investigate before you ask, before you send that email. You got to investigate. And what does investigate look like? Well, I'm talking about you have to join the newsletter. Find out what they're doing. Find out what's hot for them. What do they get excited about? Do they do charities? You know, so that you can have a conversation with them or their manager or whoever you're talking to. And it doesn't look like you're just, you know, just asking anybody, but that you really want this person on your show. You're really clear as to how they would benefit your audience, what your audience would get. You're really sure of what made you want to even ask for the interview. And they really love the fact that you know what you want from them. Okay, because if they feel like you don't know, you're just asking for an interview, it does nothing for them. But if you say, well, I was reading your book, and on page such and such, or in chapter da da da, you talked about this, and OMG, the minute I read that, I'm like, he's got to come on my show. You see the difference, Corey? Big difference, big difference. And that's what you do, master the art of asking, and I investigate. And then C is connect. So if you do a really good job investigating up front, you're going to connect with that person you want to interview or with their person a lot better. And then the O was own your message, own your show message, own your platform. I never said, well, I got this podcast. I always said, look, I have a radio show. It's for women that are baby boomer women, and the men that love them. And we want to show them how to get more life out of living and more living out of life, And I was reading your book, or I seen you on this call, or the other day you sent a newsletter out and you mentioned in there. So I'm referencing something they did. But you see, I gave them a little bit about the why I felt they would be on the show. And then N is get to the nitty gritty.
I'm all about the nitty gritty. I'm like, I want to know where you came from. What do you do? And what's your favorite food?
Well, I love that, Raven. And so, I mean, I know Elise had another question, I believe, that whenever she was asked, and she was on a great roll. So I took away some of her momentum probably.
That's
but
okay. We do.
I want to ask one more thing there, Raven, just to kind of circle back to that as far as getting those bigger guests on the show. Do you find as well that, I mean, we can take, let's say, COVID off the table right now. We all know it's easier to get some bigger names right now because they're not traveling as much. But if it wasn't for that, do you find as well it pays to look and see what they have going on? For example, if they just had a new book release, or if they just had a new product that they released and stuff like that, do you find they're more receptive when they're about ready to go on the tour, if you will?
Oh yeah, timing is everything, but it can work for you and it can work against you. It just depends on where they're at in that timeline. Like if they're for a launch, unless you have humongous numbers, and they can see that, they're probably going to say no, unless you have a connection, you have humongous numbers, because they already have their calendar booked up with people that they've done these launches with before, and they know what their success ratio is going to be. Okay. So, but the minute you hear them talking about what's coming in a couple months, that's the time to ask. Okay. Not when they get that close to it. Another time to ask is, I used to do this all the time when we were going to conferences. Russell Simmons. I did have a booking with, oh my God, I can't think of her name. Oh, it'll come to me. Anyway, she ended up passing, so I never got to interview. I have to think of her name. But anyway, what I used to do is I would go to the conferences, and before I went to the conference, I would always burn, this is how long ago this was, so don't y'all laugh, a CD. Okay, laugh. All right. Okay, stop. but,
a what?
A CD. I burned the interview of me and Montel Williams. So I burned the interview of me and Lindsay Wagner. I burned the interview of me and Chili. I would burn the interview of someone that I thought who I was going to see would best resonate with. And at that time, it was Montel, and so I would put that in a nice case and put my business card in there. And my intention was always to buy their book. And so when I would go to the conferences, I'd get there so I could get a good seat early. And I would look and see where they're set up. Okay, so they're set up here. That means people are going to be going here to get the book. And then I always watch where them and their entourage was coming from to the stage, Corey. Okay, are they coming out this way? Are they coming straight that way? And da-da-da. Okay, so that's really important. And then I would always, about 5 minutes before, when I started seeing that their speech was kind of winding down, I would head back and go out there and try to be the first in line to get their book.
Mm.
And then while they're signing my book, I'm asking for the interview. And I said, by the way, here's one I did with Montel Williams. And like Russell Simmons said, you know, he called this person, said, take care of her, give her what she needs. You know, same thing happened with Lisa Nichols when I met. So that was always my strategy. And you guys, that's an exclusive. I've never shared that before on the show.
The secret's out, Raven.
The secret's out.
Well, we're ever grateful because that is so powerful. I mean, that's such an amazing strategy, Raven.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's funny because I've been to, even I went to a wrestling convention in New York a couple of years ago, and David Arquette was there, the actor David Arquette, and same thing. I took a picture with him, and so it depends how much you want an interview, but I invested to get a picture taken with him. I mean, you know, I wanted to anyway, but I invested to take a picture so that I could say to him, hey, David, I have a quick question. Who do I reach out to if I want to do an interview with you? And he said, oh, hit me up on Twitter, send me a DM, and mention that you're at this conference. So the same thing, like it's amazing because you're actually proving to them I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm willing to invest in you. And you know, I even if this doesn't happen, I'm not going to be mad at you. But it gets you an audience with them that you probably wouldn't be able to get otherwise. So I love it.
Well, good. Did you get the interview?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, but yeah. I want to do a video interview with them. I wanted to do it, but then we can't travel right now. So, but I did get the audio.
Oh, good. Let's see. That's all that counts. You get the interview. The person I was trying to think of before was Joan Rivers, and I didn't get the interview. And this is so
Good
weird
old Joan.
because I sat where I sat. I told you how I go up front and I get the close seat. And guess who sat next to me? Her assistant. So they came in because I was like watching people go in and out. And if you get there early, you'll see people coming in and off the stage and stuff. So you'll know what side they're coming on. And I was like, oh, okay. So people keep going back there. She's probably going to come out that way. I'm going to sit here. And then they introduced her. Here she comes. Here's her person walking to her to the stage. And then the person comes and puts her stuff. And right next to me, girl. And I'm like, thank you, God.
It's the power of intention.
I wrote her a note, and I think because when she smiled at me, and she was a sister too. You know, be like, hey girl, what's your hair? Oh, by the way, I got this for you. And so she opened it, and then she wrote me a note, and saying, okay, with her phone number and stuff, and we went back and forth for weeks, but I never got the interview. I did get a picture with me and Joan. For sure.
So, Raven, I mean, the bottom line is that you were no further behind. If you wouldn't have taken that step, you still didn't have the interview. And think how many times it has worked out. So, I mean, and plus it's a great story. That story, as soon as you say Joan Rivers, we're all ears.
Yeah, I got the picture, and I still have the letter, the note that the girl wrote too. Yeah. So it's been great. I love interviewing like you do, Corey. It's such a great thing. It's a great way for anybody that's even thinking about why you should do it. One of the best reasons, it's one of the best self-development things you can do, a personal development thing, however you want to look at it. Because I tell people all the time, I mean, I've interviewed Napoleon Hill's grandson. I've interviewed Diana Nightingale, Earl Nightingale's widow, and we're actually very, very good friends. And, you know, I've interviewed people that I never would have had a conversation with before, you know. One of Oprah's long-time producers of 12 years, you know, I've interviewed him, and it's just been some great people. And I always tell people, you can't interview the Jack Canfields, the Lisa Nichols, you know, the Steve Ushers, any of these type of people, and it not rub off on you. And for a person that felt like Casper, that went through years of emotional abuse as a child, and even more so as an adult, I just, and to end up with the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award. Sometimes, you know, when I reflect back on my life, I just want to cry because I know the pain of where I came from. And I know how others feel, that feel dismissed, that feel overlooked, that does the work as good as everybody else, but never acknowledged, or people don't want to hear what you have to say, and go through physical or mental abuse. I know what it does with your self-esteem. So, and for some reason, those are the clients I attract. I just do. And I also attract people that have lost their moms. I've noticed that. Most of the people that are with me, they either have one of those painful situations that I dealt with, and I can truly and honestly and authentically say, been there, done that, wore the t-shirt, drank out the coffee cup, and still take a sip every now and then. But those are the people I love to work with. I love to work with people like me, because I can really resonate with their pain and how to help them, because I've had to grow my way through it.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
at
love
least
that.
I know.
Grow your way through it. I mean, that's just beautiful in and of itself. I'm all about growing a life you love and loving yourself in it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well,
I have
and
a
at least-
question. Can I
Okay.
ask my question?
Yeah.
So Raven, I have a question for you. So you came from a place of not feeling heard, not recognizing your own value, because we have to learn how to recognize our own value. We don't come out of the womb recognizing it, right?
Yeah.
So I know you were in the ICU with your mom, and that's like you heard this telephone conversation or whatever, conference call, but there had to be a moment where you were able to flip this your own internal script and say, hey, wait a second, I'm moving forward. I'm going to now go into this space that I've wanted to be in, but had this, gap when you were from 7 until then. So was there something specific that just shifted within you that said, I can do this and I'm ready to own it? Or
kind of, sort of. I see where you're coming from, and yeah, but it was more about, how you always hear, if your why is not strong enough, borrow someone else's.
Okay.
And so my why was never strong enough to do the things that I wanted to do, or I could have been on radio years ago. It was a true passion.
Right.
But I let life get in the way. But when you have a really strong reason, really strong why, you push past all those doors and obstacles and stinking thinking.
I call them the thought weeds and the belief weeds that have grown root.
You get rid of that. So for me, my mother being sick, she's the true matriarch of our family. I mean, she was a strong woman, sometimes a little strong, a little too strong, but she has so much fight in her, and charisma and confidence and courage. So to see her helpless in the ICU unit for 3 weeks with tubes around her, she caught an infection in her leg, and they had to cut her leg down where you could see her bone. She was working an $8-hour job at that time, and she didn't want to tell them that she was in the hospital, because she was in her 70s. She didn't want to lose her telemarketing job. So me and my sister and my mom, all on phones in her hospital room, cold calling leads to keep her having this $8-hour job.
Wow.
And my mother did leave the hospital, but she was in a wheelchair and she lived for 6 more years and was in a wheelchair. So I knew that I had to step up, because at the time I was 55, my sister was 57, and I was making $10 an hour, working 20 hours a week. My sister wasn't even making that much. And we were always going to mom to borrow money. And when I heard, it was Alex Mendozian say that the quickest way to become an expert is to interview other experts, and to pick a niche that you're already passionate about, where you don't have to spend time trying to study it, and go out and interview other people. That was a lifeline. That was the light at the end of a very dark tunnel. So
that was the game changer.
That was a game changer. Yeah.
What a great story. See, I'm so glad I asked. Oh, I got goosebumps. So you're all like cold calling for your mom in the ICU. I mean, that's a memory right there of coming together.
Yeah. Yep. Sure did.
Okay. So one more quick question, and then Corey, I'll give it back to you. So of all of the interviews you have done with these incredible human beings, is there one, I call them mind seeds, as we know, a seed of thought or something so profound that you have heard during one of these interviews that stuck with you throughout your career?
Wow. That's a loaded question.
All right, that was a big question.
yeah, but it was a great question. It's not diminishing your question. It's a very good question.
Or something that you can share with our viewers, a seed of thought that when planted in our viewers' minds on a daily basis, you believe that will help them grow into the version of themselves that maybe they're holding themselves back from, or haven't yet found that why strong enough to move in that direction.
Well, I know, between then and now, I've probably done, pretty close to 6,000 interviews. So the one that sticks with me the most, I would say, is the one of Valerie Nelson Parker. At least that was her name. I think she's remarried. And just a regular, ordinary woman with an extraordinary story like us. And I interviewed her like within my first year or two. And what was so profound about that is she was a pastor's wife at the time. And, she had lost everything. She had to stay in a friend's garage. And a friend talked her into going to see Les Brown with him to help her with her motivation. And she went, and she ended up being one of Les Brown's booking agents. Wow. It may be today, and she went through a lot of abuse, and just the strength that she showed then. And she was another one that was very vulnerable with her story, and a sure example how you can't look at where you are today. It doesn't dictate where you're going to be tomorrow, Now, remember, she didn't want to go to this. This person was like, and she's staying in this person's garage, her and her kids. And she says, come on, let's go see Les Brown. Now, she never would have thought that she was going to end up being one of his booking agents, which of course changed her life, And so, yeah, that one stands out to me. And it was one of the ones that I got the most listener response. So celebrities are nice, but you get the best response sometimes from everyday people, don't you, Corey? With everyday stories. But I teach like Corey to get the interviews. I think you should sprinkle the celebrity interviews between your other interviews because it gives them more value too, But yeah,
that's a great tip.
Yeah, the other one would be, I would say, is J.B. Hill, Napoleon Hill's grandson, and that's because, his story, the fact that his grandfather, Napoleon Hill, the great late Napoleon Hill, would give him an autographed book, and he gave it to a girlfriend that he liked, a girl he liked. I think he said he didn't even get her as a girlfriend. He never got the book back or anything, but he didn't even know how valuable the book was. And it's just another really good example of how much we take for granted sometimes. Now here he is the grandson of Napoleon Hill. Napoleon Hill finds him, gives him some, I think he said a quarter or something, and gave him the autographed book, and he gives it to some girl. And now he's older and he understood what he had, the value of what he had. And I just like to say to the audience right now, think about how many things that you've thrown away or you put aside, not realizing that you had something of such high value in front of you. And I think during this Corona time, we're all looking at things differently, and we're all appreciating the everyday stuff. Like when my mother was in the wheelchair, I started noticing other people in wheelchairs. It's kind of like when you buy a car and you never see the color of that car, and then when you get it, it's like every car you pass is the same color. Well, it's just like all of a sudden I started noticing people in wheelchairs. And because I helped my mother, and she was such a prideful woman, I knew that when you see somebody drop groceries and they're in a wheelchair, just don't instantly go over and help them. Ask them if they want to help, because they still have a lot of pride and they want to do it themselves. And you're really dismissing how they feel if you just assume they want your help.
I agree.
So those type of stuff helps you be a better person. And that's how interviews do, hearing those stories, whether they're ordinary people like us with extraordinary stories, or whether they're celebrities or influencers, everybody has a story, and you can't look at them, how they look, and think you know their story, right?
I concur 100%. I think that right there is the most profound thing that I've heard today, is when we look at someone, we're looking at them from our own perspective, and to push our judgment on them is toxic, really. I mean, everybody's unique with their own story and their own beauty. So that was big right there.
Thank you. I learned that lesson. I went to, let me see, it was a couple years ago. I was supposed to get an award. And so I went there to get that. And there was this real beautiful, tall, model looking lady. She had a table on the side, and she had, you could tell she had some association with Oprah, because she had pictures of her and Oprah in her book or whatever, video running and stuff like that. And she just looked like she had it all together. And then she got on the stage and she shared her story. And she shared how for years she had been abused from one family member to another, molested, and just how it, and you would have never thought this gorgeous lady had went through the horrible stuff that she talked to. And this happened, I want to say, I don't know, maybe 2014 or something like that. And that's when I realized to not just look at people and think you see them and know them. There's so much more. And to hear her stand there, it's not an easy thing to say, that I've been passed around from relative to relative for years, being molested and raped and stuff, It was a lesson to me.
One of the things that I will share with you and everyone, and you feel free to use it at will, is that I believe that everybody does the best they can with where they are and what they know.
Yeah.
No matter what it looks like to me. And it's so freeing for me too, because I do the best I can with where I am and what I know. And when that changes, so does my best. And I think it holds true for everyone. We don't know their stories. So to be compassionate and come with a kind heart. And the interviews that you are doing is making the world a kinder place, because you're helping people share their stories.
No, that's so sweet that you said that. Thank you so much, because we always say on our show that our show is inspiring people one interview at a time. And as a matter of fact, when they told me, I was in Hawaii when I got the email that I had been nominated for the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award. I thought it was a joke, so I didn't answer it. And then I kept getting these emails, and then I told my son, I said, I can't believe anybody. Yeah, right. I'm supposed to get this. And my son said, well, look, they got a number down there. Call the number. And so I called. That's when I found. They're like, yeah, he's leaving office in 3 weeks, so you better hurry up.
You better hurry up.
Whether they accept it or not. They didn't tell me who nominated me, but they said, well, let's just say this. You are making a difference in the world. You're broadcasting services. People are loving the interviews. You're changing lives with your message, and that, so I hope people that, I know I'm going to speak to the podcasting, broadcasting audience, Corey, because I know you teach this too. I just want you to realize that podcasting, live stream, YouTube, however you broadcast your message, this is real. This is no joke. And it has gotten bigger now than it ever has. I love podcasting. I teach people now how to take their podcast and turn it, and bring it to TV so they can be in the living rooms and bedrooms of their clients. But my story started with podcasting, but I don't care how you broadcast. I just want to ask you to step into your power and to know that you are influencing people out there. So check yourself, check your facts, check yourself. You know, this is serious stuff. We have to be responsible for the messages that we put out to the world. Look at what's going on right now. You know, and you know, my heart goes out to the president and the first lady. I hope they get well. But looking at this, and this is not a political thing, but this is just look at the situation we're in. What we say, we have to own our message. We have to own it through the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's okay to say, I'm sorry. Forget about what people think. People are going to think what they think anyway.
Exactly.
They may not like you, but they will respect you if you own your shit, own your message.
Yes.
And don't try to be
and it matters.
Yeah, don't try to be controversial. Just be real. I think too many people are trying to find, well, how can I be controversial? It's all about the numbers. I don't have a lot of numbers, but I've gotten 4 or 5 or 6, I don't even remember, awards. I get plenty of clients. Some clients have been with me since 2008, and they're still with me, you know. So it's not about the numbers. It's what are you going to do with the numbers you got?
Absolutely. There you go. On that note, so let me ask you this. I like that. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it when you got it?
There you go. Yeah.
So are you at, can we find you at raveninternationalmedia.com? Is that the best place, or where would you send us if we wanted to find out more about you or have clients come to you that are interested in learning more about, you know, different platforms, podcasting and me?
The best thing to do, if you guys could put a note, is to put talk show maven at gmail.com. And then if they would like to
talk show maven
at gmail.com. Yeah, talk show
so
maven.
that's your contact.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be the best thing I would say to reach me at. So talk show maven at gmail.com. Or they can go listen to the show at Amazing Women and Men of Power .com. So that's Amazing Women and Men of Power.com on Apple, iHeartRadio. Right now, you're catching me. We will actually be launching our website, the Raven International Broadcast Media Empire website, and we truly went from that one show at the hospital to a total empire right now. It's just amazing. And so that will be up in a couple of weeks. We're actually launching everything on the 24th. I believe that's National Talk Shows Day. So we're going to be doing a live event and a launch with that. And so everything is kind of like being put together. Yeah. So.
All right. I'm going to share these links down below here.
Okay.
And you can send out the dates and that kind of stuff in the email, right, Corey, for the launch dates and stuff?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I want Corey to go on the show for the National Talk Show Host Day. You know,
I'm all in. Just let me know.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Raven, this has been an absolute pleasure. You know, and I was going to ask you if you have any parting message about podcasting, about either why people should do it or if they work with you, what you can help them do. So maybe I'll ask you that, and then we'll let you run on with your day.
Okay, great. Well, yeah, we're kind of rebranding everything now, and my new brand will be under the Raven International Broadcast Media Empire. Will be the Profitable Podcaster Show, which will finally be airing your interview. We're going to launch that this month. The Profitable Podcaster Business Academy. That'll be a Facebook page where you can get some free training for me. And I'm so proud to say on the 24th, we'll be launching the Profitable Podcaster Agency. And this is a one-stop solution to talk show hosts, amateur talk show hosts and podcasters and broadcasters making professional money. We have over 20 agents already, and we're excited to bring this to the world. People that have been starving and frustrated and can't figure out how to make the money, they'll be able to enroll into our agency, and our goal is to get people to 6 figures on that. So we're really excited about that. And we are also launching an agency for the guests. It'll be the first agency designed for guests of podcasters. It's called Beyond the Interview. And we show them how to, once they do the interview, how to 10x their visibility. And our agents will help them do that. So we're excited.
Wow. So where will we be able to go once that all comes to light? Is there
everything will be under Raven International Broadcast Media Empire by the 25th. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to let you take care of that, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what Elisa's talked about, Raven, is I'm going to send a summary out of the entire event. And so I want to include links for people and stuff like that. So I'm going to make sure I include that. But if I have any questions afterward, I'll circle back to you and get the final details to make sure I got it right.
Absolutely. It was just great. I want to tell you, I love your background. I love the wall thing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's my go-to. You'll never know where I really am. I travel all over the country. So this is always my, it doesn't matter where I am, wherever my backdrop is. Thank you though for loving it.
Gorgeous, gorgeous. And Corey, it's such a pleasure to see you. I'm crazy about you. So you're my brother from another mother. Mm-hmm.
Thanks so much. That's so humbling. The feeling is 100% mutual.
Yeah, and it's such a pleasure to meet you. I adore you. I adore your spirit. Your energy is just like this huge light. I love it.
Oh, thank you so much. And to the audience, to all of you that are watching, listening, however you're watching it from it, thank you for tuning into this man, because he got it like that. And I'm glad I got it. You got a chance to know a little bit more about me. Because like I said earlier, people see all this, but they don't know the story or what causes you to kind of be over the top. I am over the top, but it's fun.
I like it.
Yeah. And we know the story now. Always a pleasure, Raven. And let's call it a to be continued, because I got to bring you back over to my podcast as well, so we can continue to amplify your message. And again, it's always a pleasure. So let's call it a to be continued. And you have a magical weekend, my friend.
Have a great weekend.
Okay, bye-bye. You guys have a great weekend.
Oh, we cut her off.
She had something else to say. But
we still get to there. Raven, did you have one more thing to say?
I was just saying, be safe and stay healthy. That's all.
And happy. Be happy, girl. Stay happy.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So, Elise, I'm going to hand it over to you to leave you in charge for the remainder. I wish I didn't have to, but for the first time in doing the Blue Talks events, I have to run, but we already made those arrangements earlier. So I just wanted to add a couple last things. And I say this because our next guest is coming on, and rather than me take any thunder, I'd rather just kind of drop out before we bring our guest on. So hi, Juju. I know you're there. I know you can see us. I'm so excited to hear your message. I'm going to hear it on audio, as Elise knows, so that at the end I can actually end the broadcast. But just 2 quick things. One, I just want to add on to one thing for those that are trying to get into podcasting. One of the things Raven and I were talking about how you can get these interviews. She gave a real cool strategy about going to the events and then getting at the front of the book line and get your book signed. And then you have an audience with them and you can say, hey, how can I reach out to get you on my show? I want to share super quick, a good friend of mine, a guy named Richard St. John, who has a few TED Talks, a book called 8 to Be Great. How he got some of his biggest interviews, so this is a hack for people or a strategy, is he went to like TEDx, for example, or the TED conference, and he would stand between the male and the female bathroom because he said everybody's got to pee. And he got Russell Crowe, Martha Stewart, and Goldie Hawn, at least, at the bathroom, beside the bathroom at the TED conference. So everybody's got to pee.
Everybody's got to pee. It reminds me of a story with Jesse Itzler, and he's like, he went to this conference when he started his private jet company, and when he went, he realized everyone was getting coffee and muffins during the break, and he didn't have a ticket. He just he got this idea, I'm going to start this private jet company. Never had a jet, didn't have any money. He went to the conference, and the next day he bought all the muffins. So the only one who could give out muffins was him, and that's how he started his company, with one muffin. is that he bought out the muffins. People were like, hey, what are you doing here? He told them about his business, started getting his private jet clients right there at this conference. I don't remember where it was, but it was because he bought out the muffins.
Love it. I love those kind of stories. And so again, though, I don't want to steal any more thunder. So I'm just going to say the other thing is, if you want to know all about Blue Talks, just as my sort of close, go to bluetalks.com. Easiest place to find it.
Absolutely.
On there, you'll find the you'll find the YouTube page, the book page, the podcast page. And if you want to know about virtual events, you'll find those as well. At least now I'll be making an announcement soon because we're starting earlier for the next one. Mid-November is the next go round. And so I thank everybody for coming today. Again, I know you still have an amazing amount to go with Juju. She's going to crush it. I will say as well, we are running a contest, as I mentioned. So if you want a chance to win a free book, just comment below, share, like. Until I decide we're going to add up all the names, I'll say, even if you're watching the replay, I don't want to punish somebody because they couldn't be here live. So if you're watching the replay, you count too. So share, like, comment, and you'll get your name in the draw for either.
What kind of comment? Should we give them a word, like a special word to use or something, so we know that they've watched to the end? Or are they just going to comment? Are they just going to say, hey?
Well, they could, but it'll be only anybody who's seen this part now forward.
Oh. All right, fine. So any comment will do?
Well, they can put Blue Talks in there if they want somewhere, or blue.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, if you hear that now, you want, and at least can mention that again at the end. But put those in there, and we'll make sure to get your name in the draw for a book.
Oh, I hope I'm not the one that just went out. That won't be good. I don't know if he's frozen or not, but he's behind the scenes. Corey, are you with me? You seem frozen. Usually I'm the one that's frozen. So I know that we have a special guest coming on that I get to hang out with. And we need Corey to get back on so we can bring our special guest on to close out this incredible, incredible week, all about amplifying your message. Let's see if Corey is going to bring our guest on for me, or if I have center stage. What a great day it's been, and I'm so excited that I've got to co-host today and get in on the tail end and get to hang out with our next guest, who is absolutely phenomenal, and so excited to share this virtual stage and really launch the weekend, because I know, here he's back.
I'm only back to say sorry. I don't know what happened. It's the exact same thing happened yesterday at the exact same time. So I have no idea what's going on.
Wow.
But having said
I'm glad it wasn't me, Corey. I went out and got a brand new computer today. So
you're crushing it, and your video looks fantastic. So I was just literally saying thank you, Elise, for being you. I adore you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Juju, for what you're about to share. And I'm just going to salute you both and say my goodbyes. And I know I interjected, so I'll let you continue.
Okay. Before you head out, Corey, just to know you're going to be there, right? Because you're hosting, so you're going to be able to, take us off the live when we let you know that we are complete.
Absolutely. I'm going to have it. I'm going to have the audio going, and as soon as I hear you finishing, I'm going to end the broadcast for everybody.
Perfect. So let's get going. Let's get the girls on. All right. So, hello, beautiful.
Bonjour, Elise.
I love that you're in your orange. I almost wore my orange today too. Could you imagine?
I can.
Both had our orange. How are you today?
Oh, blessed. Truly blessed. And the full name of what that blessed means for what it is. It's blessed. I am blessed. And I know you are blessed. And we are blessed. I mean, can you imagine being in this time and place with everything that's going on, to be able to show up in the world with your own power of authority, to be able to share your message, your voice, your soul, your vibe with the world, just by streaming, just by having a podcast,
just by really connecting on a global level, we have the power to do this now with the technology that we have, and there's no one really that there's a possibility that almost anyone in the world could actually do it. They can actually turn into a rock star,
Yes.
and share their message. Thank you, Corey, for having me here. Thank you, Elise, for being here in this place and time, as we call it now. It's such a powerful
Right
gift
now,
to
the present.
match with you, because as you and I coming together in this live, we amplifying our message without even having to say anything. How cool is that?
That's amazing. And you know what? This is the second time that we get to share this a space in this global arena. Like, hello.
So I know Corey is watching, so I'm going to be on my best behavior today.
Oh, he's not really watching. He's just listening. So you just be you, girl.
Because sometimes to be a little outside the box, especially when you come to podcast, is not such a bad thing, as long as it stays true to who you are. And that's what I like to speak to everyone today who has the inspiration to really launch their podcast. And even those who have a podcast, the things that I shared might be a spark to say, oh, I forgot about this. Maybe I can revisit to change my description or something. So I'm going to want to share, with your permission, a download. I'm sorry, my voice is a little scratchy. I didn't sleep much because I'm always working. So anyway, so I just wanted to share a download of what it took me in the investigation of sharing my message to podcast, to launching the podcast, to having, to interview others and what it comes. So I'm going to do my best to wrap everything into a magic.
Perfect.
And if you are watching, I can also have, with your permission, eventually I can even share this 2-page PowerPoint for anyone who wants it. Because it's very simple.
If you share it with me, I will be more than happy to download it, upload it, so people can have it at their, at their disposal.
Okay. Okay. I always ask permission to do really anything. Okay? And that's a hint. When I speak about something, it's a training within itself. I always ask permission before I speak. Whether it's on stage, whether it's to another soul, human being, a living soul, or whether it is today on this mic. Okay? That's a hint. And the permission is grounded, is yes. So now that I'm in alignment, I can go ahead and share this transmission, share this experience with you, because I'm in alignment, grounded and centered with my own truth. Okay?
That's a nugget right there.
So being in alignment with who you are before you start anything, moving and breathing on purpose, moving on purpose, speaking on purpose, being very intentional about your message and why you're doing what you're doing. So let's get into it. I started by this question: why starting a podcast? Following by the gift that keeps on giving. And this is why. Can you imagine a place that you can share your message over and over and over and over again, that keeps on sharing itself because it loops, and it's a ripple machine effect that will ripple into the world, that will, really spread waves in consciousness that never you could possibly imagine. I mean, I'm speaking here and maybe somebody in Africa is listening to us. So it is absolutely a gift that keeps on giving. Okay? So I'm going to start with this. That's my intro. Watch this. And I'm talking from my heart to everyone's hearts that's listening right now. a little snippet. I'm not going to be able to share my entire story. It's a long one. And a little snippet. As a human being growing up, as a person, as a child, I had very much a learning disability, which I do have today still. But watch this. This learning disability allowed me to seek who I was. So I did not use it as an excuse. I use it to show up in the world. So I took my challenge and this discovery of who I was, I let it be what it was, and that I began the process of really sharing my truth, whether I had a disability or not. I became a speaker, I couldn't speak. I became a best-selling author, I could not write or read. Understand, I am talking to you from someone who could basically do nothing when it came to learning. I could not go to school, and I'm asking you to get out of your way. If you have a message, do not let your challenge shadow your purpose. Understand that you are here for a reason, that you are here for a mission, that you are here to elevate somebody else. That is the purpose. All of us has a purpose to elevate someone else. And the best thing to do is to get out of the way, don't question it, and start. Okay? You got to get started because we have fear of speaking. We have fear of dying. Get out of the way and know that those fears are not real. They're just programmed, and you can go and overcome that. Okay? So, what I discovered in the process is a long time ago, before the podcast, I was an entertainer. And I didn't question it because it's a natural thing. By the age of 5, I was already sharing the stage, a mic, and blah, 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 blah. And people are telling me, well, we're not you. We can't do what you do. But this is the thing. I'm not asking you to be me. I'm asking you to be you. Do you understand?
Huge.
And Elise, you know how much I love you because you and I have the message. I mean, it's like, mirror. And, be you. Be you, like Revan was saying. Be you. Don't be me. Yes, I was born with certain gift, and so are you. I chose to experiment with my gift, and I chose to unlock myself. So are you. You have the choice. You have the choice. It is not my fault that by the age of 5, I took a guitar and it felt natural and I went with it. It is not my fault that I love being on stage. That's just part of who I am. You have gifts that I don't have. But I'm trying to tell you something. I'm not trying to be you. I'm trying to be me. Okay? That's your power. That is your true power of authority. Now, let's get going. And again, I will be sharing this download with Elise, and you can transmit. Along the way of starting a podcast last year, I was on the plane flying to speak somewhere. And I said to myself, okay, I really got to start stepping in and let go of my old ways, let go of my way, and find a way where I can share my message in a bigger way. So a lot of my friends are speakers, they have podcasts. And I thought, what a stupid idea. Why would I do a podcast when I can simply share on stage and be me on stage? It's stupid. I write for Entrepreneur. I'm not going to be messing around with another podcast. Now, that was on the plane. And on that day on the plane for the next hour, I started to write my message. Hint. And my message, as you know it, Elise, is very simple. Find you. Be you. The original thought is the realization of yourself. Master yourself. You're the key. Plain and simple, this is a message that I never change. I go around the world, speak about it. That's my message. So I put my purpose down on a paper and I think to myself, wow, what if one video, one audio could help to do the same thing and unlock somebody else's purpose all over the world? What can do this? And I keep coming back. I know I don't want to do a podcast. I know, my old ways keeps coming back. Like, really, it would be stupid not to. It's just stupid, It's ignorant to think that you know everything. Hint. So I decided to investigate. Luckily, I have good friends in the podcast business, okay? The matter of fact, she was here on the show, Tracy and Tom. So talking to them, many conversations later, they're like, come on, Juju. I mean, if anyone needs to host a podcast, it's you. So I didn't see it. So hence, it takes other people to teach you and to learn from. Don't think that you have all the answers, because you don't, and be okay with that. Because a lot of us, at least as experts, as speakers and keynote speakers, we think we know it all. That is not true.
I know.
Well, I know how to speak. Well, I guess what? Speaking on the mic, which we're going to come in to talk a little bit, is very different than speaking on stage. Okay? So we'll talk about that. Listen more. You're going to interview people. Got you? You got me? Got you? You got me? Listen more than you talk. Can I repeat that again? Because this is the fact. I am being interviewed many places, many podcasts. I love it. Okay. The hosts are sometimes very loving, very passionate, that they forget that you're here. So much so that I had interviews where I had maybe 2 minutes in the interview and they took the rest. And I'm going to give you a hint. Now, me as the guest in the podcast, if that happens, do you think I am going to share this interview? Yes or no? Do you think that I'm going to be wanting to share it with my audience? Why? To share somebody else's message? It is not my strategy. And it happened with big podcasts. And that's okay. Because what? I'm grateful for that experience. Why? Because I know now that will never, ever happen on my podcast.
I love it. Exactly.
So everybody that gives you some nerves and push your button, they're your teachers. Do you understand? And I don't care how successful you are, the button are still being pushed on you. No matter what it is, how successful you are, they're coming, because the more success you have, the more adversity you have. And this is a true great gift to receive, because they are our teachers. Okay? They're basically giving you the keys to say what? Oh, don't do that, So, and it's a gift, you don't have to pay for that teaching. It's there.
I love it. It's a mirror.
A mirror, girl. So now, along the way in the plane, I said, okay, I'm doing this podcast. And I wrote down a title. The title was The Sexy Entrepreneur. And it came very naturally. So naturally means intuition, means, hey, I can run with that. I can share the message that being sexy has nothing to do with your cover and your custom. It has to do with your soul. Be sexy at the soul level. That was the message, okay? Then a year go by. Why a year go by? Why I didn't launch this? I tell you, hint, hint. I did not launch this because each time I started the process, something holds me back. I felt block. And I even put on my mic, they send me the beautiful little, mic branding that says The Sexy Entrepreneur. I had my mic, I had my description, I had my picture, I had the guest. Couldn't do it. A year went by. Hint. This is the key. What happened to me is that when you feel blocked about anything, especially when you are being creative, meaning you are intuitive, if you feel blocked, that is a clue that something is not right, something that you need to revisit, whether it's your message, whether it is because it's out of your ego, because maybe it's your ego speaking in the podcast and not your higher self and your true self. So I revisited, and it took me a good chunk of a year, okay? And I could not find the title. It just didn't come. But what I told myself was this: I'd rather wait. I don't care how long. Hint. I don't care how long, but it has to fit. If it doesn't fit, it's not going to work, and it's going to come back at me, and I'm going to suffer from it. So I wanted to wait that I had the right thing going on, the right intuitive that could access that. Then I was working at home, I was playing my guitar, and this popped up like this. And at least you know what I'm saying. For all of you out there, cultivate, develop your intuition. That's what I'm here to do and to help you with. Okay. It comes, and I see the mystic entrepreneur. Like, what the hell? Okay. Well, that sounds fabulous. Boom, boom, boom. And I did, and I knew it was the right path. Okay. So what I did, I tested it, and I put it on Facebook. Now hear this. I'm a rookie on all the podcast stuff, right? But I'm learning, right? I'm learning. And so I put it on Facebook with a great brand, says the Mystic Entrepreneur. And great response, amazing response, amazing response. Yet, I see on my messenger a little pop-up that says, hey, I see that you have the Mystic Entrepreneur. You have to take that out. And it sunk to me. I said, why is this person wants me to get that out? So, but I tell you what, it's so amazing how the universe brings you the answer in disguise. But you gotta listen, you gotta open your eyes and heart, and you're gonna see it for what it is. And don't be stubborn about it, because it's launching you towards the right direction. So watch this. This person, lovely lady, she says you can't use the Mystic Entrepreneur because I already have started a group on my Facebook that's called the Mystic Entrepreneur, and I have like 2,000 people. I don't know the group, but anyway. So I went and checked it out, and I said, damn it, I don't want to cause pain to that person, because that was a pain point. I felt it for her. I felt it. I said, I'm not going to be stubborn about it. So watch what I did. I went and saw the description on the dictionary of what the mystic meant. And the person is very woo-woo. Nothing wrong with that. You and I are woo-woo, and that's okay. But I'm talking about no business, just plain woo-woo, which is not my intention. It's not my intention. And so, and it's like this little light coming out everywhere. I'm like, okay, so definitely she's not my competition, for one. Number one, it's not my brand. That's not my message. And so she's insisted. And when I look at the dictionary, what mystic is versus mystical, it was two different vibrations.
Totally different vibrations.
I mean, insane. Because you and I are the Mystic Entrepreneur, but we're not here for us. We're here for the mystical entrepreneurs in the path. It's very different. Okay? So my question is, are you really listening to the message that you want to put out in the world? Because once you declare that, you could go back and change it. You can't. But why? Why? So I changed it from the mystic to the mystical entrepreneur, and I trademark it. Now, you don't have to, but this person was a teacher, and it gives me another clue that I need to treat my podcast, hint, as a business, not as a hobby. Okay? It's very strategic, and I am very strategic about it. Okay. So when it becomes the mystical entrepreneur, now trademarked, I am free. I am free. I am free to share my message. And I don't have this little neg, in my mind that says, what if? You know what I'm saying? Okay. So now you're liberated to share your message and you don't have that fear comes in. Okay. So I had to trademark it, whether it is the right thing for you to do or not. But I know for me, I felt I had to. Okay, because I might do a retreat that calls the mystical entrepreneur. I wanted to use this for business purpose. Okay. Now, the fear of speaking. There is ways that, and I am doing this right now, to make you feel a certain way, because in podcast you don't see my face, but you feel what I'm saying. You feel what I'm about. You have an intuition about it. Versus if I speak like this, it's headspace. I'm going to speak, you're going to hear, but you're not going to have the ability to listen. And when you listen, you are in silence mode. The matter of fact, the word listen and silent is the same word. Okay? So when I talk to you and you're listening to my voice, it kind of say like, wow, I don't know why, but I feel like I know this person. I don't know why, but I feel like I could trust that person. I don't know why, but she seems like she's family to me. It just, the list goes on. And it might not be this exactly, but you're tuning in to the other human being that is listening, which is another consciousness. It's a vibration. It's an alignment. Okay?
Gee.
Elise, I'll take a minute break. Go. Because I see it's beautiful what you want to share, and I want you to share it right now.
Well, that's key. It's about vibrational space. It's about tuning in to the station of what I call another conscious being. So we get to tune in to the station that we want to create with ourselves and with somebody in our presence. And that, I think, is such a beautiful way of expressing it, because it takes all the ego and the pressure out.
Wow.
What station do you want to tune into? What station do you want to be connected to and attract into your life?
Incredible. You give me the goosebumps, girl.
Well, it's like I'm like, wow, that's such a great way to express it.
The reason that I express this is that the message, when for instance, on stage and now in podcast, but let's say I'm on stage, I'm sharing music. Why? Do you know that I sing my message more than I speak it? Why? Not because, hey, I'm going to sing you a song, it's entertaining. Sure, that could be too, but that is not the point, guys. The point is that music is the language of the soul. Music touches every heart. No, you don't have to say, well, I'm not sure if they're going to like me or not. You let your harmony plays for you. And when you have a podcast with your mic, understand, guys, that you are the instrument between heaven and earth. You have the capability. You have this instrument, this unique instrument to vibrate to another human being across the world. If that's not powerful, I don't know what is. The best way to become an influencer in the world is to speak and interview others. Now, remember or not, everything is strategically done for me and on purpose at the heart space. Why did I choose to share my message on Shark Tank? Why did I choose to work so, and I said the word, I never said that before, but it was hardcore, really moving on purpose towards that direction, or wanted to meet every shark one at a time. Why? So it was, hey, I'm going to be the interviewer. I was the media, and I'm going to interview one shark at a time, because I had those private conversation with them on video and on mic. And they all say what? Yes, of course, after this relationship connection, of course, we are coming on your show. And they all agree to share their message on my show. But it took what, guys? A year, 2 years, maybe 3. I don't really care. Because now I can say, hey, we're all set up, boom, 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 and it's done. But it took preparation. It took me getting out of my own way. You know what I'm saying? Because shark or successful people, they also have what? They have a heart. They have a message that they want to share. And it might be completely outside of the business. With Barbara Corcoran, I'll be like, Barb, come on, girl. Who are you?
Exactly. We're all somebody. Like, we all have this story and this desire, and we're like real people. Like, that's the beauty. And I love that about you. It's like, let's just have like a one-on-one here. What's going on, girl?
It's so powerful. It's like, it's a gift. It's a gift.
Juju, I don't want to take you off your track, but I don't know the story behind the sharks in the Shark Tank with you. Like, so is this like an inspired thing that you were like, I'm going to talk to all the sharks, or where did that come from?
Okay, so it comes from, in my journey path, is that I always was in the light. I have no idea why, and I'm sharing, this is no ego. This is really my story. I was completely homeless here in America, and I ended up touring with Merle Edgar, Will Nelson. I worked with Fess Parker. I had, in the midst of all these celebrities, like, hey, Juju, come with us. Hey, Juju. And I had no idea what these people are, because I'm not even speaking English at the time. I'm like, oh, cool. I'm going to play music with some cool guys. Little know, I'm in America, I'm not speaking English, and I see TV, and I'm like, holy crap, these people are famous. So I started building relationships all over the world in that way, where I was this illegal immigrant. Building relationship was really like powerful people that had no idea they had the power.
As a musician,
but really as a human being. Like, each time I play a song with them or anyone related to famous kind of world, it was like, oh my gosh, you made her feel this, or you made feel that, or what? Oh, can you play more? Or it was not even about music. It was about connection on a soul level, guys. It's not about the music was, the
introduction,
the introduction, the glue and the goo, like compassion, but the rest kind of flow. And so I went on. I kept on going. Little do you know, they invited me on TV. Then little do you know, I met more people. Then these people say, why don't you come back? Now we want to interview you. Now I have Nancy Grace on the show. I've been on the Fox News like every single day for a year. I connect with Dr. Drew. He actually asked me to be on his show. And now I have great connection with Dr. Drew that led me, Dr. Oz, that led me to interview what? I'm interviewing Dave Asprey. Actually, I'm going to actually live meet him and have an interview with Dave Asprey. Look, this is the key, guys. Everyone in the world is connected. We are all one. We're connected. When you meet with someone, it will give you a direction for the next thing to do. You got to be present with those people. You cannot be present with somebody and say, oh, I'm present here, but I'm thinking about the next thing that's going to happen. You can't do that. When I meet with someone, and you right now, Elise, you are the only person in the world that matters to me right now. Do you understand how powerful that is? You are right now with me, the only person that matters in my life.
Well, right back at you.
But do you think it's important?
I get it. Corey's like, oh, do you mind stepping in on Friday? I didn't even know it was you until today. Like, I didn't know. And I'm like, oh, of course. Of course.
You embody the mystical entrepreneur. You really embody the experience of cosmic divine consciousness. You embody the joy. When I see your face, there is no mask, literally. It's like this spark of light and love that you embody. You genuinely feel when you with you, that I'm with you, is that you are sharing this message that is just pure love, that is pure joy, that is saying to people, be who you are, that you want to transfer this message with other people one at a time. It's a very powerful thing that you do. I don't know that you realize it, but I'm here to remind you that it is, and that's okay to receive it. Okay,
I appreciate it, and it's what brings. I am so excited when somebody recognizes their value and recognizes that they're this creator, that they came here to create, and whatever has been stopping them from being the creator. And I get to watch. It's really all about me, girl, because if I get to watch these beings transform in front of me, I'm like, I got to witness that. Like, how cool is that?
There's nothing cooler than that. It's
I
like
know. I'm like an addict.
I know.
I'm really an addict. I'm a well-being addict.
That's right. Okay, so this is one of the things that transpire in podcast is this. You can either be contagious with fear to other people, right? Or healing other people. You know, you can really do magic things on the mic, but you got to connect to a higher level of consciousness to be able to do that. And Elise and I, we can help you with that, right? So maybe we should do a class together or something. I don't know.
I would love that, Juju. That would be great. You know, one thing I think is really important, and this is a message that we share, is that anybody who's listening right now and anyone you share this with, is that there's nothing to fix. There is nothing to be fixed. It's about just coming back into alignment with who you really are. You're already there. You're just a little misaligned if you're not feeling it. That's a gift to know.
Be as you are. Be as you are. Be genuine in building relationship with your guests. We covered that. Be confident in yourself. Be strong in your core message. Why this message? Why? Okay, you got to be really, 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 really precise and detailed around that. Be consistent. The biggest compliment I got this week, I was interviewed on a very powerful podcast, and the podcaster is Anish. And it's big, win big for success. So I apologize, but a very powerful man. And one compliment he gave me, he said, Juju, whenever I see you, anywhere, you are always the same person and you always have the same message. That to me, that was a big deal. It was a big deal. And that's a hint. Okay, that's a hint. Be relevant. There's a lot of things and clues in the world right now that you can use it to satisfy your audience, to share a positive message. Everything around us right now is done for us, not to us. So use it. Use what's going on. Be relevant. We cover be consistent in being you. Have guests that are a little bit challenging your message. And this is why. Because, you know, we all have different perspective. And I've listened for the entire week, and everyone, and I think you talked about that yesterday, about having a different perspective. You do such a great job at this, is that in the discovering on the interview, discover why people are having their own mindset, their own belief, because that triggers amazing, warm, organic conversation that might be a little hot, but it's great. It's entertaining. Rather somebody who's always saying, "Well, Juju, that's so true." And we don't want to be always right. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so good to have those conversations that, you know, Elise, you can say, well, I don't try to be mean, but my belief is that, well, you know, and so that it causes little bit of inflammation, but for the healing process. So having a guest that's not always in accord with your message, obviously not all the time, but it's a little good. It brings a little different color to your show. Okay.
That's an interesting perspective. I like that, because you want to share different ingredients, right? To see, well, I never really thought about that. That's an interesting perspective, right? Like, so it can complement.
Of course. Like, I obviously only have one side of my brain that's working. It's the right side. I don't have any left side. Like, I'm still learning. I have a huge thing on learning. So I would bring, a guest that I personally know. They're doctors. They're actually brain doctor. One of them that I collaborate is Dr. Porter. And
I love Dr. Porter.
He's my I just
got my brain tapping headset I just got it yesterday. I'm so excited to use it.
I'm in there. So what I did is that we had a formula that we collaborated on, and my meditation and my voice is in there. So it's going to be great, because when I speak on stages, I'll be able to promote that and say, hey, go check out the meditation. I'll have my music. I do the meditation in French, which is his own translation. So I translate his meditation into French.
Oh, so I'm going to have to look it up. Is it on the app?
So he's got one, but I'm not sure if the others are. We're really tapping into that literally now. So I actually have pages that I just finished translated, and all he needs to do is just to integrate it in his.
Excited. Yes. I'm like, it's been a game changer. As an EFT practitioner, I'm always about getting into that, amygdala, and helping people recognize their story and what version of them is showing up in their life when they feel stuck. And so this is such a beautiful complement to the process of being able to recognize and get out and say, wait a second, this version of me is an old operating system. And when I'm trying to now infuse new perspectives and beliefs, and I'm running on an old belief system, it's very challenging to be able to fully incorporate that in who we are. And it's an important message for people to understand that you might have a desire to be a certain way, and the reason that you're stuck is not necessarily your conscious fault, because it gets stuck in a paradigm that we're operating on. But when you start to understand and recognize and be able to release, it's a whole shift in consciousness and being.
Oh my gosh, you so nailed it. Like my whole body just like vibrated. Like I had an orgasm. I'm not kidding. Like it was like a spiritual orgasm.
Well, it was my pleasure.
Yeah, well, thank you. Let's do this again. We'll have to set up a time, okay? But the spiritual orgasm does exist, by the way, guys.
Oh, and I get it all the time.
When somebody transmit what she just transmitted at that level, did you feel that? I was like, oh my gosh, that is so the pure truth. Like I could not even, there was no word for it. Wow.
Well, honestly, I'm like the delivery. Sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh, I so needed to hear that. Thank you, wherever that just came from.
It was amazing.
So anyway, I love the brain tapping thing. Shout out to Dr. Porter, brain tapping. Shout out to you. I'm so excited to have you in my beingness when I tune in. It's going to be awesome.
Thank you. We'll definitely have to get together and talk more about all this, because it's so beautiful.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, listen, I'm the co-host. So what are we on until 3:30? What time do you have? Let's just keep going. Let's finish. And I heard through the grapevine that you have a song that you're going to share. Aren't you going to close out the event?
Yeah, I'm going to close out, because it's a song that I downloaded for exactly who we are as warrior of light and entrepreneurs. And it's a song that will be promoted globally, but it's downloaded to the words. I mean, I don't even, they're not from me. The words are downloaded in fifth dimension. I mean, I just wow, it just came through like boom, boom, boom. Right. So
perfect. I love it.
It's just powerful.
I just got goosebumps.
So your voice matters. Speak your truth. That's obviously what we the message of today, right? And then be the three main questions that I'm gonna finish with that, and I'm gonna head it with the song. The three main questions, if you're starting a podcast, is that I discover is this: Why are you doing a podcast? Why? Your intention. Compelling story. Have your story. Have your story and stories. Who is the podcast for? Who? What's your audience? Who is for everybody? No, it's not for everybody. Who is your audience? Who's your target audience? Detail, 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 detail. Niche, niche, niche. Why should they listen? Hint, I tell myself. I do something that's creative and I said to myself, so what? And I said to myself, so what? Oh, sounds great. It's all on the soul level. Oh, this is beautiful. So freaking what? Get to the core of the message. It is not about you, right? So why should they care to listen? That's probably the biggest question of it all.
I love it. Why should they care?
And the power of authority comes from you being this voice in your podcast. I'm going to go ahead and share with a song because the song will be the transmission to every single speakers that honor their voice in this week. Phenomenon week. Incredible. Powerful. Light warriors, everyone that speaks, every speaker is a light warrior on the front line. Leading. They take hit, so you don't have to. So listen.
Hey, Juju, before we close out with your song, when is your podcast launching? Do you have a launch date?
So I don't have a launch date, but it's like now. It will be like in a week, 2 weeks. It's like I'm right now recording 8 episodes.
Okay.
And then it will be a launch.
So if we Google the mystical entrepreneur, then we can find some information about that.
Yeah. So if you Google actually mysticalentrepreneur.com, it's a landing page that we created to apply as a guest.
Okay.
But it's great. You can see it, and there's a little description of what it is. At least there's something.
Right? I want to share it with everyone. So.
Oh, good. And then, and then also it's just phenomenal. Like I want to be able to be maybe collaborating with you, Elisa, on having a class or something where we can help people to speak on the mic. I'm a pro at it. I'm a master. I mastered this when I was like 10 years old, So I just wanted to share the gift that I received for you to be successful and in your own voice.
Listen, I would love to do anything with you. So we'll just chat.
Yeah, yes. So the song was downloaded to me. It's called We Become. We Become. Do you hear everything okay, Elise?
It's beautiful.
Gratitude, humility, always seeking in search to be as we grow, as we become. Self-awareness is your throne to reach your full potential. We seek to reach your full potential. We seek. You teach, I learn. I learn, you teach. We become. You teach, I learn. I learn, you teach. we become. When you're cut, I must bleed. In your gaze, I also see. We battle as one till victory is done. Entangled spirit under one sun to reach your full potential we seek. To reach your full potential we seek. You teach, I learn, you teach, we become. You teach, I learn, you teach, we become. There is no separation between you and me. Shackled by your illusions, you've always been free. We are connected by faith and grace, our highest good. We now embrace to unlock what you possess. You are the key to consciousness. You teach, I learn, you teach, we become. We become.
Wow.
We all have the gift. We are the key. It's an honor to be here with you, Elise. Truly. And everyone who's watching, you are the key. You have the gift. You are the gift.
She's right, you know. Listen to her. She's right. I mean, gosh, could you imagine? Let's just have a little chit chat, like a quick little one. Thank you so much for that beautifulness. But could you imagine, just like, you know, from you to me, if everyone truly recognized that, like, that it's like really a thing. It's not like we're just sitting here saying that. Like, that's what I just want everyone to know, that it's so simple, even though simple is not easy. The simplicity is fill yourself up with the recognizing of your own value and how priceless you are and that you matter. So when you speak in the world and you think the thoughts that you think, you recognize that you're making an impact because you matter. And don't worry about what anyone else is doing, because your happiness is inside and it doesn't depend on anyone else, and you're not there to make anyone else happy. So it's like a win-win. Like, that's what we're saying, right?
It is so simple. We have been entangled, just like in a song, entangled by program and condition and dictation of other people's thoughts that became such an inflammation that we disappeared in the process. But now is the time to uncover this, uncover who you are, your divine blueprint who's waiting for you. It's seeking you. You are seeking yourself, my friend. It's not in the books. Obviously, it's a great tool, but you got to go deep within yourself and tap in.
Tap in.
Really tap in.
That's it. Tap in. And then you get to look out into the world with eyes of unconditional love and unconditional joy and unconditional kindness, and everything starts to change. Like everything starts to change. It's like this perspective that's our reality. Like we were given this gift of perspective, which creates our reality.
Go on. This is what needs to be said. Go ahead.
Because oh, well, that's this perspective and that. It doesn't matter. As soon as you change one thought, that's why I'm such an advocate of flipping your script. One thought. People are like, only one thought. It only takes one thought to shift your entire perspective. And I promise you, your entire reality will change right now. And I'm not even in charge of that change. But I will tell you this, that it takes one thought to change your entire reality. And it has nothing to do with the political climate or the religious climate or the global plot twist climate. It has nothing to do with anything. There's a quadrillion things to focus your perspective on, and that will be your reality. And done. All this other chit chat's just a bunch of chit chat.
When I left my country, I had a little teeny luggage. I had no friends. I had no family. I was abandoned by my own family back home.
Where is back home, Juju? I know I should know this, but...
Oh, God, no. Back home, really back home is Source. That's back home to me.
Okay, so that I already know, but the other...
So the other, in the physical, I was born in Marseille in the south of France. And we are French Moroccan, and we are gypsies. My grandma, my mom. So we have the gypsy culture, and it's in the blood. That's who we are. So I knew, and this is a curse and a gift all in the same time. This is why, because I knew who I was when I started walking in my diapers. Understand this. This is a gift that's been given to me because I feel that I have to say this. You are here to discover your purpose of who you are. It's very, very important. It's the only thing you need to go after, okay? The rest follow. So then I left my country. I was tortured in my life. I was dishonored. You can name it, I got it. I had 2 life and death experience, actually, leaving the body. And all of these things happened. Stories, right? Great. Okay, now what? All of those things were really a treasure. So I used all of those challenges to wrap that into a treasure. I really shifted my consciousness. Music was the key for me that altered my mind, that altered my consciousness. I could consciously go into a different realm of reality, paradigm, and be in a different reality. By the age of 5, I knew how to meditate. I knew the message of meditation. And I knew that if I can concentrate on creating myself, those things would happen. And I guess what? It happened. At the age of 5, I saw myself on stage with a book, with being a celebrity and all this stuff. Whether it happens or not, it doesn't matter. The fact that once you want something, you make it happen as if it already has happened, and you hold this gratitude for it. Okay? I became very conscious about exercising this power, which everyone has. Mm-hmm. And by being so present and experiencing the things that didn't happen, but it does happen in the moment, and you feel like it's happening and it has already happened, you don't have a lack of. Only when you want something, you have a lack of. If you are in a state of vibration that everything you ever wish already has occurred, you are now in a lack, not in a lack, but in an abundant state. That is one big key, if not the only one. So I began to exercise this. And when I saw everybody's broke around me with the mindset that they had, I needed to get away. And by the age of 7, I had a backpack ready. I wanted to get out of here because I saw everyone around me with a negative belief system. Well, everybody in my family, my mom told me what? Program, hint. You are going to be broke just like me. You have learning disabilities. Thank God you're at least pretty. That's the program. Do you understand, guys? Like I was already defeated. Yep. But in return, and I use all this and I did something with it. So I'm so glad that you shared about the program, because who we are is not our program, has nothing to do with all this. It's not your thoughts. It's what you're thinking is your grandma thoughts, your ancestors' thoughts, and you need to shift and exit, not just for you, but for them too, because you need to stop and cut the curse of poverty of mindset.
Yep, and that's what it is. I call it. It just came to. I have this young, beautiful client yesterday, and he was so aware, self-aware at 22, like so self-aware, and he's talking about mindset. We have all this talk about mindset. Let me just tell you right now, everybody's got mindset. The question is, where is your mindset? Big difference. So we all have our mind set, but where is your set? So it's about the mind reset. This is a new thing. It just came. It was like a download yesterday. I mean, it's the mind reset. I've been hearing all this mindset talk, but you know what? You can't get to the mindset that you want unless you have the understanding and the awareness of who you are in relationship to your mindset right now.
Correct.
So it's about mind reset. So this is going to be a thing, Juju. We're going to we're on this like mind reset journey.
Yes. And there is a movement in the Zen movement, which I created the group that I have. It's called the Mushin movement. In the Mushin movement, you go beyond the mind. Because when you go beyond the mind, there's nothing else but you. So Mushin means no mind.
Well, I'm with you on that. I feel like they got to get to some level first. But I would like to join. Is that available to join?
Oh, you take it over, girl.
No, let me just sit in for a little bit. I'll be a part of it. I've never heard of it. Well, you have to messenger me or whatever. How do you spell Mushin?
Mushin is Mushin movement.
Mushin.
Yeah, and it's for those who are on the higher path, who are seeking exits. And so we talk about how mindset itself, when we talk about mindset, we're putting another entanglement to our freedom. So when we talk about, that's why I don't teach anything, because I teach to unteach. Because when we teach something, now you're grabbing and you're entangling and you're attaching and clinging to something else. And now you're going to have more work to do to detach yourself from. And it loops and loops and loops, which is what?
And I agree. Because it's the definition, right? It's how we define whatever it is.
Exactly. So how do we free ourselves? Well, we just talked about it. Find your inner voice, find your purpose. And that's how you really, what's your birth purpose? Why are you here? That's what it's all about. And the rest will come. But don't attach yourself from what she said, the news, the drama, the noise, because this is a different reality, a consciousness that you don't have to be part of. Otherwise, you'll be like everybody else, part of the problem. But if you're here watching this, it's because you want to be part of the solution and that you are part of the solution. So stay in track with your vibration and don't match the lower kind of vibration, which is below the waist. That's just disease. Okay.
There you go. What she said, and then some. Juju, it has been an absolute pleasure. This week has been awesome. I'm so glad I got the finale with you. I adore you. I so adore you. I adore your energy. My energy loves your energy and all of that. And we're all like one anyway. I just feel like we're home. You ever meet somebody and you just feel like, I'm home now?
Yeah, that's what I felt when I met you. I was like,
yeah, I feel the same. Okay. So we are really, let's connect and play together.
Yes.
So we're going to leave this beautiful week with your words of wisdom. It's about finding out and being who you are. And the way to do that is sit with yourself and feel what resonates. What resonates, you'll know. One of the things that I taught my son, the only thing of any importance, I believe, was for him to follow his gut. So my message to all of you is follow your gut, because here's the one thing that I do know is that your gut will never give up on you.
True to that.
You don't listen to your gut, it'll get louder and it will get your attention.
If you don't listen you're going to have to, and you're not going to like it. That's what I tell my client. Well, you don't listen, you're going to have to, because the universe is going to show you how to listen, and you're not going to like it. It's going to be a car accident. It's going to be a bump on your forehead. It's going to be whatever it's going to show, because you are to have to listen. That is what it is.
Yeah. So you have your own built-in system. The GPS is right there. So tune in, tap in, and turn on.
I call it, in my biz tuition, format, I call it the inner net.
It's the internet. I love it. So this is what we're going to leave you all with. We all have an internet. Unique to you.
That's right.
Tap in, tune in, and turn on. I love you. I love you. Thank you, all speakers, all brilliant beings that showed up for the entire week. Thank you so much, Corey, for creating this incredible stage for us to share our message to the world with. We love you, Corey. Love you, Juju. If, Corey, you're listening, it's your turn to say goodbye to the world and take us off live, since we are just here, and much love. And we're going to just sit here and look cute until Corey. Are you there, Corey?
Okay, it's time for my...
Give it to us, girl. Give us a little closing out song. That would be great. Can you do you have another song that you can share with us as we're closing out?
Oh my gosh, that hat. Okay. So
I love it. I feel like it's very burlesque.